night also, I was looking at gaming headphones.
You should tip me. You should tip me.
I might have to sell my house.
You should tip me. You should tip me.
So they rock to the beat for your boy. Rock to the beat for your boy.
Here we go. I just want you guys to understand that it's been tough. You know, my life has been tough. Okay, it has. I'm sorry that I'm tearing up like a baby. All the shit that happened to me and all the stress and the mental shit that I go through on a daily basis. Sometimes. A daily basis. Stress. Sometimes. A daily basis. Stress. Sometimes. Let's start at the beginning. Way back when the pig and the cockroach were involved in an experiment to make a new staple food source in the early 80s, inventing delicious hybrid six-legged pigs, nuclear bomb resistant bacon on the cob. It failed. Mom and Dad found my ass inside a trash can. They discarded bug larvae, snorting, burping, farting, smelling worse than a Wendy's chili filled cum dumpster. The couple picked me up, screaming, "What the fuck?" Figuring that their cat could use a new chew toy. I got adopted, passed off as a mutated human. Boy, I was raised by TV, wrestling, Chef Boyardee's, and unlimited supply of feline feces.
It's not true.
It's true. I got doo-doo-doos, dude. I got doo-doo-doos, dude. On to chapter 2, titled
Super.
Street Fighter 2, Autism Edition, obsessed with pretending I'm becoming the best. Instead, I failed the mission. Traveling country, sucking at tournaments, getting laughed at like a traveling circus clown, blaming arcades literally every time. My brain shut down. The trains, missing all my shots. Stormtroopers, eating more shit than a pooper scooper. Always feeling like a gouty outsider. Till finally one day, I got 4th place in a Street Fighter game 4 people played. Look, listen, follow my logic. I was a troll, asshole, alcoholic, sipping gin and tonic, lying to the fact that I run on top of idiotic. I was moronic, or paranoid, a chronic smoker, choking, more often than a neurotic, Jared Leto's Joker. And then I ran away empty-handed. Both my friends I betrayed along the way. I monetized them to this very day. The straw that broke the camel's back for me. Free. I was confronted once out in public about my threats to beat people with sticks, and I pulled my legs back behind my thorax, shit my pants, and cried like a pig roach. Fat.
It's not true.
It's true. Doo-doo. I got doo-doo-doos, dude. I got doo-doo-doos, dude. Curses, shit got worse and worse. The third verse hurts me even worse than the first. Just imagine wagging it, trying to relax, fulfilling your thirst, and blowing your load of Alfredo cheese sauce over a PG-13 YouTube stream. Riddle me this. Do you go into town, give up on YouTube dreams, turn off the computer, become a commuter to 9 to 5, earning an honest living? Or choose the alternative of life like a laughing stock, eternally existing as a narcissistic, perpetually begging micro-cock?
It's not true.
It's true.
What the fuck did I do? What did I get myself into?
You're my 4th place trophy.
Gosh, one of those days.
At least until the day for the alimony payments.
Yay!
I got doo-doo-doos, dude. I got doo-doo-doos, dude. Woo.
Hello, what's going on, everybody? Got a late night stream here tonight.
Yo, what up?
Yes, we are joined by Icy and G Million for right now. More might come in later. It's hard to really say, but we'll work with what we got. So, I see that Kino has decided to respond. Or I guess it's not really a response, but they decided to say something about Phil losing his streak, which I find that funny. What's up, Detective Detractor? How you doing, man? Good to see you. So we're going to see what this response is all about. Kind of have a couple of laughs at it. The usual. All right. Let's get into it. Ah, there we go. What the hell? Okay, maybe it's not right just yet. I don't know. That's right. That's right. That's right. All right, let's start.
Hello, Expand Dog. How you doing, dude?
Well, Void in chat saying DSP not getting his Popeyes food tonight is worse than Nick getting raped in jail. Dark Side Phil,
Okay.
a man denied his Popeyes. A man denied his fast food. He had to punt Cat's ass into the kitchen to make the frozen meatloaf. The disaster of it all. According to Phil, there are $0 and 0 cents in his bank account.
It's even
He
funnier.
spent everything.
It's even funnier. Yesterday, Ashton.
Oh,
told
that's what's
Phil,
up, man. I'm doing
he
all
goes,
right.
You
Can't complain
stop
too
the
much.
streak. It was the politics show.
That's right.
And he actually
Phil's like,
used the excuse.
No, it's not an excuse. It's real. What do you mean?
So this already is funny in itself that they're just making fun of him at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, oh, well, they were streaming, so that's why I lost the streak. What do they have to
No.
do with you streaming? Like, I get it. You want to be buddy-buddy with them. We can say, for the most part, you guys can hang out with each other. You know, whether it's a good thing or bad thing, doesn't matter. But just because they're streaming, that has nothing to do with the audience you're going to have. Like, if Ann Leet is streaming and I'm streaming, that's not going to really change the people that come watch me. Or at least it shouldn't. Or if Tevin or your favorite detractor or your favorite streamer, period. Like that's not how that works. And people listen to two different streams at once. What's up, Mao is my best friend. Good to see you, man. How's it going? But Phil's over here because they were streaming. The people that usually give me money aren't here. What does that have to do with you? Like, it's either they're not there or they're just not there. Yeah, you're watching me and Ann. Thank you. That's what I'm saying. Like, this makes no sense. Like, I was watching, what was it, yesterday? I was watching the Tekken tournament, and I was watching another streamer. Like, people can multitask. But let's see what they go through.
The streak is whatever Phil says the streak is. If Phil says the politics stream didn't count, it doesn't count, bro. It doesn't count. We need to give Phil $300 a day every single day for the rest of his life so he can eat fast food on stream for us. It makes total sense, bro. We just gotta trust the streak, bro, and trust the king.
Yeah, but correct me if I'm wrong. All streams count. If I remember correctly. There are crossovers between different streamers. However, it is childish to think because someone else is streaming. Yeah, exactly, Detective Detractor. Exactly. Like, that makes no goddamn sense to me. But in Phil's mind, it does. Because Phil is like, oh, well, it's not me. It can't be me. I can't be the one at fault here for only getting, what was it, $66? But you are. You're putting on a bad show. Like, and then on top of that, people aren't obligated to give a streamer money every time they stream. And this is the thing I find funny when, what was it, when Phil did the double wage rage quit. Oh, well, Call of Duty's not making me any money, so I'm just done with it. Whatever game he was playing at night, it's not making me any money, so I'm not going to play it. And what was the last one that just came out yesterday? It came out yesterday, but he played it. Yeah, he did play it yesterday. The Marvel game, Marvel Rivals. Hey, Vanguard. I bet. But it's like games are not going to get you $150 every stream. Nothing is going to get you $150 every stream unless you're one of those big time streamers that, you can just rake in the dough like that. I mean, now if Phil had 5,000 people watching him, then yes, it is easily possible and feasible for him to get 150 a stream. But at that point, it would make no sense for Phil to do a 4-hour stream in the morning and then a 3-hour stream at night. It wouldn't make any sense. It'd be better for him just to stream continuously until he's done.
I have to buy
man.
food then.
I don't know. It's our fault
Why-
that
why-
he fucking missed the streak. We were streaming on his schedule, Andy. I don't know what's going on there. How dare we not respect the schedule that the king established, that his political stream was at.
How long
such
before he
a
realized he's being
time?
played?
Forgive us.
He's too dumb. He's too dumb to realize he's being played.
Forgive us for
I don't see it
making
happening
you eat
until they
the
just blatantly
fucking
do it in his
meatloaf,
face.
buddy. Forgive us, Phil. At least it wasn't
kinda
lunch meat
fucking-
sandwiches or whatever there.
Hey, Fando.
Bro.
The fact that the
around his
donations
schedule
aren't
is
automated sort of makes it
fucking
worse.
It's insane. We're getting fucking big leagued by Phil.
Oh yeah, it is.
Listen.
It is the tractor.
Listen
It's
here.
very
You're
much
gonna
insane.
stream when
What's
I
up, Bat Boy? How you doing, man?
stream. You understand?
The schedule's robust and
And it's
meaningful.
like, listen, we actually have to fear it because we're going up against like, I
Hey,
don't know,
Will
like
Swade,
a
big ass, my man.
legendary
Good to see you.
entity. We're going up against basically a fucking
Yeah, scuffed animation to
what is
boot.
it called?
Exactly.
A demigod.
like the
He's basically like Hercules.
It's demigod, Andy. Demi. You know. I'll let it go. That is Aisha Momoto nitpicking.
the Chris Chad necklace, like the fucking.
It's like, listen,
a living version of the sun.
when you cross the king, you're fucked. If you dare cross the king, you're
Oh,
gonna
I saw
end
those
up
pictures. There
destroyed. Your career will be over.
I
You'll
saw
be
where he was
broke,
just like, "Can you
penniless, and we
explain
gotta-
why you
So
took
we
away
dare-
my mod ship?" The fact that they took away your mod ship is laughable in itself. I'm sure there's a story to it, and I'm gonna get the story, but it's still laughable that they did it.
dare not defy the king. We dare not tempt fate and his 10 luck and his fucking. Like, seriously, he has a 10 luck. There's nothing we can do. The moment we unleash our full forces against Phil, like, we're going to end up in car accidents the next day.
You gotta be careful, dude.
Then, when we start mocking him for missing the streak, so one of us is going to get cancer. So we can't. It just can't be. We just cannot defy
Oh, okay.
His Majesty's wishes for us to not stream in his time slot going forward. So.
He's probably doing
Delicious.
something
Somebody
stupid with the
point
mod
asked how many
status. Oh yeah, he was banning people in their chat, if I remember correctly.
to not play the video at 0.25 speed tonight.
Well,
Listen.
Void, you're gonna have to get out your card now. Void, are you gonna drop the 50 subs to get rid of Phil's wrench or not?
Yeah, he is.
Void, if you send in those 50 subs, we will remove Phil's wrench. 100 subs, and I will permanently ban Darkside Phil from chat.
So, okay. Oh, okay. So, up front, let's assume they're not joking, because I haven't seen this. Is my first time seeing this. So, if they're serious, it's funny and fucked up. And that should let Phil know that their so-called friendship can be bought. Like, it can be snatched away by somebody just paying these two ass clowns money. 50 subs, it's gone. 100 subs, he's banned. But you're the two ass clowns that wanted to bring him up. What's up, San Antonio Spurs fan? How you doing? I'll have to do a little digging and find out why they did it, but it's funny. From what I heard, they removed all mods after the Vegas. Oh, the party. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. You know, Andy was too busy being coked up and helping somebody finish off a person. It's the only time I approve of giving Casey money.
Just letting you know, Void, the option is there.
Wait, you're selling out your mods on purpose? For subs?
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, fuck them.
Fuck them.
What's up, Mr. Casanova? Good to see you.
Ranch.
Okay,
Deal.
now listen, Fat Chick Thriller, you do 200 subs, you'll get Phil's Wrench and Nerds on the Go.
200 subs. Like, see, this is the type of shit I can't get behind. I can't get behind it. Like, this is against everything I stand for. Well, not everything, but a good chunk of what I stand for.
Oh.
And he's banned.
Well, we need 300 for that.
Come on, that's.
If we get 300, then Phil will also be banned.
Then how many subs to bring Phil back? We'll discuss that when the time comes.
No.
That's
Phil
good.
will not
Make
be
him
allowed.
do 500
Phil-
subs to get his wrench back. You got a great
now-
racket.
If Phil himself sends 500 subs, we will give him his wrench back. He'll be the head Janny in charge. And, no, Void, I will ban Phil forever. I will ban Phil forever.
So forever.
Or at least for a month.
Forever changed into a month. Fucking, which one is it, Andy? Is it forever or a month? I mean, it's funny, but pick one. Thank you, Mr. Casanova. Yeah, they're just like DSP, but actually they're worse than DSP in this way. I mean, at least DSP is just, hey, give me 15 grand, I'll play a game that's only $60. These guys, the shit just keeps changing.
It'll be banned at least until 2025.
So 1 month. You went from forever till 2025, well, which is a month. Actually, not even a full month. It's like 26 days. Okay.
Phil will really have to come with us with a
Yeah,
serious
Reap helped me
offer
out,
to get
Mr.
the wrench
Casanova.
back.
He did an amazing job
Can we
on it.
also make it that he is a banned word in chat like he did to me? Boyd, you come up with 200 subs right now.
So Void that went from 50 to 100 to what was the last number?
Like he did to me. Boyd, you come up with 200.
200. So we went from 50 to 100 to 200. That's a lot of money that they're trying to jerk from Void. And if Void does it, he's an idiot.
Subs right now. And I will ban the word DSP from chat. We will ban Phil. We will take his wrench. Then we get 200 from Fat Chick Thriller for them to get Phil's wrench.
So 400.
And Nerds on the Go. So in total, we're going to need 400 subs. Banned till
That's just
April
fucking
2025. All right,
scummy.
boy, deal. He'll be banned till April of 2025. And this is the scheme.
Like, that's
to make
just scummy as
$2,000.
fuck, dude.
This is how you guys make money?
No,
I don't fucking
most
know.
of me is thinking, why? I'm going to try this shit on my channel.
That thing is hideous, whatever it
They ask me
is.
for a wrench, and I'm always like, fuck you, who the fuck are you? Now I'm going to be like, $300 super chat.
Pay up.
Probably.
Pay up. That's
Praise
how
the
you
cash,
do it.
bitch.
Praise the cash. That's how you do it. And you
Well,
know who
track
we
of all
learned
the
it
sub
from?
costs now.
We
Yeah,
learned it all from
I have no
Phil.
idea what it is.
This is how
That's
Phil
just
did it
fucking
for years and
greedy.
years. Oh man, these are like the evil, like money generating texts that nobody would ever think of, but they come.
Yeah, people wouldn't think of it because it's fucking scummy. That's why. And don't get me wrong, there's some scummy motherfuckers out there, but god damn. Like you're no different than fucking scammers at this point.
From the demented mind of
Yeah, no wonder
Darkseid
DSP
Phil
likes them.
the King. All right, what are we doing here? Are we going to?
Panties.
Is that
I
it?
know,
No.
Sporkio. I know.
DSP blamed the casino for the streak ending.
It was us, Phil, the author of all your pain.
Wait, what do you mean?
We rug pulled.
Roughly 2K?
I made the call to Darkside Pimp, and I said, Darkside Pimp, you need to go to your job instead of giving Phil money. You know, and Darkside Pimp was like, yeah, you're right. I probably should go to my job and earn wages.
He blamed us for not making the. Wait, what the fuck?
Well, not really. He just said it was our fault because we were streaming at the same time he was.
Oh.
I once had another content creator come to me because.
Oh no, he did. He straight up blamed the Kino Casino.
Oh, then there's.
He said because they were streaming. His words was because they were streaming, the audience that would have paid for the subs was watching Kino and not him. His words. Didn't take long. Phil lost his mod status because he said Medicare misogynist supposedly. Oh,
some
God.
of his people came to my show, or some of my people went to his show.
Yeah.
And like basically try to strong arm me to like agree to a schedule and not stream when he was streaming or something.
Who would do that?
Like,
who would do something like that?
Like, dude, I'm kind of busy.
Like that's a fucking surprise.
You know? Yeah.
This is them hamming it up. Hey, movie sign, how you doing?
Oh, they could kiss my ass with
Hey, Greg of the Lake. And they won't commit to a schedule. Yeah. So 100 subs is like 5. Yeah, something like that, movie sign. Like it's a lot of money they're asking for. That's a lot of fucking money they want up front to do all this.
We got Wacky Shucks for 10 subs. Let's go!
Now, remind you, this is what Phil does now because of them.
Generous.
You know what?
All right.
There was a guy once called Jeff Holidays back in the day. I was doing a show, and like for one day, I did it on a Sunday randomly. I'm like, whatever, I'll stream. He's like, yo, can I jump on for a sec? I'm like, sure. He's like, comes in. He's like, Sundays is when I stream.
I stream, yeah.
And then he's like, yeah, so go check out the Saints, whatever, YouTube Saints. And then he like laughed.
Exactly,
like,
Vanguard.
Whoa, but
Oh, that's really
I'm
bad etiquette.
saying-
And you know what else I don't like?
So what he said. So.
Yeah, so exactly. So
I don't like random show hosts coming to my live chat and trying to post their links. I'm like, fuck
It's
you.
so
and your
annoying.
show. Fuck you and your show.
Fuck
you know?
your show. People are going to watch my show, bitch.
Yeah,
Don't be
yeah,
advertising.
exactly.
At least have the decency to
Yeah.
pay for an ad, buddy.
Did
Come
you
on.
know, like, did
Just
you
shows
know
that they're
among
cowards.
magicians, like, the worst
Oh,
thing
yeah.
that you could do is go
But
to
one
another
of
magician
them's
show
probably
and either
listening
do magic or hand out cards or try to promote yourself. You'll get banished from the Brotherhood of Magicians.
really?
They hate you can't do that. 'Cause it's
I don't know what they're talking about. Is
but
there
the
anything else,
logic is very
Phil?
sound.
Phil,
This person promoted the show.
Sounds
Yeah,
pretty
that makes
gay.
sense.
Like
It's
they
because
would
it is.
straight throw.
Multi-talented and multi...
okay, that's nothing else with Phil. Okay, so now for why I'm here, and this is where Icy comes into play.
Oh Lord.
So
Yes.
I don't do this, but Icy wants to see a DSP politics stream.
That's pretty crazy.
So,
The Syrian government has fallen.
huh?
Ooh.
Syrian government appears to have fallen in end to Assad family 50-year rule. They're saying Assad actually evacuated Syria. They don't know exactly where he went, but he's not in Syria.
Holy shit! Like, yeah, like you said, Trump
Breaking
became
news, there you
president, and the world went to shit. God damn! The fuck is going on?
And this is from the AP. This isn't like from Fox News or anything. This is from
Yeah.
AP. The Syrian government appeared to have fallen early Sunday in a stunning end to the 50-year rule of the Assad family after a lightning rebel offense. The rebels, when earlier today were, I think, 50 miles outside of Damascus.
hmm
So that means they made it to Damascus.
Oof. God
The head
damn.
of the Syrian opposition war monitor said President Bashar Assad had left the country for an undisclosed location, fleeing ahead of insurgents who said They had entered Damascus after a stunning advance across the country.
Stunning it, and they couldn't. Wow. Oh, shit.
And Syrian Prime Minister and Mohammed Jihad Jazi, I'm sorry, I'm murdering
Mud.
his name. Please don't come for me. Said the government was ready to extend its hand to the opposition and hand over its functions to a transitional government.
Yeah,
So
that's
there you go,
God
guys.
damn.
Breaking news. Not only is it breaking news, that is historical. Because you think about it, most of us, that's all we know is the Assad regime in Syria, and to hear
That's
that
all I've
has
ever heard.
fallen, and to hear that has fallen, is like when I was growing up in the late 80s, early 90s, hearing Russia has fallen. And well, the USSR has fallen, and
Fallen, yeah.
down comes the Berlin Wall and stuff. So this is like along those lines. So yeah, that's crazy.
God damn. The world, man. Mm.
Yeah.
Well then, I will definitely try to keep an eye on that for developments myself because I'm interested.
Greg, you think about it. Look at what all has happened this week. You had the South Korean government put up martial law. The legislator said no, and then he just narrowly missed getting impeached, I think today or yesterday. You had the French voted no confidence in their prime minister, so that government is kind of like on shaky ground. The CEO of United Healthcare gets shot and has sent shockwaves through the insurance industry, and now you have this. I mean,
well,
what else is gonna go on? What else?
Oh, well, remember to tell the audience what you told me. What happened with Blue Cross Blue Shield?
Oh yeah, the same day the CEO of United Healthcare gets shot. Blue Cross Blue Shield announces they're like, okay, I'm gonna use Vanguard for an example. Say Vanguard, you had to go in for a gallbladder surgery. Surgery, let's say, normally takes 3 hours total. But you're a complicated case, so they have to do a little bit extra. So your surgery, say, goes into, say, a 4th hour. Blue Cross Blue Shield was like, we're not going to pay for any anesthesia that goes over the allotted time of the surgery. So if they allotted 3 hours for your surgery and you were a complicated case and you went into, say, 4 hours to that 4th hour, Blue Cross Blue Shield was like, yeah, no, we're not paying for it. Well, Brian Thompson gets shot. Rest in peace. Blue Cross Blue Shield immediately walked that back. Immediately, they were like, yeah, no, we're not doing that.
They should have never thought that was going to be a good idea to begin with.
I mean, I get, Blue Cross Blue Shield / a lot of people know it as Anthem. Some people know it as Anaheim, but they're all big. Like Blue Cross Blue Shield is like, yeah, yes, Vanguard. They were gonna not pay, like, for instance, say somebody that had to go in for bypass. Those surgeries are notoriously long. They can be rather complicated. And they were going to say, okay, if the surgery says 5 hours at the most, they were going to not pay anything past 5 hours. And they immediately walked it back.
It's some
Typically,
strange
once
times.
your anesthesia is approved, it's approved. And they'll just have to do an add-on. This is back office stuff. They would just have to add on to. They did walk it back. And they did it only because the CEO of United Healthcare got shot. That's the only reason they did. I think if Brian Thompson wasn't shot, they would not have walked that back. So yeah,
The corner demon, indeed. Now, since we're on politics and talking about politics, let's see what our good old boy Phil has to say about politics. I've never watched his politics because to me, they're dented as fuck. But Let's do it.
When I presented that idea, hundreds of people spoke up on the internet and said, do it. They went nuts. Even YouTubers were like, do it. You got to do it. That's going to be a great.
Who are these hundreds of people?
People watching you.
Like, who are these hundreds of people? I would love to know.
Well, let me go a little bit further into things, Bat Boy. Not only has Blue Cross Blue Shield walked that back, every major insurance company has now taken off their websites any information on their CEOs or any of their high-level leaders. It's gone because of everything that has happened to the CEO. So yeah,
It would change how it's played.
There's a lot of things. I can't go into a lot. For full disclosure, I do work for United Healthcare. But there's a lot of things on the back end that I know that's going to be changing as far as my personal company's concerned with United Healthcare. I'm not going to speak on that. Don't ask me about it. Unless it becomes public, I will not answer any questions specifically as to what's going on behind the scenes of United Healthcare. So let's go. Get this.
Phil says some off the wall shit. All right. Well, that's what we're here for. Icy's here, so she'll keep me calm. But if we both rage out, then, well, there goes the stream.
First one. And then after that, I'll be more drawing upon the suggestions of the Ultra members, FYI.
And let me know if I need to turn Phil
Nichols,
up. Well, actually, I can't turn him up because this is this.
Okay.
Let me know if I need to
Phil,
turn him.
FYI,
We'll turn the music
sometimes
down.
you cannot become a member for various reasons if you're a branded account. Further ado,
Don't care.
So
I
our
just want
first
to
topic
get
of the
there.
night, and by the way, I can actually move my camera now. I had this here from.
And Icy, just let me know when you want me to
when I was
pause.
doing gameplay, and it wasn't working, so I had to move the camera. But now I think we could just scoot it right down.
Oh my God, Phil, can we get to the fucking story, please? Jesus Christ.
There we go. Scoot it right down to the corner, and it looks fine. Good. Okay. So our first topic of the night, ladies and gentlemen, is as I had said earlier. Over in Australia, they're up to some hijinks, man. The politicians over there are making some moves, but the
hijinks?
Yeah, how is that hijinks?
That's not hijinks. If you know
something bad.
Yeah, because they're actually doing this for a reason.
I don't. Okay, Phil, hijinks, sure, whatever.
People of Australia
let's go.
are kind of confused about it, and there seems to be a big difference of opinion over there about this one. So I wanted to cover it here tonight on DS Politics. Okay, so Australian Parliament bans social media for under 16s with the world first law. That's right. They're basically saying your kids are not allowed on social media. Now, immediately when this story hit earlier in the week,
To be honest, that's
What
honestly
the
a
hell
good
is
idea.
this?
It is.
In my opinion.
The reason that they're doing that, and I can assure you, Phil is not gonna do that.
Hey, Sol.
All right? Go over the exact reason why, because he's gonna misunderstand everything. The reason that they're doing that is because they see that in school-age children, which is typically 16 and below, they're seeing that that they're using social media more, and it's leading to less. The grades are lowering. They're having less engagement in the classrooms. They're not paying attention to their schoolwork.
It's a big distraction.
It's a big distraction. So
Yeah, trying to lessen the brain
what
rot.
they're doing exactly. They're trying to lessen the brain rot in very simplified terms. And I mean, here in the United States, Instagram's of course implementing teen accounts. Do I think this type of ban may lead somewhere else? Yeah, probably. I don't see a country not doing that. I mean, are limiting the information that's on social media for children. Like, I mean, definitely do something, but they are wanting to, unlike the United States, improve their education system by limiting access or all out banning it for kids that are under 16.
All right, and let's see what Phil has to say. And
HDCP for what? Are
it's the media
kidding me?
site, whatever site you're on.
First of all, I disabled HDCP on this capture device. To be clear,
Uh-oh.
I turned it off. So I have no idea how this is giving me an HDCP error. What the
Diary.
hell
So
does
we
that
get
mean?
diary cam. How you doing, girl? Been a minute.
There's no way that they would not allow me to have a news story on the screen. So I have no clue. What does it say? Please scan the QR code or go to the link below for detailed instructions. How about you go fuck yourself?
Phil, if you gotta lean up
That's
to
a
read,
good
put
way
on
to
your
s-
goddamn glasses. If you have to lean that close to read, put on the fucking glasses, my guy.
I'll be right back, y'all.
All right.
All right, like just. I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna shut up.
I
I
turned
bet
off
you have
HTCP.
been.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. Well,
Filbert,
hold
put on
on.
your
I guess
glasses.
first thing I'll do is I'll pause recording because it'd be pretty stupid if I kept
It's put
recording
on your
there.
glasses.
Okay, we're
This
just
might
gonna.
fix the
There we
issue.
go.
It
Yeah.
did. Somehow
I-
it got turned back on. Don't ask me how.
I just skipped it. I did not want to deal with
I
that.
legit have no idea how it got turned back on because I had it turned off.
All right, Phil, let's go.
Australian
Let's go.
Parliament banned social media for under 16s with a world first law. And admittedly, when this was first announced, okay, I was like, social media, like in every country, there's different kinds of social media that's prominent. Some countries only have their own internal social media and don't actually allow external social media.
The
Others
countries
allow
that don't.
everything. And I was
Go ahead. Go ahead.
The only countries that have its own internal social media is China and North Korea. Unless there's like, I mean, your Facebook, your major ones: Facebook, Instagram, X, Twitter,
What's up, Stillman? Big ups.
TikTok, things like that. That's worldwide, honey. That's worldwide.
Oh, yeah. Reading with Phil is an experience. I have to admit. I mean, at least educate yourself on the basics. Like, that's all I'm saying. Educate yourself on the basics before you do anything.
Yourself. I mean, the only thing he said correct is that certain platforms may be more popular in certain countries versus, others. Like, and in certain age groups, different platforms are more prevalent than others. Like, I think boomers are more into Facebook, if I remember correctly, versus, like Gen X and Gen Z. Gen X is kind of like hidden in the background. We don't want to deal with anything. But like your Gen Zs, your younger ones are more of the TikTok generation. They like the TikToks. And now they're going to have, if TikTok does get banned, there's Clapper. There's, is it Lemon8? I think Lemonade is the one that you can log in with your TikTok account and supposedly transfer all of the your followers that are currently on Lemonade from TikTok to Lemonade, and I think that's what they said. But a lot of your content creators on TikTok right now are like, yeah, you know what? If on the 19th this does get banned, here's my other platforms. So there you go.
Curious when they announced this law and passed it, like what's covered, right? So here it is. The law
It
makes
says social
platforms,
media.
including TikTok.
Well, remember, we're dealing with Phil. Phil is not smart
that's
enough
true.
to
I'm
realize
sorry. I'm
that
sorry.
it means anything associated. For him, he's looking for that magic bullet. Like,
Well,
There's no magic bullet.
Here's the thing. Phil just doesn't understand the word social. You throw the word social into anything, it goes right over Phil's head.
Oh, true.
hey, Soul.
Hey, man, what's up?
Hey,
Oh,
so-
not much. So, I mean, remember, Phil struggled to get his mouse working. It gave him the instructions, and he said the instructions were wrong to operate his mouse. If that tells you anything.
We're in for a wild ride, people.
Phil struggles to hit
Facebook.
the any key.
Exactly.
Snapchat, Reddit, X, and Instagram liable for fines of up to 50 million Australian dollars or 33 million American dollars for systemic failures to prevent children younger than 16 from holding accounts. The Senate
the
passed
bad
the bill
part
on
is
Thursday,
people-
34 votes to
people that
19. And the
register
House of
can
Representatives overwhelmingly approved it, 102 to 13.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard
The
to
House on Friday
enforce.
endorsed
Believe it or
opposition
not, that is one of the fallacies in this ban. Is in the government even knows it, that even though they have this ban, there are ways around it. Exactly.
So it's pretty much
mean,
political theater.
kind of, sort of, yeah. But what they're doing is, if say Facebook doesn't put in any type of preventatives, you know, even if the kids can skirt around it and all and put in mommy and daddy's date of birth, what they're basically saying is, if a social media platform does not put in any safeguards to prevent a 16-year-old person or younger from signing up for their account, using their correct date of birth and everything else, and verifying whatever it is, however they're going to verify it, if they don't put any type of those type of safeguards in place, this is how they can get banned. Not banned, but fined. And I mean, right now, like I said earlier, what Australia is finding is that kids are putting their social media presence as a priority versus schoolwork. But that's not the only thing that they're trying to do. They're trying to prevent bullying on the internet, like they have here, where you hear these kids, in junior high and high school, that are getting bullied on TikTok. They're getting bullied on Instagram, and they are, getting all of this hate from other people. And do they tell their parents? No, because they're for whatever reason, they don't say anything about it.
Because if they
And they
find
want,
out,
yeah,
they'll
they,
get their face busted in.
well, if the parents find out, then oh, look, it's a snitch, blah blah. Yeah, they'll be criticized and called a snitch and all this other stuff. So they don't say nothing, and then they wind up going right down the slip and slide. And it's sad, but when you don't have, depending on the platform, it's a free for all. Literally a free for all. There's no regulation on some of them. In fact, I was looking at different platforms last night, and this one particular one that's supposed to take the place of TikTok, it's the wild, wild west. I was watching just anything and everything that was skirting they were literally skirting the indecency. And when I say indecency, it's like, they were skirting the nudity laws.
Same here, Casanova. Same here.
Very, very, very closely. They were skirting it so close they probably could reach out their hand and touch your boob.
There's two things we said about this. And the first thing is, it's an old saying, it's only legal if you get caught. Until they're caught, free game. There's no denying that.
Oh, yeah.
The second thing is, the repercussions don't fall for the kids. It falls for their parents or the social media. So that's the other problem I see here. Like, you see there's a huge fine. Anyone under 16 is not going to be paid for that. So it's either parents or the companies.
Yeah, well, the fine is go to if the social media platforms do not put in safeguards, they get fined. Period.
For the kid, because he's breaking the law too.
I
That's
honestly don't know. But
that's
yeah,
why
that is it. Yeah, you need to exactly. You need to not only go after the platforms, go after the parents. And that's one of the fallacies they have, and even the government will admit, yeah, we have this ban, but it's going to be really hard to enforce. On the person. Yeah, it's easy to enforce on the platforms. It's very easy to enforce on the platform, but it's going to be hard for them to enforce it on an individual level. Say Ice has a 14-year-old daughter that wants to get on Instagram. All she's got to do is put her name and his birth date, and boom, there you go. And how they're going to police it is going to be something that's going to have you're just going to have to wait and watch. It's going to get rough. It's going to get bumpy, but it's just something that they got to watch.
Said the law supported parents concerned by online harms to their children. Platforms now have a social
why do I got a
responsibility to
feeling
ensure
you're
the
just now
safety of our
reading
kids
this?
is a priority for
'Cause
them,
he
Alan
is.
told reporters.
Hey,
Now,
Avalanche, good to see you, my
here's the
man.
weird thing about
that
this,
he's talking
okay?
on this.
And this is what
I
I don't
am doing
understand,
well, and yourself?
and I don't know if anyone's addressed.
There's also another issue with the holding social media accountable is how can they enforce it with the government
That's
ID?
exactly.
Yeah, it's damn near impossible.
Government even that's what the government even says is how they're going to enforce it. You know,
Like I said,
because
illegal if you get caught. That's the entire
Okay.
point.
here's a little tidbit for all of us that live in the United States. Granted, it's for Pornhub and sites like that, your adult sites. That if you live in a state where you have to verify your ID before you go on their site, unless you use a VPN. I'm not trying to tell you how to get around it, but unless you use a VPN. And you live in a state that has banned adult sites or has had them age restricted, there's a thing that comes up and says, hey, you live in Missouri and you now have to verify your age for us before we can let you in on this site. And you have to put in your I know he but you have to put in your driver's license, ID, expiration date, the whole 9 yards before they even let you on the site. Now, granted, that site will keep that information. So next time you go there, you can just hit login, blah, 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 and there you go. But they'll have to do something, and they know that, right now it's just surface level, and I'm pretty sure they're really working that out.
Oh, you just in Eureka? Yeah, I did that in Stormblood.
This yet. So at least in the United States of America, okay, there is a law in place, and that law states that these social media sites and also other sites such as YouTube, Twitch, and others, okay, they're not legally responsible for the content on them, but they are responsible for policing if things are reported. So, for example, right now, if someone were to upload a horrendous criminal act on YouTube, like a freaking murder or something, right? YouTube's not responsible for the fact that it got uploaded.
The hell they're not.
But if someone reports
The
it,
hell they're not.
YouTube is responsible for the removal of that material because it presents an illegal act in it, okay? Now, that is the law that has prevented websites from being sued into oblivion for like 20, 30 years. It's the reason why websites can host any content.
Actually, Phil, murders are not allowed on YouTube. Like, I mean, movies, sure, but not watching someone just straight up get murdered. That's not allowed on YouTube. Like, they are responsible.
Right there, legal.
Yeah, like they are responsible for that. If that gets up there, it has to quickly be removed.
If it gets up there and if it gets like even just 20 views, YouTube is still responsible for all of that.
Like what started it was Facebook. Actually, there was a person that went down the slip and slide on Facebook, and it was still being filmed. It was the one I said where the guy decided to kiss a shotgun, and that was on YouTube for several minutes before the police got in the house and yanked the cord. I actually seen that footage. And people were sitting there trying to blame Facebook. It's like, well, that's not Facebook's fault that the guy decided to make out with a shotgun. Like, but they almost got fined for that. And that's what got the ball rolling with these sites as far as what can be on them and what can't be. Yeah, and then you have the dark web, which, nothing they can be done about the dark web. How good are these system regulations? Personally, as the old adult sites probably had better See, the problem with that detractor, the reason they started the whole thing was Pornhub got in trouble because there was a shit ton of cheese pizza on there.
Well, not only cheese pizza,
Yeah.
there was a lot of,
sex traffic, all that. There was a lot of that running rampant on adult sites. Pornhub just so happened to be the one that got caught. And I say got caught because they're not regulating what porn video is put on there. They're not going to.
No, but I've noticed now, talking about live streaming and stuff like that. And I know this actually happened to somebody I was watching on TikTok. I was watching a guy. I watch the most mundane shit on TikTok. I really do. I showed Ice today. I was watching huskies pull a fucking sled in Alaska.
Hey, it's
but
guilty pleasure. You enjoy
it. There's a hamster rave, and I love it because there's little bitty hamsters on wheels, and they're like going yeet themselves. It's crazy. And they go flying. It's so cute.
We got nothing to
But
claim.
there's a streamer on YouTube that I really like watching. And he's puts his camera up, points it to the sky, and all we do is watch meteors. Watch for meteors. That is it. And there's bots and whatnot that actually go into the live streams, and if certain criteria is not met, they automatically limit your reach. Like if you're on the For You page, if like he got up out of his chair to go turn the camera to a different angle, because he doesn't use a telescope, he uses a camera with a special lens. He was up and he was turning the camera, but because he was not on screen during this live stream, his live stream got restricted, which means he got knocked off the For You page, and people would not be able to really find him unless you went looking and actually searched his username. But there's things like that, and I'm pretty sure YouTube has some type of thing like that, where if somebody's on here, they're live streaming stuff, the bots will come in and check to see what's going on. And if it's something that is against their terms of service, they will restrict the access to it. Meaning whoever's in there is in there, and anybody else is just done. He does do astrophotography. He is an astrophotographer. And I absolutely love watching him. He's out of New Jersey somewhere. He lives close to the coast because sometimes you can see the ocean waves coming in, and I absolutely love him. There's a couple, and if I can if I can remember their names, one of them is in Missouri that I like watching. His name is Chasing the Milk, or Chasing Milk, in short for Milky Way guys. And I think his name is Jersey Star Guy, or Jersey Star Man, the one that I'm talking about that was moving, and his stream got restricted, all because he wasn't on the screen.
It's about Section 230 protections. YouTube isn't responsible for the materials, but they have a responsibility to remove it when made aware. DSP is technically correct here. Okay. No, you saw it too, Mr. Casanova? Yeah, that's a rough way to go.
It's part of the reason why a lot of websites have in the contract you agree to when you stream on their channels or put videos on there. If for any reason, they can take it down.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's like when Phil was doing his DSP reacts. He watched too much stuff, and his stream got taken down for like a minute because of the material he was playing, which was copyrighted material. Blah blah blah, and for some odd reason, he was upset about that. But then he turns around and he's upset that people restream him. All right, whatever.
And don't get in trouble. It's why YouTube allows instant uploads. Why a website like Twitch allows an instant stream without reviewing your content first. If they were liable...
Because, Phil, how did... Oh my God, you fucking idiot. How can they review a stream when it's live? Of course it's going to be played and then they come in and look at it. Oh my God, you fucking idiot, Phil. Phil, do you honestly not think, do all the electrons not meet each other in your brain? Does the thought not connect all the way before it goes on the highway to your fucking mouth?
You know that we'll
spin it. That question is no.
Oh.
Come on, Ice. You know that hamster was spinning, but that hamster's been long dead.
Yeah.
This is... And he wonders why people make fun of him. Because he says the stupid shit like this. Where it's like, oh well, yeah, that's why you're allowed instant upload because it's live and they can't really check it when it's live. No shit, they can't check it when it's live. It is live. I mean, unless your title, which you cannot start a stream if certain things are in your title. Like if my title read Phil hates N-words, it won't even allow me to stream. It will automatically reject me from trying to start a stream on that. It's like, Jesus, Phil, you fucking... Oh. Phil demands his own personal content reviewer. Yeah, on every stream, exactly.
I think that's what he means that they should have.
But it is impossible for a live stream. It has to be reported. Unless someone that works at YouTube decides to sit in every single person's stream. But it's still, but then you're creating another problem. Because if they have to review your stream before you start streaming, think of it like I'm streaming 5-10 minutes before the stream actually hits YouTube. Like, I am streaming to the goddamn void. And then, when they review it for the 5 to 10 minutes in the fucking void, then they decide to say, okay, ISIS stream is okay. Go ahead, let it stream. So now the chat and the viewers in chat is always going to be 5 or 10 minutes behind. Now, that's going to now throw off the streamer because any questions that come in, he or she or they are not going to know what the fuck the chat's talking about because they're so far in the future. They're in the present and chat's in the past. There's no fucking way for that to work. Fucking ignoramus.
For the content on the sites, they would have to make sure that every piece of content is in line with the law, and therefore they probably wouldn't ever allow someone to just upload something without review first. Now imagine that.
And that's where your AI kicks in, Phil. They're like, oh my...
Okay. That's what I was talking about a minute ago. When the guy I was talking about, Jersey Starman, we were watching and he got up out of his chair to go turn his camera and refocus it. TikTok sent him a warning and restricted access. Now, during the live stream, of course, he can appeal that decision to get him unrestricted again. But they sent a thing and they were like, hey, we don't see you on screen. Where are you? Is this live? Is this recorded? And that's why for a while on TikTok, they used to have, and they've come back, but they were gone for a while because they would have these streamers that would start up, like, say, they use Grand Theft Auto a lot. Grand Theft Auto, and the character is just like walking down the street, and if you sent certain gifts to them, which are like stickers or whatever, and they cost little coins, it's like tipping the streamer in a sense, or super chats and whatnot. If you sent them to that, certain NPCs would pop in, and you try to kill them, and then it reboots and starts again. Well, because there was no person, quote unquote, on screen, those lives were getting restricted or completely taken down. Well, now they kind of gotten around it a little bit. Now there's like a little bitty guy off in a corner. It's probably some little like gift guy or whatever that moves from time to time. And they're back doing the GTA try to kill me or whatever streams, and where the NPCs come in, and when I say NPCs, it's not just like your regular GTA things. There's like one person you can had it where you can summon Thantos, you can summon a car full of gangsters, you can summon John Wick was one of them. I mean, it's just like all sorts of things. And people sit there and like will just throw coins just to kill your character on the stream. And that's all they do.
Imagine if I was
That's it. That's their whole stream.
And Kick had to sit there and have like a 10-minute delay of when you could see me because they're sitting there watching the live stream to make sure that it's not violating US law. Okay? So
Hold
that's
on.
like they probably would their
violate
content
US
first.
law.
If they were liable for the content on the sites, they would have to make sure that every piece of content is in line with the law, and therefore they probably wouldn't ever allow someone to just upload something without review first. Now imagine that. Imagine if I was going to stream on Kick tonight and Kick had to sit there and have like a 10-minute delay of when you could see me because they're sitting there watching the live
Okay, so he's using my argument.
stream to make sure that it's not
Yeah.
violating US law. Okay? So that's what's always protected these companies in the US. But this is Australia, and I guess in Australia they're saying, hey, we do it differently, and we don't care about your international laws. This is our own internal.
What applies here in the United States does not necessarily apply anywhere else in the world. The U.S. laws are U.S. laws. There are international laws, but there are freedom of speech that we have here in the United States is not the same freedom of speech you can have in, I don't know, Japan, China, Russia.
Oh my God, Phil! Like you do.
Is that the international laws when two countries usually interact with each other to try and counterbalance? This is not one of them.
This is not a time for international law discussion, Phil.
Phil, let me explain something to you, Phil. So YouTube has U.S. laws it follows. YouTube in Australia, Japan, China, anywhere else, they have to abide by those countries' laws.
Yes, but that's also specifically why there's YouTube Africa, YouTube USA, YouTube such and such.
Hell, there's YouTube Canada.
Each part follows that country's rules. That's why they're individual. Now, if it was one single place, this might more apply for international, but there's not. There's actual branches set up for individual places.
That is why, if you look up certain videos, like, for instance, I have a friend that lives outside the country. Sometimes he sends me videos on YouTube. Here, look at this, check this out. And it will tell me that it is not available in my country.
Yeah.
Why? Because it does not meet the U.S. laws, or is there something in there that the U.S. that does not meet the qualifications to be shown here in the United States? Just like, for instance, I like the SNL skit with Chadwick Boseman when he's playing,
YouTube Argentina.
No,
What's up, Meth Bear?
He's playing Black Panther on Jeopardy, and it's the whole raisin in the potato salad.
Yeah, ask Johnny Somali about it.
Yeah, I sent him that clip. Guess what? He couldn't watch it because it's not allowed there.
Yeah, I mean, perfect example. This is going to be
exactly,
in game.
Matt Bear, exactly. They try to harmonize it, but it doesn't always mean everything's allowed everywhere.
Like, here's one, and this is one that happened last year. Final Fantasy 16. It is not allowed in the Arab nations because of Bahamut and his squire, because they are two men making out, and homosexuality is a crime punishable by death in Arab nations. So what happened? Game can't be sold there. Come on, Phil. Jeez.
Internal law. Okay? So, of course, all the social media platforms immediately saying things like, oh, this is a rushed, this is definitely a rushed decision. This shouldn't have this shouldn't have happened. Why on earth would you?
Of course they're gonna say that. Like, of course they're going to say this.
I got Phil. I already figured out Phil's political stream in Vanguard. You can tell me if I'm wrong. All he does is basically regurgitate what's on the screen.
Yeah, that's it. That's all he does.
Regurgitate what's on the screen and try to ad lib what he thinks will make him sound smart. That's it.
Yeah, it's like, of course they're going to say that, Phil. They have to protect their interest. It could be, for example, there could be something that happens with who was it? Oh yeah, the whole thing that happened with the Game Awards last year, when the voice actor for Kratos just talked and talked and talked. Okay, well, what did they do? secretly said, "Hey, we can't have people talking but for so long, so we're gonna flash a light to let you know your time is up." But they still
Every
said
other word.
he did an
Yeah.
amazing job. Why? Because they have to protect their interest. Of course, they're going to disagree with anything that would harm their interest. They want more eyes on them. So yeah, oh shit, we're about to lose, let's just say, 100,000 eyes, which is 16 and below. Well, that's now revenue we're going to lose. That is going to hurt our business.
Now, let's put this in the rule like Phil can understand. Phil, YouTube's putting a rule in state that will cut your viewing audience in half. How do you feel about that?
So the 2 people will now turn to 1. Phil.
Yeah.
Yes. How do you feel about that, Phil? See, that's what's going on for them, Phil. It's not that hard to understand.
And I'm not saying I agree with them saying it's rushed, but they're gonna say it like that because it's true. Still, it's still a true statement. Not saying it.
And like I said, the other thing is like they have everything to lose, but the people that are actually causing the issues have nothing to lose in this situation, in a sense.
Do this,
Yeah.
to our companies. The social media ban legislation has been released and passed within a week. As a result, no one can confidently explain how it will work in practice. The community and platforms are in the dark about what exactly is required of them.
There are so many laws that
Amendments
have been passed that are passed, and then the logistics and the logistics of the law are discussed afterwards.
Yeah.
Also,
Let's see. Nazi imagery is illegal in Germany and Austria. German video games can't show real
Exactly.
blood, so those assets are removed. It's the same thing with Chinese cartoons. Chinese cartoons, or in China, you cannot show blood. So when they have anime that is shown there that's nothing but blood, it's all turned white. So someone just busted a nut all over the room. Yeah. Like some countries are extreme with these laws. I say extreme, but I get why they're doing it too.
On Friday, bolster privacy protections. Platforms would not be allowed to compel users to provide government-issued identity documents, including passports or driver's licenses, nor could they demand digital identification through a government system. So basically what they're saying is you can't have an account till you're older than 16, but by the way, there's also no way for you to prove how old you are. So
Yes, Phil. So they're only going by hoping that the people are going to be honest with them about their information. Which still brings in a whole other issue because now you are entrusting these sites with your personal information and these companies get hacked on the regular.
Is that still covers their ass legally? You can say, hey, you claim this. This is on you now.
Yeah.
It's
What's up, Sonic?
They're going about it the way they can to cover their asses because they're in the business. You told us you were that. We followed the law. This is now on them.
Yeah, it's like, come on, Phil. It's not that fucking difficult to understand. But let's continue.
But what are they supposed to do then?
What are they supposed to do then? You do what you can. It's one of those, you just do what you can. This is really put in place to pretty much appease the Australian population.
Phil,
It was a big enough issue that the population of Australia said something to their lawmakers. This had to have been a continuous issue that they finally decided to act. So they acted. Nobody's saying that it's going to work 100% right out the gate.
And here's the thing: if it did work 100%, no one would be making this article, Phil. The reason this article is being made is because it's an issue. There's problems all around. Now, maybe this is a spark thought. Maybe someone sends in an answer or something like that. But the reason this whole article is being made is the obvious point you just made, Phil. So your entire point is meaningless because it's already there. Your political channel has answered nothing.
Yeah. But IMO Aussie parents should just take more control of their kids' online presence. I mean, and you were absolutely right, Sonic.
I mean, Sonic, that's across the board.
Yeah, that's across the board.
It doesn't matter what country you're in. The parent should be the driving force behind whether their kids' online presence.
See, this is why I don't have kids, because in order for me to properly raise one, I'd have to smack it upside the head, and apparently that's illegal.
Well, and here's the problem with that too, though, is we're in a time, and I spoke to Icy about it, is kids are no longer able, they're growing up too fast. And then parents are being ill-equipped to raise kids. We are letting the government raise our kids because why? Oh, well, I need both of you to work.
Social media. Television and social media has been raising the children since the 80s. How many us latchkey kids in the 80s, what would we do? Come home, open up the door. You know, if mom left us like a peanut butter jelly sandwich in the refrigerator, we got it out. And what we did, our homework, if we were good, if not, we sat in front of the TV and watched cartoons until mom got home.
Simpsons,
or dad got home.
Bugs Bunny, whatever Yeah, and that's the thing.
We stayed in the house, but we watched TV.
Yeah, and now we're letting streamers raise our kids. I mean, hell, look at, I hate to say it, guys, look at Darish and Phil. Phil raised Darish. His parents set him down. He found Phil, and they never questioned it, never stopped him. Just go ahead and watch my son. I mean, hell, look at, I know he's an adult, so I get this, but in my eyes, he's a fucking kid because mentally he's not there. Jade's mother just plops him in front of Phil and walks the fuck off. So when we got people doing that, and I mean, I'm talking about strictly Phil, put that all over the world now. And if we break it down, the world wants both parents working. So
you think about it. Okay, my generation, we had the TV. Then came the computers and games. And now you have, like you said, you have social media, you have streamers, you have, kids on Call of Duty at 8 years old talking shit to 30-year-olds because, you know what, I just shot you in the face, and you have so much going on behind the scenes, and it's not just like Call of Duty, that they're in
Minecraft,
Fortnite, Roblox, all of that stuff. And parents are like, oh, it's a good game. It's Minecraft. It's fine. Oh, it's Roblox. That's for kids. It's fine. No, it's not. Because how many times have you heard of things happening in Roblox? I've heard, like, I don't know her personally, but she has this person had some young kids, and she would let her kids go on YouTube and they would watch Roblox videos. And in the middle of the video, much like what happened to Phil, in the middle of these seemingly normal videos that were geared to children, there was some questionable content spliced in it.
Yeah.
That made the news. And she got on her Facebook, was like, oh my God, I sat down and watched one of the things. And this was happening on YouTube Kids, not straight up YouTube.
I was about to say, you see that trash on the YouTube Kids shit? God damn.
Yeah, this is on YouTube Kids. This is the one that's supposed to be protecting them from people like Phil.
Degenerate garbage.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, they have. Like, Roblox is rampant with cheese pizza.
It's notorious.
Oh yeah.
Like almost every other month you're hearing about people getting busted. Yeah, I'd never let them. Yeah, never.
I would rather them play Call of Duty first before playing Roblox. No, they don't. No, they don't.
No,
they don't look at.
Would be fucking taken away from them. That's what it would be.
Fucking right. But no, this normie parents do not look at the news and look at the headlines to protect their children. They don't.
They just let them do as they please.
Reminds me of some laws that have been passed in the United States. I remember when I first moved out here to Washington State in 2014. Okay, the Obamacare laws, when President Obama was in power, had just passed. This changed the entire way the healthcare system worked in America. So here's what happened.
Yeah, simple. It was get health care or be fined. That was it. And for people that couldn't afford health care, there was Obamacare that was put in place. Obamacare was great if you made below a certain amount of money. How do I know this? I had it when I worked fast food because I damn sure didn't make enough to get regular health insurance. I'm sorry, fast food check of $400 and some ain't enough for good health care. So,
oh hell no.
Yeah.
Phil, my guy.
Hell no.
Obamacare Obamacare and social media are completely different subjects.
They are, but I see what he's trying to splice two things together to make a story.
Yeah,
but that's why I'm shutting it down right now.
It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work.
This is why I'm shutting it down right now. So Obamacare, when I had it, was $36 a month. It only covered basic things. It wasn't covering vision. It only covered dental and basic health checks. That's all it covered. Everything else was still on me. But it was enough that if I got sick, I could go to the doctor and I was fine. But when you got a higher paying job, Obamacare was not the thing to keep. They told me when I got my job at a factory, my Obamacare payments would have went from $36 to $200 and some dollars. Because why? I was making more money. So I went with the jobs healthcare, which was fine. But there was no, Obamacare didn't change the health industry. It pissed off a lot of people because they were going to be fined for not having health care.
I moved from Connecticut, a state on the East Coast, to Washington, a state on the West Coast.
Yeah. All it was to get people to have health care. That's all Obamacare was to do. And the thing is when you were fined, you weren't fined and coming out of your pocket. You were fined and it was coming out of your tax return.
It wasn't like, oh my God, say you were getting back, say $1,500 and it was like $1,000. It was like maybe $200-$300 at the most, I believe, at the very beginning, and then it increased up, I think, like a couple of percentage points every month.
Yeah.
Well, every year.
Every year.
But Obamacare was a way for people that had small businesses, that if you had a mom and pop store, if you had, like your own little restaurant or something, that your employees can get health care because it was too expensive for you to have a group policy. Because as a small business, if you have a group policy where you can put all of your employees on, like it could be more expensive and not as cost effective as, say, because my doctor did it. I worked for a doctor when Obamacare first came out, and he's like, okay, if you get Obamacare, I'll pay the premium. And it was actually cheaper for him to do that than for me to join his policy, which was almost $250, and that was going to come out of my check. Where I paid, I think the most I paid for one policy was like $80. And so he would write a check once a month for $80 to pay for my Obamacare policy. And it, of course, Obamacare was specific to the state, state and location. Yeah. Because for instance, New Orleans had Humana on Obamacare, where I lived just outside of that, we didn't. My basic choice was Blue Cross Blue Shield or something else that I don't even remember the name to. But they were decent policies. They had low deductibles and whatnot. So yeah, it was a cost-effective option for people that did work and wanted insurance, but it was too expensive to get on their company's policy or a small business to have a group policy. It was their way of being able to get insurance. So, and that's what Phil's trying to tie to this, and it's like this is apples to oranges, my guy. Yeah, this is apples to oranges.
So I'm curious to see what the fuck he says, and I know it's going to be regarded as all hell.
Longer qualified for the health care that I'd had in Connecticut. So I used the process. I went online. I found the information. I filled out the forms. I did everything I was supposed to do to get health care out here. I waited 2 months and never got a reply. So I contacted them, and they said, oh, well, actually, there's no way to properly do it right now, because the system's still in flux. We're just getting employees in here to start working the system. So likely your application to get healthcare in Washington has been sitting around in the system unlooked at for 2 straight months, and we don't have any personnel to do it yet. I said, what? Yeah, they passed the law for Obamacare, but they never actually put the infrastructure in for it to work. So, People were just sitting around with no health care for months on end. What was I supposed to do? What if
That's a fucking lie, first off. Because I got Obamacare right after they initiated Obamacare.
States had to have the processes in place before they could even offer it.
Yeah,
That
so
was a federal mandate.
Phil, like, again, like
Now the processes may have been needed to be ironed out, but the processes were there. They had to have their own. If they didn't use the federal marketplace, which I don't remember if Washington did or not, they had to either sign into the federal marketplace, or the states had to set up their own. Which I think, like for instance, I think Ohio had their own marketplace. And they had to have offerings. He is lying.
Yeah, he's lying big time. Like I said, I got it right after it was initiated.
I had to learn how Obamacare worked, because what I did at the doctor's office was claims and insurance, and I had to answer these people's questions in regards to how it worked and whatnot. Yeah, see, certain states had, like Louisiana.
Hey, Mad Cats.
We signed into the federal marketplace, meaning whatever the federal government, whoever signed up with the federal government, i.e. Blue Cross Blue Shield, they were offered here. Now, like I said, New Orleans was a little bit different. Even though the state was there, Humana only wanted New Orleans, the bigger cities, New Orleans, Baton Rouge, Shreveport, I think Lafayette, and anything outside of the metropolitan areas, they were like, yeah, no, we're not going to do it. But that was their choice.
Hey, Morris, how you doing?
But exactly.
Yeah, he has
they had to have everything set up in place before it went live. You could sign up before it went live, but everything, I think it was only like maybe 2 weeks before. But everything had to be in place, set up, ready to go when Obamacare went active. So Phil is a liar. I had to learn this to be able to help patients.
Hell, you helped me get it. That's how I got it.
Yeah, exactly. I'm the one that helped ICE get Obamacare. And like I said, I had to do this. This was my job. I've worked in healthcare now. I've worked in healthcare now almost 20 years, 15, 20 years now.
Yeah.
Dealing with insurance, with working for the insurance and working for the doctor. So I've worked on both sides of the fence, and he is so fucking full of shit.
Why is it every fucking side? He got an article, he tries to twist it about him because the signs of a narcissist. He is the shonen hero.
Because he thinks he's the shit.
That's what I said, the shonen hero. Like, there's times I've told stories and ICE is nowhere involved in the story. Hey, Trunks, how you doing, man? Good to see you.
Hey, Trunks.
Gotta remember Phil is dumb. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we know Phil is dumb. But no, I mean, you're going to sit here and you're going to talk politics. At least have some, some shit to back up your claims, and at least know what the fuck you're talking about. And if you're going to sit here and try to make an argument, don't compare apples to oranges.
Oh, you are lucky, Detective Detractor. Lucky ass. I'm going to get your insurance. Ha! But yeah,
Thankfully now I do work for, I work for a company. I have insurance and stuff through my company and whatnot. But
if I broke my leg?
Oops.
But you can't compare a social media ban to insurance. It's
you can't, but
honey, that's a reach even like Elastigirl couldn't make.
Actually, here's the sad part. It is confirmed. Whatever school Phil went to, he was valedictorian.
Had to be a damn school of one.
A school of 5.
Actually put the infrastructure in for it to work. So people were just sitting around with no health care for months on end. What was I supposed to do? What if I broke my leg and I go to the hospital? I have no health insurance. I got no one to help me pay for my bills. That's how it was.
Yes. Yes.
Shame, da ding, da ding, da ding, da
Yeah,
ding.
it's Shane Bell for real.
Yeah,
Like,
I have my insurance that I work for. Like I said at the beginning of the stream, full disclosure, I do work for United Healthcare. I work for United Healthcare. I'm just gonna say it at that. Please do not ask me anything about anything that's going on behind the scenes as far as the news you've heard earlier this week. I can address some things, but not everything. Anything more than that needs to, you know, contact the company.
hey,
But
Fall of Babel, welcome to the stream, man. How you doing tonight?
Yeah, my insurance is good. It's really good. Obviously. But like it's crazy because I'm going to use my vision insurance for a second. My vision insurance, when I first got on with United Healthcare, I can't see for shit without my contacts. I'm blind as a bat, but anyway. I go to the place, I go get my eyes tested and whatnot. I sit down, they look up my insurance. She goes, "Oh my God, you have like the best ever in vision insurance." Because, for instance, I don't know how much any of you guys pay. I'm just gonna use mine as an example. Transitions lenses. You know those wonderful lenses that are clear in the house but turn into sunglasses outside.
Yeah.
They change. I pay literally like $11 a lens for that.
God damn.
Where
hey, Paul Brazel, how you doing?
I've heard people. Yeah, it's really good. I pay $11 for those lenses. Yeah.
All right, Paul, just for you, man.
I literally pay $11 a lens.
Wow.
So yeah. That's how good my vision insurance is. Like I just ordered 6 months
Phil
of contacts.
complains, is it possible that the employer just gave him an excuse just to get him to stop talking? That's a possibility.
But like, for instance, I just bought 6 months of my contacts. I use oh God, what is it? Damn it! It's got HydroSense. Anyway, I paid for 6 months. I paid like $8 with my insurance.
Shit, I pay $130 a month. No, $130 every 2 weeks for my health insurance.
I'm not gonna tell y'all how much I pay every 2 weeks for my insurance.
Dental cover. Oh wow, that's what's up, Trunks.
Y'all are gonna be. I'm not gonna tell y'all.
I don't want to hear it. Oh, you guys make me jealous. It's crazy thing he's considering how much DSP pays for insurance. His monthly premiums. It might be better for him to get a job that has insurance just for the offset the cost. Believe it. All right, you say that, Detractor. My old job, I worked with a woman who actually had well over $1 million in the bank. Did not need to work. Her husband passed away. She owned the house, the car. She was set for the rest of her life. And she worked there at the factory with us just to pay for health insurance. Nothing else.
Because sometimes the insurance that comes through a job is better than what you buy on your own.
Yeah.
And it's going to be cheaper.
You pay $66 every 2 weeks. Oh, you lucky bitch.
Now we're talking just straight insurance, right? Vision, hearing, dental, health insurance, right? I pay less than you, Trunks.
Oh, that's Icy you here talking, Avalanche. God damn, y'all. I'm getting cheated, man. Fuck all y'all. Get fucking cheat. So Avalanche has a question for you, Icy. Here's another one that asked towards the person speaking with Ice.
I'm doing good, Avalanche. This is Icy. I know I'm not a frequent, flyer on here. But how are you doing, honey? How you doing?
Bat Boy says everything.
I got my hot chocolate. Yeah, I pay just insurance. I pay about the same price as you. I pay about $32 every 2 weeks.
I wish. I need to get a job with y'all. Fuck.
No, that's not including the added stuff that I have. Of course, I have other stuff that brings that up. But no, just my insurance. I pay like $32 every 2 weeks.
I have a lot of jobs. 200-ish a month is typical for you. Doing good, chilling. That's what's up.
What it sounds like to me is happening with this policy. It sounds like this policy was rushed past, and all of a sudden they're like, well, how do we implement it? You're not allowing us to have a way to prove someone's age. So how would this policy even work, right? Senator David Shoebridge from the Minority Greens Party said mental health experts agreed the ban could dangerously isolate many people who use social media to find support. The policy will hurt young people the most, especially in regional communities and the LGBTQI community, by cutting them off.
Yes, they're going to say that, Phil. They're going to say that.
I am.
Phil, do you realize that there are still interests involved with this? You know, the country is trying to do something to help its citizens, its children, its future, even. And yes, some of those children are indeed the alphabet soup people, and yes, it will hurt them. It will hurt them because yes, they will get cut off, assuming they're being honest with these social media platforms. If they're being honest, then they can go to their local alphabet people that are right there in their towns, their cities, and their countrysides to offset not being able to just get on their phone or their computer and talk to someone.
Well, this is also where I would say, you know, okay, yeah. See, I will call them the alphabet people. I've learned from shout out to Mansions and Mascara that they're called Legitibiticua. And not the guy I follow on TikTok. He's fucking amazing. Anyway, whenever somebody is like that, and their support systems, yes, they are hidden because of, you know, possible discrimination and so on and so forth. But if someone feels that they are a part of the Legitibiticua, then they should be able to, there should be resources. And I'll be honest with you, Australia is more open about this type of thing than the United States is. And so Australia in that argument would actually be a better place because they will have, you know, resources and things available for the members of the Legitibiticua that's under the age of 16 because they're more open and accepting than even we are here. So the argument of, oh my God, they won't have support is kind of moot. It's kind of moot. It's kind of moot, DSP. Because they're more open there.
Exemptions apply for health and educational services, including YouTube, Messenger Kids, WhatsApp, Kids Helpline, and Google Classroom. Opposition Senator Maria Kovacic said the bill was not radical but necessary. The core focus of the legislation is simple. It demands that social media companies take reasonable steps to identify and remove underage users from their platforms. This is a responsibility these companies should have been fulfilling long ago, but for too long they shirked these responsibilities in favor of profits, okay? And they even have an online safety campaign.
And are you going to read the bottom part, Phil? Because this is going to explain what really pushed this in motion. Let's see if he reads this very last statement.
So this woman, Sonia Ryan, her 15-year-old daughter Carly was murdered by a 50-year-old pedophile who pretended to be a teenager online. He described the Senate vote as a monumental moment in protecting our children from horrendous harms online. It's too late for my daughter and the many other people who have already suffered, but let us stand together on their behalf and embrace this together. So
this is Phil's audiobook.
And but the thing is, we're skipping a lot of dialogue here that is being written to explain this. Now, sure, we could just say, it's just a lot of mumbo jumbo filling in words, blah 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 blah. I get that.
I mean,
this is one of the things that will push these types of bills, or families that are coming up with, this is my story of online bullying, online pedophilia, and things like that. This is one in a million stories that are exactly the same. And these are the people that are going to come forth to push policies.
There was a law, and I can't remember the law. I want to say it's called Megan's Law here in Louisiana.
Kendall Pigler.
There was a law created in Louisiana for there was this guy who had cameras in this person's bathroom.
Hey, Crafty. No, I didn't get to that yet.
And they they went ahead and I forget what happened to the person, but they made a law for it. But here's another one, and this one hit close to home. And the reason I say that is because it happened in the city I lived in. There was, and it's hard to talk about because it's sad. It's a very sad case. There was this mom and boyfriend who unalived their 2-year-old. Put him in a black duffel bag, or it was a trash bag, and put him in a garbage can to be disposed. Okay. The same mother had another child, and she dangled him off a bridge and dropped him in the water, in the bayou, and then started screaming for people to save her child. There are now laws on the books that are because of things like that. And there are so many people now that parents who, my cousin had her best friend, she was killed by a Molly. If y'all know what those are. The drug Molly. She somebody gave it to her, she died. Now, I don't know about anywhere. I'm pretty sure it's across the country, but now if you're a drug dealer and you're giving somebody drugs and they die, you can be charged with homicide because you technically, off them. You turn their lights off. And a girl I went to school with was addicted to heroin. She got a bad batch, I guess, and her lights got turned off, and the girl and the guy, I think, that supplied her the heroin are now sitting in jail because of that. All because they sold it. They didn't make her take it. They didn't hold any of the paraphernalia and said, you have to do this now. All they did was sell it to her. So when tragic things happen, and I mean, if you want to take it to a big federal level, Phil, and you want to talk about how something is in reaction to something else, let's talk about the TSA. Before 9/11, there was no such thing as TSA.
No, there wasn't. You just hopped on a plane and went.
9/11 happened. Let's take it big, huge, countrywide. 9/11 happens. What happens? The TSA starts. Now you have screenings and checkpoints and no-fly list and all that fun stuff.
Yeah.
Sometimes, and I hate to say it like this, sometimes something bad has to happen for the government and for the people in power to open their eyes to fix the issue.
Oh, why you think we
got... Before 9/11, you can get on a plane, no issue. Didn't matter if you were wearing whatever you wanted, and you could get on and do whatever you needed to do. And planes were being hijacked before 9/11. Just 9/11 happened to be the catalyst to open up the eyes of the country to finally say, well, you know what? We need to do something about this.
Hey, Jay Sonic, how you doing, man?
So there you go.
Yeah, he's changing the goals again, man. He stays changing them. Moving that goalpost, baby.
Reading this article, all right? And we keep going because now you have people from Snapchat are talking about it and everything. Basically, what it sounds to me like is after some of these horrible things are happening.
Delight me.
Now, pedophiles are harming kids.
Oh shit.
Film 11. Film at fucking 11. Phil figured out that pedophiles harm kids. Hot damn. Right on the presses.
Vanguard. That is exactly what I'm talking about, Vanguard. Like I said, I think it's across the country where if you are a drug dealer and you sell somebody a bad batch of anything and they are no longer among the living, you can be charged with a homicide.
The problem isn't fixing the issue. The problem is using the issue to graciously expand government control. Oh yeah, I mean, and it's always going to be the case because
there's always going to be that political push and pull like that, though. It's always going to
and
happen.
on top of that, as I said earlier, what makes it sad is people aren't allowed to deal with their kids the way they should be dealing with them. And then we're in a technical age. So we have to come up with things in place to try to offset what can happen. But it doesn't help when parents just allow their kids to sit on the internet. I mean, that's why I brought up earlier. Look at Darish. Darish found Phil. Darish was allowed to sit in front of Phil for years, and you got that brain rot. We're letting streamers now raise our kids
because they're impersonating younger people online, and kids are getting fooled. And
Phil, adults get fooled. Okay, story time. Story time with Ice Yamamoto, and Icy is here, so she can back me up. Icy can back me up. In Final Fantasy XI, there was a guy parading as a woman for years. Had the female character, spoke like a woman, everything, and was taking dudes for a ride left and right. They were giving her gil, giving her weapons, armor, you fucking name it. She was getting it all. And then one day, somebody found out it was a man, proved it was a man, and that person disappeared from Final Fantasy XI, or at least from that server.
Yep.
This shit has been going on.
Yeah, it happens everywhere. It's not just online. It's just not on social media. It happens in video games. It happens.
Hell, it happens in real life.
There's communication. Exactly. I mean, come on, hello, Chris Handsome. But
call you Chris Handsome. Watch a TV show all the time.
No, the guy that Ice is talking about, he paraded as a female Mithra for years. And I want to say not only did he get in-game stuff, they were even sending him stuff outside the game. Like real life things. And many men online, yes it is.
Yes it is. Better yet, adults can be fooled because they give DSP money. That is true. So fucking true.
And I happen to know the person that Ice is talking about that found out that it was a guy. And she was like, oh my God, so-and-so's a guy. Did you know? And then it just spread through our server like wildfire, and that person has never been seen again.
Exactly. This has been going on since the 90s. But let's even take it beyond the internet realm. This has happened in real life.
Online is the antithesis of the internet.
You have men that look really effeminate. And they can put on the wig, the makeup, the eyeliner, the dress, the whole shebang. And
all I gotta say, AOL chat rooms.
And they can go to clubs and get a man to get them drinks and whatnot. And then when it's time for the hanky-panky, oh shit, it's a guy. I mean, this shit has been going on since time.
I got a funny story about that. I have a funny story about that. And I'm pretty sure the person that it's about wouldn't mind me sharing it because it's old as fuck. But anyway, so one of my former coworkers, her brother-in-law, who's no longer with us, God rest his soul, went out to a bar one night. And this is like 80s. Okay? Like not even in the 90s. This is like in the 80s. So Phil, listen up. He went out to a bar with him and a buddy. And they both picked up women. Okay? So he's sitting in the back seat with the woman he picked up. And his friend is sitting in the front seat with the woman he picked up. And well, the woman that he picked up decided to give him a butter jelly sandwich in the back seat. And he was into it and everything else. He decided, hey, let me give a reach around. Well, he reached around and found out that she was playing with some bat and balls. Did he stop it? No. Why? Because MIRC. Bro, I used to love the shit out of IRC. And ICQ, that was the other one. And Yahoo chat rooms. Those were fun too. Anyway, but yeah, he found out that the woman had a bat and ball with her. And he didn't stop it. But people have been deceiving people for things for years, for centuries. It's nothing new. The only thing that's new is the method. Exactly, the crying game. The only thing that has changed is the method in which they do it. That is it.
Yeah.
awful story of this girl passed away, was murdered by a pedophile. That's terrible. Okay. So should some safeguards be in place for this kind of stuff? I would argue yes. But I mean, there's a few questions, first of all, that I have to pose.
Wait, what is your take though? Hold on. I want your take on this, Phil. Like, please.
He doesn't have a take.
I am legitimately watching you for the first time.
Oh, no, I was muted. Damn it.
He doesn't have a take.
Wait, I didn't hear anything if you said something.
No, that's what I mean. I was like, I put out something, but go ahead and finish what you were saying because I fucked up.
No. Like, I am legitimately watching this for the first time. I want to hear your opinion, your political opinion on this matter. I want to know what you can add to the conversation. I want to hear it, Phil. Please give me your opinion on this thing.
It's terrible.
I don't think he really has one that has his own thoughts.
I know it's not, but like I said, this is me giving the benefit of the doubt. I already know I'm not going to get what I want, but I am watching this as a new viewer, quote unquote, because I did have to go to Phil's actual Kick page to watch this. So we are on Phil's page right now.
Should some safeguards be in place for this kind of stuff?
Okay, so that's your question. Could some safeguards be put in place? They already are putting up one right here. But let's let Phil say it.
I would argue
let him cook.
But I mean, there's a few questions. First of all, that I
wait. What? Hold on.
Let him cook. Terrible. Okay. So should some safeguards be in place for this kind of stuff? I would argue yes. But I mean, there's a few.
I would argue yes, but there's a few things. Okay, so all right. Right now, I'm about to just nullify everything you say after this.
Questions. First of all, that I have to pose here. Okay. I understand. We're in a busy world, correct? Everyone's busy. Everyone's got stuff going on. You know, parents got work and other things. But at some point, don't you think that if your kid is under 16, that you should have some control over their life? Like, you should know at least who they're talking to, what they're doing. Like, that's awful to me that a pedophile is, murdered kids. But what kind of an environment was it that the kids were never had their online interactions reviewed by their parents to know that this was going on?
Phil, there's apps on phones, there's apps on tablets and whatnot that kids can get on, and if they are smart, which most kids are, they can change the icon. There's different apps that can camouflage what they're doing. And unless a parent is sitting with them, yeah, he just said it's the parents' fault, and, to sit there and say it's the parents' fault that it's your fault your kid got killed by a pedophile. So, Phil, are you now defending the pedophile?
I mean, he defended Darish, so I guess so.
Well, yeah,
I mean, is he 100% wrong? No. Parents should have some type of supervision over what their kids are doing and who they are talking to. Yes,
yeah, and unless you're
I
sitting
will
on the
give
side
him
of them
that one.
24/7, but if you're not sitting on the side of them 24/7, how are you going to control everything?
Yeah, you can't. And then on top of that, it stated that this person lied and said they were a teenager. And of course, a kid is not going to. Are you really a teenager? Let me see a picture. Oh, well, here's a picture, which can be lied. It can be falsified. So
how many people go on dating sites? How many people go on dating sites and lie about their age just to get someone to come to their place to do whatever it is they got to do? And the age that they put on the dating profile is not their actual age. There are so many younger people and older people that will sit there and put, "Oh, I'm 26."
Yeah. Hell, there was a thing in Virginia.
I'm 19. I knew a woman who was 65 parading around in Second Life as a 32-year-old.
Oh yeah, I know her. But it's and also like no.
Partner,
I'm kidding.
Her quote unquote partner got pissed off because I was like, you realize I didn't know what she told him by any chance. I didn't know what she told him. I was like, oh yeah, she's like 65 with a husband and a son. And he's like, what? I was like, yeah, there's VPN. I know a guy that got IP banned from Second Life. And if anybody knows anything about Second Life, whenever you get IP banned, basically like anywhere else, it doesn't matter how many times you download it, how many accounts you make, your IP is banned, period. The only way he can get in is by VPN, and it's because he was accused of
pedophilia.
Harassment and pedophilia.
Wasn't it pedophilia? Yeah, I was about to say, I knew it was pedophilia. That's what got his ass yeeted.
But it was harassment and pedophilia. And something about liking people within the same household.
Incest.
Yes.
So
I'm trying to be politically correct.
I'm not being politically correct here. I'm not being politically nice here. You know
I'm trying to word it so you don't get your video taken down.
It's already Phil already said pedophilia. That's going to already take it down, and I've said it too. So that's another thing that's going to shadow ban it. But anyway, so we're now here saying that it's the parents' fault, like because the parents not up, with the kid constantly. Well, first off, I don't know what the parent does for work. I don't know what the parent does for work. Perhaps the parent has to work from home. Perhaps the parent has to leave. Whatever. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, the person that murdered the child is the one that decided to do the act, not the parent.
And not only that, in all honesty, and Thyre knows about the guy that got IP banned too. She knows who I'm. She knows him too because she knows him too.
I think she just said hello.
I
did. Hey, baby.
Hello. Yeah, you know who I'm talking about.
Oh, I do.
Mm-hmm. Fucking asshole. Anyway, I mean, if we go to Shadowban, might as well, whatever. But no, there's so many people in this day and age that do that go and they prey on children and they prey on young adults that are not of age, and it's simply because either A, it gives them a rush and then they may not do anything, but more than likely sometimes it's the other way around, where the kid who's maybe say 16 17, who's like everybody around him's like, oh my god, I have a boyfriend that's like 19, I have a boyfriend that's 20, they feel pressure. And I'm not trying to excuse anything, but this can happen. They feel pressure to get this, so they go on dating sites and put up there, oh, I'm 18. But when the guy comes, oh yeah, I'm only 14. I've had that. I know a story about that too.
I remember Girls Gone Wild.
It happened to me. It's like, you try to be, when you're in those years and you're rebellious and everything, you're going to say, I'm 18, I'm 19. Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
And the guy doesn't know any better because he asks, how old are you? I'm 18, I'm 19. Okay. Is he going to ask for ID? Most people don't.
And not only that, I mean, you have and kids, and I hate to say it, females in particular, we're good. We're damn good. Because we can turn around, and the only reason I'm saying this is because I did this. When I was a teenager, not when I was not at my mom's house, but when I was at my dad's house, I was the perfect angel in front of my dad and the woman he decided to marry. Outside of their sight, shit.
Yep.
That was a completely different story.
I mean, like, how many people?
In the alcohol closet, I would go and, I mean, the only reason I was laying in her bed one day, in my father's bed one day, with a guy. We were laying there. Nothing started, but we were there. And granted, he was close to my age, thankfully. But the stuff that we do as teenagers, I mean, guys do stuff too, but girls are good. I'll give it to you. Girls are good. We can do some shit. Not saying that guys can't, but we can too. Oh my God.
And in these days, I really, well, also at the same time, I mean, you have, a young girl who, lies to a guy, And then let's say he doesn't do what she wants. She wants, candy, jewelry, whatever. I want something. I'm going to tell that I'm actually this. You're going to go to jail forever for that. They're going to lock you up and throw away the key if you don't do what I want.
We had, and I hate this, and I hate that about us girls, especially in that age range. We have that trump card. We have that trump card. And when I had my first job, I had to deal with a lot of inmates who were on the trustee program. And those are guys that have like less than 6 months to get out and stuff, and there were so many guys in there that would tell me stories about how, and this one guy, he was like, yeah, the girl I was with, she was 16, I was 17, but we were more in Louisiana. As long as you're under 6 months apart, the 16, 17 is okay. If you're over 6 months apart, it's illegal. And he was like, I think he was like 10 months older than her or something. And she was 16, he was 17. He broke up with her because he was about to leave to go to college. She got mad, she got pissed and went tell her parents, and he wound up in jail because she cried wolf.
Yep.
Let's continue.
Well, obviously, if this is someone you've never met before, now you're meeting with a stranger from online, and the parent didn't know and isn't involved. That's a little bizarre to me. I'll be honest, I do think that parents in this modern era have shirked the vast majority of their responsibilities. It seems to me like parents now think, I have the kid, and now society raises them. Throw them to the wolves. Let them go online. Let them watch TV. Let them do everything unchecked, unhindered, no discipline, no rules. Let what do they say? The town raise the village. It takes a village to raise a kid. So just let the village raise the kid, and I'm gonna go off over here and live my own life like I never had the kid.
Roachbait.
Okay?
Hey, Roachbait.
I thought it was to raise an idiot.
Yeah, it takes a village to raise an idiot. Obviously, they did a poor job with Phil.
No, obviously they did a great job.
Well, yeah, that too. But no, Phil, no. I have friends that have kids, and some of them are even in college, and they still use Life 360 because they want to know where their kids are. It's not that every kid, is being thrown to the wolves. It's, how much interest they want, So, but yeah, exactly. We got to punish Linda for Phil.
So I have one. So I went and visited my uncle a couple months ago, and he has a nice house in the woods and whatnot. Well, I went over, I was visiting, helping him out with something, and I couldn't find his kids. And then he couldn't find them. All it takes is a few seconds, and the kid's gone. So I couldn't find him, he couldn't find him, his wife couldn't find him. I said, well, I'm going to get in the car and drive up and down the road, which is what I did. My uncle got in the go-kart, drove in the woods. He found them. They didn't get far, but they were playing, being kids. Got them back to the house and all, blah, blah, blah. Everything was fine. But leave it to Phil. It's like, oh, well, you're just letting the village raise them. And it's like, no. Like, the parents are doing what they can. Now, there are bad parents. But like you said, I'm supposed to take my advice from a guy that doesn't have kids or an uncle.
I'm sorry. I disagree with this. Now, we talked about this a week or two ago. How crime is rampant here in Seattle. And some of the criminals are literally 11 years old. I showed you the video of the 11-year-old with the assault rifle on camera holding up a gas station clerk, right? Where's the parent? And if this is the case, if this is a parent who,
God damn it, Phil.
I'm sure that wasn't an 11-year-old. And if it is an 11-year-old, that means the kid had to get the firearm from somewhere and decided robbing a place was a good idea.
And
okay.
The kid's parents, there are circumstances where, I was a latchkey kid, way too long ago. But I was a latchkey kid. I came home. I was home alone until my parents came home from work. This kid's parents probably are off, working 3 jobs trying to keep food in that kid's mouth, shelter over that kid's head. I mean, it's possible. I seriously doubt, like what Phil's saying is almost like he's thinking that these parents are just out, going off to the bar, going off to the club, just, hanging out and completely ignoring the kid. It's possible.
Wait, I got it. I got
That's
it.
exactly what our parents did. Come on now.
No, I got it.
Out at the club while we're sitting at home watching, Scooby Doo eating a peanut butter jelly sandwich.
Here we go. Phil thinks that the kids are anime characters. Like Naruto and Attack on Titan, where the kid is like 6 years old or 11 years old and doing all the shit the adults are doing. Why? Because the adults are fucking dead. That's what Phil thinking life is for kids right now. They're all anime characters out there trying to kick ass and just make it the best way they can in life. All right, I get you, Phil. I get you. It's cool. It's cool.
And it's saying that the parents, where are the parents? For a 16-year-old, it's like, dude, a 16-year-old is not going to put up with their parent hovering over their shoulder saying, you can't go on social media. You can't, go on the YouTube. You can't go on the Facebook. You can't go on the Twitters. They're not going to do that. No kid would do that. And if the parent was so strict, that would somehow be okay. That this parent is just such a helicopter parent that this happened.
Not only that,
that kid's going to go to their friend's house and go on the social medias.
And not only that, think about it. Yeah, made in the abyss, exactly. Phil thinks kids' life is made in the abyss. A fucking perfect example. I know kids that will go to the skate park. Are the parents supposed to go to the skate park with them and just hover over them while they're skating? I guess. I don't know.
And I'll give you. I'll give
Got
you
that helicopter parent.
I will give you the stark differences as far as kids are concerned. I have a coworker. He's the epitome of a helicopter parent. Her kids have to call her at all times for everything. Now, mind you, they're graduating high school now, I think, this year. And she honestly, and they're close in age. And, but her 2 boys are graduating from high school. One's graduating from private, the other's from public. And there's a reason for that. But she did everything for her children. And there's a reason why she's a helicopter parent, and it's a legitimate reason. It's not because that's just who she is, but she's very protective of her 2 boys, and God love her. She's just, I couldn't have a parent like that. And one is starkly different than the other. Like, when I tell you night and day, it's night and day, and she treats both of them the same as far as helicoptering is concerned. But one of them found ways around it and was able to do things even with her being a helicopter parent. So if your child wants to do it, your child will find a way. Doesn't matter if you're watching them 24/7, 365, or just calling them every other day going, hey, I hope you're alive. I got a Walmart order coming.
I think I said that again while I was
enjoy the cereal,
What I said was a lot of kids aren't dumb.
They're not. And when I tell you that one of her kids, A+, perfect child in a sense. And the other one took a completely different path, but she would treat them both the same.
And by Phil's logic of where are the parents? Where are the parents? Well, guess what, Phil? Where were the parents for Derek.
Yeah, that's why I said that.
Where were Derek's fucking parents? Well,
Yeah,
you
where were
were,
his parents?
harboring this, P word in your chat, this sex pest. Where are his parents? Supposedly they're supposed to be hovering over his shoulder because he was underage when he first started in Phil's chat.
Yeah, I think
he may have finally turned.
He was like a young teenager.
Where were his parents? As Phil said, I am not a children's entertainer.
Wait, yeah, Phil. If we're gonna put the whole, you keep saying that, Jasper's your kid. Why are you not taking care of Jasper? You want the village to raise Jasper. You want the village to fucking pay for his blood work.
You're right.
Yeah,
So
I mean, think about it. He bought a joystick.
Phil, if you want to sit here and talk about, kids, and you keep saying Jasper's your son. So you want your audience to raise the money to get the blood work, but when we get the blood work, you're going to buy a controller. Are you going to buy a second computer? Are you going to buy a Stream Deck? Are you going to buy a new capture card? Are you going to buy a new microphone? What are you going to do?
Hey, Roman Sanchez, good to see
WWE
you.
champion.
Thank God he
Thank
doesn't
you.
have an actual kid then.
Thank you for bringing that up, Bat Boy.
As a parent, should they not be held accountable? Your child, who you
So what? What the fuck? So we're just gonna charge the mother with murder? Involuntary manslaughter? Is that what you're saying we need to do to this mother?
Yes,
we
that's
need
what
to
he's saying.
charge her because a pedophile murdered her daughter? Oh my fucking God, Phil!
Wow.
And ice is off.
I almost choked on my goddamn spit on that one. The fuck is wrong with you? Oh my God. Just when I thought it couldn't get any worse.
Exactly. Parental advice from a man who does not have any live human children.
I gotta hear that again
What
without
the
me
fuck?
choking.
it takes a village to raise a kid. So just let the village raise the kid. And I'm going to go off over here and live my own life like I never had the kid. Okay? I'm sorry. I disagree with this. Now, we talked about this a week or two ago. How crime is rampant here in Seattle. And some of the criminals are literal. Is going online and unhindered, unfiltered, talking to a million people who you don't know, and now is arranging meetups with them? Doesn't that sound a little fucked up and weird? Like, at what point do parents actually start raising their kids at this time? You know what I mean? I'm confused about this. Like, what is going? When I was a kid, I did have access to the internet. Yes, there was internet. In the 90s, there was AOL Instant Messenger and stuff like that. All right, but my parents, until I was an adult, my parents knew how I was using it. I couldn't just use it unfiltered all day long. I had times of the day when I was allowed to use.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you with this fucking bullshit right now, Phil, because guess what? In the 90s, when the internet was finally just becoming slowly a thing, most fucking people didn't have it. Most fucking people didn't have access to the internet. When I was a kid in the 90s, Phil, I didn't have access to the fucking internet. I didn't get access to the internet until, I don't know, 2001 is when I got access to the internet. I didn't have internet at my home.
I didn't either.
So
I got internet in 1996.
I didn't have internet in my home, but I did go to my friend's house in the early 90s.
I did too, and they had internet. I mean, some people did. I wasn't one of the ones that did, but that's fine. That's fine. But this fucking retarded son of a bitch is saying we need to charge the mother. That's basically what he's saying. She should be held accountable for another person killing her child.
Yeah, I got internet in 1996 because I graduated high school. I'm telling you how old I am. I graduated high school and was going to college, and guess what I needed?
Internet.
Then should Phil be charged with the things Derek does since he harbored him?
Exactly.
Don't make me feel old.
Now,
Don't make me feel
Paul,
old.
I do remember the bulletin boards and things like that. In fact, one of my favorite games in the whole wide world is actually from the early 90s. My uncle had internet before I did. He had he was an electrician and everything else, and he brought a computer home from work. And so if I needed a internet or something, we'd go on Netscape. Hello, Netscape.
But
Netscape Navigator.
but let me go ahead and
Netscape Navigator.
let me throw another thing in there too. Let me throw one more thing in there that this fucking retard isn't thinking about. Guess what, Phil? 90% of the shit we have today on the internet didn't exist in the 90s.
Nope, they had bulletin boards.
So
at
you are
first,
now
and then-
trying to fucking cram what we have in 2024 or whenever this child was killed. And you're trying to say, oh, well, back in my day, back in the 90s, I'm sorry, YouTube wasn't around in the 90s. I'm sorry, Facebook wasn't a thing in the 90s. I'm sorry, MySpace wasn't a thing in the 90s. I'm sorry, Kick wasn't a thing in the 90s. I'm sorry, Forbes wasn't a thing in the 90s. None of the shit we have today was around back then.
Yeah, I got my first computer in 1996 because I needed it for college. And I absolutely would have way too much fun in AOL chat rooms and get myself kicked out of the legitimate chat rooms because it was just too easy to piss them off. And all I had to do,
I trolled the AOL rooms. Yep.
Oh God. All I had to do whenever I got into the legitimate in rooms is all I had to do was say, hey, hey, hey. And they looked at my name and instantly kicked for some reason. I don't know. Dude,
I remember going on the old bulletin boards.
Yeah, bulletin boards. Yahoo was out. I used to use Excite as my search engine all the time. I used to go in AOL chat rooms. I would go on Yahoo chat rooms. I used to go on IRC. I had an ICQ, which I'm pretty sure might still be active somewhere. Yeah, exactly.
I love the ICQ.
Oh my God, I loved ICQ.
This is I'm just gonna let it ride. Fuck it.
Use it for a set amount of time because I had other things to do. I had chores to do. I had homework to do. You know, I had a variety of life. I didn't just sit there on the internet talking to people.
Oh, and there was another thing, Phil.
I doubt that.
You weren't really passing out pictures back then in the 90s either.
If I took a picture in the 90s, I had to go to the copy store to have someone scan the picture, the actual physical picture, put it on a disc, and then I could save it to the computer and then send it off. And maybe an hour later that photo would be uploaded.
Yeah. It's not like where I can snap a picture and it's up right now. Like, oh,
it's not to get a picture to happen. Yeah, because back then, whenever like the internet was really coming into its own back then, you know, personal scanners were not a thing. That was expensive. People didn't have that. People didn't have webcams.
There was no such thing as a webcam back then.
My computer came with a microphone. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had one. You know?
Phil,
I mean, there were so many things back then that weren't a thing. Hell, I remember when I was in college, and it was the early 2000s, and our IT department got all excited because they finally got a CD burner.
Oh damn!
The one, you know which one I'm talking about. Where it was just the box and it was a big huge thing. And he is the guy. His name was Charles. He comes running in our department. I happen to work in institutional research. He comes running in. You guys, you want to see it? I have a CD burner. And he comes running in and he's all excited. So we go running over there because I work down the nerd hall, as they called it. Because further down was the computer science department. And at night. So yeah, I worked down the nerd hall.
I think that's personally unhealthy for a kid to be doing.
It was in like a box, so you couldn't touch it because if you hit it, you're fucked.
Right? In a lot of ways, I get it. Look, my life right now is so much on the internet because my work is on the internet. Everything is on the internet, right? Well, kids should have a variety of life, not just sitting there on the internet all day, everything digital, virtual. So.
The kids have the internet babysitting them. The kids have the internet babysitting them today. Back in your day, Phil, back in my day, the TV was the babysitter. You know, and sometimes, yeah, you would go outside if you were an active kid, and I was an active kid. I, had this, giant open space and a bunch of the neighborhood kids, and I would all go run around and, sometimes we wouldn't even come home in time when our parents started yelling for us to come eat dinner.
Diary.
Yes.
Do you remember the one thing that would come on after the 10 o'clock or the 11 o'clock news? That one commercial that would come on. Parents, do you know where your kids are?
Yes.
Why? Because 9 out of 10, they didn't fucking know.
Parents, you know where your kids are.
Yeah. Parents, do you know where your kids are? And it was always after the late news on TV. Always.
See, they said immediately, oh, we got to do something. Let's just outlaw social media. I'm like, well, wait. What would have happened? Or how could this have happened if the parents were actively involved in the lives of the kids that this is happening
Okay,
to? I'm
so
confused.
it may not have had. Do you know where your children are?
Answer. You're never gonna get. You're never gonna get the media to dig that deep into the story.
Yes.
Apparently.
Yes, that's what he believes.
Phil thinks everything
Please,
in extremes.
I'm waiting for him to go after what happened at my company this week. I'm waiting. I know
Right? You never will. Because he's like,
yeah, I know what happened.
The girl was a victim. You're right. They're all victims. The pedophile's the one in the wrong here. But at some point, there should have been a defense
No,
against
there's
the
no
pedophile.
but after the pedophile's in the wrong, Phil.
You just nullified your own argument. The pedophile's wrong. But
no but. There is no but that comes after the pedophile is wrong.
The pedophile is wrong.
But had the parent been involved, and it's like, Phil, the parents could have been there, and the pedophile that was after their 16-year-old daughter, unless he was live on screen, and they can clearly see that this person was 50 plus years old. How are they going to know? Because hello, you can generate an AI picture of some random dude somewhere that's 16 years old, send it out to this guy. I'm not trying to tell y'all how to do this. Send it out to some kid somewhere. And thank you. And turn around and say, make me a 16-year-old boy or a 16-year-old girl and send it out to people. And they don't know. The kid doesn't know that that's not them. The parents won't know unless he's live. Like I said, unless he's live on screen. The parent is trusting that this person that is presenting themselves as a person that is of or around their child's age is who they are.
Oh, there should have been multiple
No parent
layers
is going to sit there and do a background check on everybody that their kids talk to.
Of protections for this child against the pedophile, and the line level layer is the parent. So where the fuck the parents were, I want to know. Why were they not actively protecting their daughter from this online? I don't get it. That's number one.
Again, what if the parent what if the parent was? What if the parent was involved? The parent was an active parent. I just said, what if everything that the daughter was told and had proved to the parent that this guy that she was talking to was of the age range that was appropriate for her daughter?
I'll do you one better.
They didn't find out that this guy was 50 years old till the daughter actually went to this fucker's house.
I'll do you one better. Where was Phil when his wife was calling him for 30 minutes about the tire being stolen?
Thank you.
Why weren't you protecting your daughter, Phil?
Why aren't you protecting your wife?
Yeah. Why didn't you answer your phone immediately and go see what your wife needed? This motherfucker is always checking his goddamn phone every day. And the one time he should have been checking his phone, doesn't look at it. Doesn't check on his wife. Misses multiple calls for 30 fucking minutes. And he's doing this. He's doing this to his fucking wife and has the nerve to say, where were the parents? Where were you when your wife needed you, Phil? Where were you when Panda needed you?
Right?
The same arguments can be thrown right back at you.
And not only that, you know where his priorities lie because remember what you told me? They were out because the internet was down. And the moment he gets a notice from Xfinity that their internet's back up, he's like, okay, well, we have to stop what we're doing because I have to go home and stream.
Yeah. Whatever fun they were having, he immediately abandoned that shit to go home and start streaming.
So, Phil, it's obvious that you do not give a shit about your wife.
I'm actually going to be doing a video pretty soon. I'm going to try and do it tomorrow, maybe. That I'm going to just tear into him of the way he treats his woman his soulmate, his
Oh, you mean the retarded bitch that stares at a blank TV screen?
Yeah. The way that he blames her for everything in the house. I dare say what's going on in that house is emotional and financial abuse. He may not be hitting her, but god damn it, that man is
the emotional abuse
abusing
through the
her.
roof.
Yeah, he's abusing this woman. I mean, the way he went on about her having to make some frozen ass meatloaf. Phil, get up off your fucking ass and make yourself some dinner. You cannot be that inept that you cannot cook a frozen meatloaf.
All you do is throw it on a pan, throw it in the fucking oven. It does the rest.
Exactly.
Leaving out that when he docks Kat's place of work where she worked at. Oh yeah, that too.
Yeah,
or when he threw her under the bus, saying, "Hey, the trolls didn't find the restraining order from Superman beating her." Why'd you throw that out there, Phil? Nobody knew its existence. Why did you throw that out there? Thank you for letting us know, though. I mean, we'll gladly go look into it now. And then we found out the truth in that. So there you go, Phil.
Okay, now going a little further than that is
a little further. No, there is no further, Phil. Only thing you did. The pedophile's in the wrong here, but look, he only killed the fucking child. Who cares? The real problem, the real blame is on the goddamn mother. The fucking mother wasn't there to protect her goddamn child. I want to know where the parent was. Why wasn't the parent doing their job? That's your stance? That's a pretty shitty fucking stance if I ever heard one.
I have to say, that's a pretty shitty fucking...
Like, no one should have to worry about something like that. You know, the last thing on a parent's mind with their kid on the internet watching fucking Blue's Clues on YouTube is their child getting fucking abducted and murdered by a pedophile. No, that's the last on any parent's mind, Phil.
So did this 2020 hindsight? It's just be impeccable. You know, the parents should have, the kid should have, the pedophile should have. It's like, yeah, great. Woulda, coulda, shoulda, asshole. It happened. A pedophile killed a kid. That's it. That's the list. No pedophile, but
yeah,
no.
It ends with the pedophile killed this fucking kid. That's where it ends at.
And then the pedophile goes in, and no, but the pedophile goes in the wood chipper. That is the only.
Yeah, that's the only other but.
Yeah.
Put him on the fucking wall.
Social media to blame. Well, here's the thing. I do feel like these social media companies get away with a hell of a lot, man. They really do. They on a daily basis.
Wait, hold on. So what is your stance? You just said you don't agree with this article, and then you turn out and say that social media gets away with a lot. What is your fucking stance then?
They are getting all of your information that you're willingly and actively posting up.
No shit, Phil. Tell me something I didn't know, you retarded fuck. Where are we going?
On those sites. Facebook is the worst. You know, Facebook, now it's Meta, I guess. For 20 years, some people have been posting up daily updates, photos, geotagged pieces of information.
Like every other place? Like people on fucking this site we're on right now will say they're going on a vacation to Japan. They're going to a vacation to Italy. They're going to a vacation to Greece. They are fucking saying exactly where they're going and how long they're going, so people who want to fuck with them know their house will be unadvised or unwatched or whatever fucking word is, because I can't think of it right now, and they're gonna go in there and do some shit if they choose to. How many times have we heard of football stars who on social media say they're going to Cancun or wherever the fuck it is, and they come back and the goddamn mansion has been broken into? Why? Because they fucking put all the shit online that they're going away. That is nothing but a... Oh,
and that just happened to Travis Kelce and Mahomes. They were off playing a game. I forget where it was. They were off doing their job, playing a game, and both of their houses got
when people want to talk in public, and I'm going to say in public, when people want to talk in public, like Walmart or whatever, and they say, oh yeah, my daughter or son has a soccer, football, basketball, insert whatever game here at this time on this day. Oh. And the person that has ill intent, that knows where that person lives, or maybe not, but they know they can follow him, be like, okay, you're not going to be here at this residence at 5 to 7. Cool. Thanks for giving me the invitation to your home.
I work here. I live here. I hang out here. I drink after work at this bar. I'm single. I'm married. I'm this. I'm that. They're giving their entire lives away on the internet.
You mean like you do?
Right. Phil, you give it away every day.
How you did daily
Every
vlogs
one.
in the past, saying
Post your
everything.
schedule, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Right? Home
Another
because you
app
won't be
tag
streaming that
worse than
day.
Facebook's cat. Oh yeah, you can catfish people. I mean, why do you think Craigslist did away with their fucking dating site? Because
They still have
motherfuckers was
misconnections. I'm just saying.
yeah, I know. Because motherfuckers was getting killed, raped, and kidnapped.
Yep. I'm just happy they still have misconnections because those are fun to read. Just
That
saying.
shit was
Keep it up-
rampant
keep it
on
up, Craigslist.
Craigslist. So what did Craigslist do to fix it? They got rid of it. They had to do something.
Yeah, and if you went on
companies
Craigslist personal ads back in the day, and if you to see what I saw, you'd have to have an Android or you had to pull it up on your computer. You couldn't pull it up on an iPhone. iPhone likes to censor their shit.
Yeah.
But if you pulled it up on an Android or you pulled it up
preying
online,
on them.
you saw somebody's family jewels. It was not unheard of to see naked pictures.
Oh yeah, it wasn't.
Taking all that
They were
data
showing
and
you
they are
everything.
selling it off like crazy to make insane amounts of profits. Do you really think that Facebook makes money on people just using the site, posting up updates?
Do you honestly
No, they
think
make
social
money
media is the
on
only
your
one selling
data that
your
you gave
information?
the site for free, and now they go have.
Yes, Phil, you're talking about something that was already explained back in 2016, 17 by the show Adam Ruins Everything. It was already explained there that if Facebook had charged people $5 a month, this wouldn't be a fucking issue with them selling your information. This has already been explained years ago. You're fucking behind the times. Can you please catch up?
Have big business based off of that data. That's where their profits lie.
Do you honestly think it's just social media selling your information?
So in
According
regards
How about
to
those newsletters
to
you
social
signed
media,
up for?
should there be some level of accountability?
Hell, even better. Let's go beyond social media, right? Let's go beyond the internet. How do you think you get all the damn solicitation in the fucking mail?
And some level of protection and some level of responsibility? I do think so. And sadly, I do feel like this day and age is getting completely out of control. We've got people who are actively live streaming themselves on places like Twitch or Kick or others committing crimes. And they just think this is content.
And they're being dealt with. People who commit crimes on these platforms are getting yeeted off these platforms. This last one with fucking Jesse Smalley was the final straw, and they booted his ass off a Kick because of it.
What Phil's advocating for is full anonymity on the internet. Great. Let's have all the trolls come in fully anonymous onto your ass, Phil.
Right.
2014 and 2016 that got reported. Thank you, Vanguard. So yeah, again though, this is still old fucking news that Phil is sitting there trying to explain to people. And it's like, dude, people knew this shit for years. You were behind the time. For a person who's been on the internet for 16 fucking years, you're pretty fucking stupid / retarded.
This is for me to make it big. This is how I'm going to get noticed on the internet. And then that website that literally just live broadcast crimes is never held accountable whatsoever for it, as if it's just fine that it happened. Or, you know.
Because they get rid of the content. That's why they're protected, Phil. You don't seem to get that when people do crimes on these platforms, the person gets yeeted and the content gets deleted. Do you not? What was the guy who wrecked his fucking car with his friend inside while filming on? I think it was Kick. He wrecked his car. Kick yeeted his ass off because him live streaming is what caused the accident. And then let's go beyond that. Let's go beyond that. What was that stupid show on Netflix? I call it stupid. It's not really stupid. Or it could be. I don't fucking know. But what is the show on Netflix where people were blindfolded and had to drive down the street and shit? They had to drive through the city or whatever. It was like some fucked up game show. People turned around.
No idea.
People turned around and was doing that in real life and filming themselves doing it. So, do we still blame these platforms when the person decided to do this action? You know, do we blame Netflix?
Blame the parents. Blame the parents.
No, that's the worst part, Thyri. That's the worst part. It was the mother doing it.
What about the people that were watching the show Jackass and imitating that, jumping off the roofs and landing on people?
Yeah, Jack, thank you.
Blame the parents. Blame all the parents.
So
yeah, all the.
But here's my thing. Here's my thing.
Watching Jackass and trying to do all that stuff, and throwing softballs at each other's nuts and hurting each other.
Yeah. So is this
Canada.
so? Do we turn around and blame Netflix for making this show for these dangerous games? And people being stupid enough to try to imitate that into reality. Do we go after Netflix? Do we find Netflix for that? When all they did was put out a piece of media for us to consume and get brain rot with. I'm sorry, they can't be held accountable if someone's dumbass 30-some-year-old mother decides to get in the car and imitate the show and fucking wreck into their husband's fucking Jeep or wreck into a cop car down the road.
They ban the account later, but it's like, at what point will there be accountability for this stuff with the company, with everyone? Like, what is going on with them?
So what is your take? Who is in the right? Who is in the wrong? Who are you standing with? What is your opinion? Because you just said this, you disagree with this, and then you turn around and say you're disagreeing with the power that the companies get. Whose fucking side are you on?
Our world right now, everyone's so desperate for attention that they're doing these.
You mean like you?
Yeah, says the
fucking streamer wanting attention. A resurgence. Come on, guys, let's get those likes up so we can get more people to come to DSP stream.
Right?
Do you not realize you can't fucking talk about wanting attention online when you yourself is a person doing this to get views, attention, and money?
Put it this way, Phil. Steve-O came to a club where I live at and stapled his nuts to his leg.
Ow.
Just saying.
Goldberg jackhammer move. Yeah.
These heinous things online. Okay. Now, do I think that social media should have been outright banned for anyone under the age of 16? I think that's a bit harsh. You know, and the other thing, this is what totally doesn't make sense.
Again, I should stop pausing because we're already like we're 2.5 hours into the stream and we haven't even gotten an hour into his. He still has yet to tell us his fucking stance. He has yet to tell us what could possibly be an idea. We still have yet to get anywhere.
Sense to me. So they banned TikTok, Facebook, Snapchat, Reddit, X, and Instagram. They didn't ban Twitch. They didn't ban any video streaming service at all, actually. None of those are streaming services,
including.
right?
Yeah, it says including.
Including. That doesn't mean they're not.
They just named the big ones. So,
yeah, the ones you will that you will recognize.
They didn't ban YouTube? Are you shitting me? YouTube.
And then on top of that, here's the thing. Here's the thing though. Here's the thing.
Oh God, why you had to pause on that face?
Here's the thing too though. These sites are not banned. They are banning 16 and below from these sites. There's a huge difference there. These sites are not banned. The people are being banned from using the sites. So again, even though he just read this whole goddamn thing, he's still too fucking retarded. And he's like, oh, well, you ban these sites, but not you. No, they ban the people from using the sites. The sites are not banned. These sites will still exist in Australia.
I think he has selective hearing.
He does.
He has mental retardation.
Why you had to stop on
Mr.
this
Beast,
stuff?
arguably,
I can't help where I pause
the
at.
most influential man on the planet towards your children.
Why are
you
you
didn't
bringing him
ban
into
that or
this?
block that. They said that was one of their provisions that it was allowed to
Did
stay
they bring
up.
him up right here?
Remember,
No.
it said YouTube and a bunch others got exceptions to the rule.
Because YouTube already has things in place. YouTube Kids.
Well, not only that, the
YouTube
other
has
reason why they would've-
a protection in place for kids. That's why they can exempt YouTube.
Not only that, the other reason that they're probably exempting YouTube and WhatsApp, especially like WhatsApp, but YouTube, is because guess what some teachers use? 'Cause
YouTube,
there
that's
are
what it says.
educational- Yeah, because there's educational stuff on here.
And they
Google
have
Classroom.
YouTube, and they have YouTube Kids, where stuff like Phil's does not show up on the on the
Exactly.
feed. However, you have to register for the site as a child.
Yep.
And how many kids are registering saying, "Oh yeah, I'm 18. Yeah, I'm not a kid. I don't just want to watch Baby Shark all the time. I want to see Dark Side Phil for whatever reason.
Exactly.
I want to
It's
watch
one-
Markiplier. I want to watch Jacksepticeye. Whatever.
YouTube. YouTube is 99% entertainment at this point. It really isn't used that much for informative
I was in
purposes.
college and we
Why
had
would
to
they
use
be
YouTube for
okay?
classes.
Right? So it really sounds to me like, again, this was selective legislation. I don't know. Maybe particularly this girl who passed away was because she was on one of these
Yeah,
sites. I
let's
think they said it
blame
was
her.
fake.
Oh my God! Now we're gonna blame
Let's
the
blame
fucking
her.
child that was murdered.
Let's blame the murdered child for all of this.
Holy shit, Phil!
Let's just blame the murdered child. It's her fault that all this has happened.
my
yeah,
God.
if she wouldn't have
Oh my
died, we
God.
wouldn't have to worry about that. If it wouldn't have been her, Phil, it would have been somebody else.
If the child didn't go on social media, the child wouldn't have gotten murdered. So now it's the child's fault, the parents' fault, and the pedophile butt.
My mouth is open.
Phil is honestly roundabout defending the pedophile.
And no ifs, ands, or buts
And,
about
and
it.
nobody picked up on this? Please tell me your favorite detractors have picked up on this.
He's in a roundabout way, indirectly defending that pedophile.
Child murdered, Phil Burnell most affected. Exactly, Bat Boy.
hmm
Oh my fucking God, Phil.
Because, like y'all said, he's blaming the parents because they weren't active. Now he's blaming the kid for being killed because if the kid wouldn't have been killed, well, if the parents were more active, and then the kid wouldn't have been killed, and then this law wouldn't be there, and then you know what? Pedophiles are free.
I don't believe this.
Facebook actually.
Come on, Phil, stop
was
drawing
the
that line.
culprit there that
What are you
that
trying to
caused this
tell us?
happen, and maybe that's why. But
Why do you need to highlight Facebook?
Let's go.
one of these sites, I think they said it was Facebook actually, was the culprit there that
Facebook was the culprit there.
But where does it say that?
Yeah, where?
It says this law will make platforms yada yada liable
Including-
for fines.
Why don't
It doesn't say.
your assumption, Phil?
Yeah, it's not saying. Oh yeah, Facebook got this person killed. Where does it say
GTG
that?
was all struck. Okay.
Yeah, because he's like I said, if you look at the line he's drawing, he is basically like it's everybody else's fault, not the pedophile. If the child wouldn't have had access, if the parents would have been more active, the pedophile wouldn't have did what he did. Period.
Oh my God, Phil,
He is excusing the actions of the pedophile.
you have changed my outlook on you again, and it was already pretty fucking low. But
He's acting like even. Sorry, just real quick. He's acting like if even if this didn't exist, that this couldn't have happened anyways.
like
Like he could have gone out and done this to somebody
Somebody else's child.
Yeah, somebody else's child would have made this happen. But no, according to Phil, this poor girl who lost her life because of this disgusting human.
It's Facebook's fault.
It's Facebook's fault. It's the parents' fault. It's her fault. The pedophile has nothing to do with this. He is the
pedophile's
exception to this
wrong.
rule.
Remember, the pedophile's wrong, but
yeah, but no, the pedophile's wrong, but he's the exception to the rule. Because had this girl not made herself available, then he wouldn't have done what he did.
Pedophile butt.
Mm-hmm.
That caused this to happen, and maybe that's why.
Typical,
Facebook allowed this to happen. Where in all of this bullshit did it say Facebook was the reason?
This is that mentality that is, he's victim shaming. He is. So if anybody's ever been SA'd or anything of that nature, Phil is now blaming you for the reason. Like, girls can't wear, oh my God, I can see Phil reading this and seeing this as a graping or something. And Phil going, well, what was she wearing?
I could see him making that argument. Yeah. I could see him making that argument.
What was she wearing?
I would go through the roof. I would fucking lose it.
He's saying now about this girl.
Yeah, it is.
He is sitting here basically asking, well, what was she wearing? What was she telling him?
That would be basically saying that
it's her fault. Exactly.
Yeah, he's blaming her for it.
He is under the radar, saying that this girl this is the reason that all this happened is because her parents and her fault.
Yeah.
This is what I think is underlying with him. This is where it gets even worse, at least in my head.
Mm-hmm.
He's blaming her. He's like, it's her fault that she got herself, graped, murdered by this pedophile butt. But now it's affecting Phil. Now it's affecting me.
I can't fucking believe it.
This is where I think this fucker's mind's going.
Exactly.
Like this shit, like, oh my God, like, I have heard some shit. Okay, I have heard a lot of shit in my life. This takes the fucking cake.
Takes it right out the gate.
Dude, it does.
And it takes it so far, it's already gone. It's eaten.
Exactly. Exactly.
And no, that's baloney. Someone said, "Oh, YouTube's not social media." Abso-freaking-lutely, YouTube is social media. 1,000,000%.
Okay. Hell, they
I'll
made exceptions for YouTube because, as it stated, classrooms use YouTube for learning. That's why it was made an exception. They made the exception for schools. You read it. You fucking read it. And you were still arguing. Again, I still don't understand.
You should lose more than a fucking whale.
I still don't understand. What is our stance here?
He still hasn't said it.
Yeah, he still hasn't told me his fucking stance yet.
YouTube is social media. YouTube, when the first YouTube pages were created back in the day, it looked like MySpace. The entire channel page was a MySpace page, basically. You can
what does that have
again?
To do with
what is your fucking stance?
Post up daily updates. You can do video form. You can do text form. You can directly interact with your viewers and audience.
That's not what anybody asked, dude. They're asking.
It's social media. 100%.
Yeah, Chunks, you can give away games.
Yeah. Yes, you can.
Just DM
you can post it up yourself. It's fine.
Or post it up yourself, and first come, first serve. If you want to do that, yeah.
This argument is fucking lame, dude.
It's stupid. It's retarded.
For some odd reason, didn't want to include YouTube, and that's weird.
It stated why it didn't include YouTube, not for some strange reason. For learning, for classrooms. You fucking read it, you Neanderthal.
Jesus.
How has, God forgive me, but how is Darwinism haven't taken your ass yet?
Warning labels.
Because I would say a lot of these relationships and things are happening on a place like YouTube as well, not just on a Facebook. Although I think Facebook is the biggest.
Where, Phil? Where? I can go to any fucking comment section on YouTube, and I don't see people, hey girl, what you wearing right now? Hey, I like this game too. You want to get together and talk about it maybe? Question mark. Hey, 20-some-year-old girl looking for a nice hot fling that has to be at least muscular with their chest bulging. Oh, it must drive a Lexus. It has a bank account of at least 6 figures. Talk to me. I don't see shit like that on fucking YouTube. But we, you know what? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It happens in Phil's chat where people are role playing fucking each other. I'm sorry. I get it. You're right, Phil. You're right. My bad, man. My bad. I was wrong.
Sounds
Phil.
like projection then on his part.
Yeah.
It is.
God damn.
Fender.
Oh, there you go.
Steam?
Trump's
First
giving
come,
away
first
Steam.
serve? First come, first serve. First one that gets it has it.
KOTOR won. Good luck to everybody out there.
So anyway, overall, I'm curious to see how long this stands and how it will be enforced. Because like they said, really the question mark here, because this only was, what, the 28th or 29th that it passed. So it's not even been, what, a whole week yet? Or maybe now it just hit a week. How could this possibly be enforced? Because, as they said, it doesn't seem like there's any way that they could actually prove someone's age. They're not allowing them to actually, like, request a government ID.
All right,
So how are you
look,
going to
there's
prove
a
someone's
second
age?
one.
Someone
KOTOR 2. Hell yeah.
Out, and then they have access to social media.
On Steam.
But how do
Grab
you
it
prove
while you can, guys, before those codes are gone.
I don't know.
Let's
and it
go.
doesn't seem like anyone knows.
Again, Phil, you haven't told me your stance. I am still waiting for your stance.
So again, this seems like, I mean, the law is well intentioned. The law seems like they.
Wait, what? You just said you were against it. Now you're saying it's good intent. Which one is it?
Want to hold social media companies accountable. I'm for part of that. All right. But for me, I scratch my head when it comes to.
So, Phil.
The fence sitting. The fence sitting is
The fence.
just.
Are you
crazy.
enjoying that fence prop up your butt? Because goddamn if you're not riding it hard.
Phil, is your stomach bulging out from that goddamn fence yet up your ass? Because what the absolute fuckery is this going on here, Phil?
Now we got a third game, if Force Unleashed Sith
Ooh,
Edition.
that's a good one. That's a good one. I thought about playing that on stream.
I mean,
I gotta get back in the KOTOR on
there you
stream
go.
too. Let him continue to yap. Oh God.
How would you enforce it? How do you even think you're going to? And like they said in this very article, no one seems to have that answer. It seems like there was legislation that was just rushed without planning it out. Like,
That happens in every form of parliament, every form of government.
Right, Lynn?
The U.S. does it all the time. They enact fucking policies and nobody knows how the fuck it's supposed to be implemented, but we'll figure this shit out later. Let's just get it in now, though. We can put it in, we can write it in now and figure it out in by next year. This is not unheard of. What's up, Lunar Guardian?
again, very reminiscent of what a lot of Democrats have done in the United States. Rush a law out. Oh, now it's
Oh, I just said that. Oh, God damn it. You'd swear I watched it because I'm predicting it.
passed, but no one can actually do anything with it because no one planned on how to do it. Oh, Obamacare is passed, but no one can have this health care for 6 months because
It was not no fucking 6 months.
What
you
he's
know, we
talking.
didn't
This
have
is
the
what he's talking
infrastructure.
about. This is when it comes to Obamacare. This is what he's talking about. The structure was put there. The implementation was. They had the framework. They needed to get all of the schematics and all of the intricacies done because they needed to find out from the states whether or not they were going to be in the federal marketplace or they were going to have their own marketplace. And if they had their own marketplace, this is what it had to be like. It had to basically be the same type of framework that the federal government had, except it was strictly on their dime, not the federal government. But they still had to offer the same type of benefits that the federal government one did. So, yeah. It was just who was going to regulate it. Did you want the federal government to regulate your marketplace, or did you want the state to regulate your marketplace? There you go, Phil. And
That's
you
what's up,
can't
Lunar.
pin this. And here's the best part. Here's the best part, Phil. You can't argue that it's
scared,
just
Paul.
Democrats. You can't argue that it's just Democrats that push legislation through, because Republicans and Independents and every other fucking party on this face of this fucking planet does the same damn thing.
For it. For the record, FYI, it took me, all right, almost, I think it was around 7 months to get healthcare when I moved here. I should have had it day one.
That's on you. The most you should have had to wait to get healthcare was maybe a week, maybe 2 at best by a stretch. But if it took you months, that's on you. You obviously did something fucking wrong.
You should have had healthcare over in Connecticut. Most healthcare providers are across states.
It took me 7 months because their system wasn't working until like January of the next year.
Yeah, because he's
So if
fucking
anything
lazy.
had happened to me,
Exactly.
I had no health.
I know you say because he's like, I'm adding the
Exactly.
fucking in it.
Isn't that dandy? You know, but this is what you don't hear about. It's the same thing here.
Yes, people do hear about things that are happening within the healthcare field, Phil. You know, there's sources you can go to online or the news programs you can tune in on that will fill you in on everything that's happening.
No,
They may
just
not
like
they
you're
may not
scrolling
tell you
AP
every
right now,
single nuance, but you'll get the gist of what's fucking happening.
You know, I mean, just like you're on AP right now talking about this law, you can go on AP and find other stuff.
So this law's in effect, but how do you prove that anyone's a certain age? Who's going to enforce it? Was any of this thought of, or do we just want to pass a law quickly?
Yeah.
It would have been better if this story was, oh, law's passed. Here's exactly how it's going to work. Everything's in place perfectly. Here's how it's accountability. Instead, it's like a...
Hey, Ice.
Yeah. What's up?
Breathe, my guy, breathe.
Wait, hold on, Ice.
Hey, what's
hold
up?
on. Welcome to the world of DSP politics. Trust
Yes.
me, you are just still hitting the tip of this iceberg. Trust me, it gets way worse than this. I remember watching this live through Broadside stream.
Yeah.
Him and I were losing our minds, and I was cussing up a storm while at work. It is terrible.
I
The
felt
way-
so bad for bro. I felt
I'm
so
losing my
bad for
mind
him.
right now.
What to my mind? Because I literally
He yeeted his headset.
It was so bad. It was so bad. I was like, no, that's why I can't watch this politics show while I'm at work because I was swearing left and right. And thank God it was at night. But imagine during the day doing this. I'd be in
Phil.
trouble. But
Oh my
it's so
god.
bad.
Phil, there is no policy that has ever made on this goddamn planet that says this is what we're going to do, this is what's in place, this is the infrastructure already ready. There is not, because guess what? You're talking about dealing with international businesses, Phil. You can't just up and call fucking Japan and be like, hey, I'm going to enact a policy, or I'm planning to have a policy enacted. What do we have to do to make sure it goes smoothly in your country?
A news article. The news article is not going to post the entire plan for implementation.
Thank you.
That's stupid. That's stupid. That would.
Wait until. Sorry, wait, hold on, because I'm sorry. Let me say this.
Oh yeah, because you're at work. Go ahead.
Yeah. Ladies, wait till it gets to the PETA part. Both y'all really going to get angry.
I was reading that earlier. Oh my god.
Bro, trust me. When
I'm ready to get angry.
I got so heated. Huh?
Oh.
I am ready to get angry. I am so ready to get angry.
I said, let me pop in and check on that because I know he's about ready to just start tearing shit up.
I done banged my head against my desk like 3 times already.
No, I mean you got ready to flip your desk. But anyways, let me get back to work. I think I popped in and let say give you an idea of what you're about to get into because I did warn you that it gets worse. And
Yes, you
still,
did.
Yeah, I made the meat of potatoes.
Oh
You still haven't
man.
hit. Keep going.
Half story.
All right,
And
you
that's
guys.
sad.
See you later.
Take care,
Bye,
Vanguard.
Vanguard.
Some good could be done.
You too.
Oh no,
All right.
actually, it's just a bunch of lawmakers who just fast tracked this to be stupid and didn't actually think it out. And now who knows if anything will actually happen, right? So I'll be keeping an eye on this.
You keep it. You
No, you're
never
not.
once gave us your
No,
take
you're
though.
not.
Hold on.
Phil, you're not going to keep an eye on this unless it becomes major news and the U.S. decides to do something probably close to it.
And he's never given his take.
Her bottom line. That's the only way.
He never gave a take. He never gave a take. We never got a take on it.
Position.
His position is firmly on that fence post.
Oof. That
Keep
thing's
following
coming
the
out of his
story
mouth at this
moving
point.
Forward. I'm very
Right?
curious to know if and how they're actually going to enforce
Motherfucker
it.
getting spit roasted by a fence.
And I definitely want to get more information on that when possible, and I'll let you know when I find out. Okay? Cool.
Oh, please go.
All right. So,
come
by
on.
the way,
What's
we're
next?
up to 200 viewers now. Like I said, I assumed we were probably going to get roughly 200 viewers for this show once it got into full swing, and here we go. Okay?
The Snow White trailer?
All right, well, thank
oh
you
my
guys,
god.
for chilling with me here. That was only our first story. Like I said, I don't know how many stories we're going to get to today.
I'm skipping all that. I don't give a fuck about any of that.
So this one is so
Big,
funny.
big.
All right. Now, as you guys know, I'm not involved with online drama or anything like that. I don't follow those topics.
Bullshit.
You know that there's people who are well versed in it, such as Kino Casino, right? And in this case, this story hit my local
Thank you,
news this
Vanguard.
week, okay, on Thanksgiving of all days, or actually this was a couple days after Thanksgiving, the 30th of November, and I read the story, and I'm like, what? Like,
Hold on. Your body, my choice become a rallying cry for some men, mimicking the 1960s anti-abortion slogan.
I will tell you right now, there are guys on Facebook that says that there's videos of that and women are tearing them a new asshole. But anyway, continue.
I can make a fucked up joke, but I'm just gonna let it ride.
I couldn't even believe the story was posted in a mainstream news site. This is my local news, King 5 News, okay, a subsidiary of NBC.
Oh, now I know why he brought back the King Monitor in full force. King 5 News. Thank you, Phil. Thank you. The truth will set you free.
And I read the story, I'm like, huh? And I had to respond. So let's skim through the story, shall we? Emboldened Amandasphere accelerates threats towards women after U.S. election. Your body, my choice, has become a rallying cry for some men, mimicking a 1960s anti-abortion slogan. I'm just going to pose this to the audience tonight and to those, who may be watching this clip. Did you recognize anyone making this some kind of a hot slogan right now?
It said some men, Phil.
It's gonna be a night, right,
specifies some men.
Here we go.
Not all men, not a quarter of men, not half of men, not 75% of men, not 100% of men. Some men.
Could literally be two guys.
Yeah, or 20 at max.
Yeah. It's
Some
not
men.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, Phil.
There, like I said on TikTok, there are some guys, meaning, out of the hundreds of thousands of videos that probably get posted, maybe a small fraction, under 5%, are guys saying that. And why are they saying that?
A lot of it was trolls.
Exactly. A lot of it is just clickbait. A lot of it is just, hey, if I say something controversial, people will stitch me. They will see my video. They will come to my page, and they'll see that everything else is completely different. It is clickbait. It is troll food. That is all that is. And yeah, some guys do honestly think that way, but majority of the people that posted the videos were honestly doing it to go viral.
Look, this
looks like this.
This goes towards master sub type thing. Look, this is master sub talk right here. That's all this is. Look, Icy's my pet, my sub, my slave, her body, but it's my choice what I do with her. Okay, that's it.
He's lucky I'm not in Virginia right now.
I'd get fucking hit for that one.
Have you been on social media? Have you seen the videos? Your body, my choice. Your body, my... What are they talking
Where the fuck did you hear that at? I didn't hear it.
about? Like, this isn't...
Oh, my favorite is the
This is
Alpha
literally, I'm
Dom
not
dating
kidding you,
coach on
one person.
TikTok. He was
Okay?
roasted.
One singular person. Okay? So let's go ahead and read their article. The days after the presidential election, Sadie Perez began carrying carrying pepper spray with her around campus. Her mom ordered her and her sister a self-defense kit that including keychain spikes, a hidden knife key, and a personal alarm. Okay, guess what? They should have had
They
that
live
anyway.
in Chicago. I would have done the same
Even
thing.
before the election, if your daughters are on a university campus,
Oh yeah,
They should
thank
have
you.
self-defense
Big ups
things
to
on
everyone
them.
in
And by the
chat.
way, men should
Damn, I
too.
didn't even realize we had
Yay.
25.
It's
Big
not a
ups.
very
Oh
safe
wow!
world.
Hi everyone.
You should have those
Hi,
things. It shouldn't be,
chat.
because Trump won the election, now I feel unsafe. It should be, you have a fucking brain and you realize that you need self-defense stuff if you're going to be around by.
Or perhaps, or this is just me thinking out the box. Perhaps the mother was already planning this and decided to do this. The story got out and then it got morphed into something else entirely. I'm not saying that is. I'm just saying it's a possibility. It is not hard to twist a simple gesture into something else.
By yourself at night, anywhere, a campus included. So immediately, this is a dumb beginning to the article.
But
a
see,
response to the emboldened
sometimes
fringe of right-wing manosphere
you're supposed to feel safe on
influencers.
college campuses.
See, Bat Boy got it right. Personal defense
Yes.
kit is a Glock and a knife. Exactly.
Emboldened influencers like myself have come to the forefront to start with our crazy slogans and awful antics, right?
What? I mean, I guess maybe what's the dude's name that does politics?
You would be the last person under the face of this earth that I would consider a fucking influencer.
What's the guy's name? Tim Pool. Maybe Tim Pool might be spouting it. I don't know. Maybe Pastor Eric Miller might be spouting the dumb shit because he's a fucking retard too. I don't know. Maybe the Quartering's saying it. I don't fucking know. But Phil, I don't hear it. So, whatever.
For many women, these words represent a worrying harbinger of what might lie ahead, as some men perceive the election results as a rebuke of reproductive rights and women's rights. By the way, do these women realize they live in Washington State, one of the top 3 most liberal states in the United States, where no one would be walking around saying or acting like that? Like, do they know where they are? I could see if you were like,
just because you live in Washington and it
Americana,
happens to be one of the most
that's like a
liberal states in the
huge
union doesn't
focus
mean that
of,
there's not people that believe
conservative
otherwise.
thought. You live in the most
And then on top, I'm actually gonna stop him right here because this whole fucking thing has already been played to death. Women want and deserve feel safe. This has been an argument for ages. This is nothing fucking new. Women have used anything, and I mean anything, as a cudgel to say we need to be safe. This is nothing new. It's Trump. All right, well, we're going to use that now. I mean, okay.
And it's like, women need to feel safe. I get that. We do.
I don't think he does, Trunks. I don't think he knows Roe versus Wade got overturned.
Right, and that's one of the arguments to this is Roe versus Wade got overturned. There's rumors and whatnot in regards to different types of birth control. And women feel that if they can overturn Roe versus Wade, that they will outright get rid of or make it harder to get other types of birth control, if not completely outlaw them. And so a lot of women, and I'm talking about women that I've seen post on Facebook, and this is not Facebook, but TikTok and whatnot, after the election, a lot of these women are exactly Project 2025. They are looking and going to their gynecologist before Trump takes office to either get an IUD that will last longer than 4 years, that are looking at getting whatever they can before he takes office, because what if they can't get it after the fact because of Project 2025? That's the biggest fear. And that's where a lot of people are, a lot of guys that feel that are of the Andrew Tate and are of the Nick Fuentes mentality.
Nick Fuentes sucking dick.
Are making these videos and whatnot. And a lot of it, like I said, is just mainly to go clickbait and viral. They're turning around and making these videos where they're like, yeah, bitches, it's your body, but it's my fucking choice. How does that feel? Blah, blah, blah. As a white male,
Oh God, Nick Fuentes is in this fucking article.
Yeah, because he's a white nationalist.
Oh my God.
I
guess that makes sense. We did see the picture of Destiny sucking him off, so I guess it fucking makes sense.
So I mean, that's what's going on, and a lot of women are, especially women of color, women that are of the legitimate society, they are honestly living in fear and trying to take whatever actions they can before any of that takes place. And that's why even on TikTok, there's people going, hey, if you want to move to this country, I can tell you how to do it.
Yeah. He's the one that said your body belongs to me. Oh my God. Come on. No, everyone's body is their own body. End of story. I'm not going to get into it. I'm not going to get into it. Ice, don't get into it. Let's just fucking go.
Liberal state. What are you talking about?
Wait, aren't you the same ass clown that sat there and said that, there's so much crime that's rampant in your state? So, I don't know, maybe they should be walking around with some fucking bear mace, maybe a goddamn shotgun. I don't know, something better than, I don't know, nothing?
The fact that I feel I have to carry around pepper spray like this is sad. No, what's sad is that you've allowed yourself to be fear-mongered into doing something that normally you wouldn't do. That's all it is. You're weak-minded, and you can't take the fact that someone you don't like got voted in. You're listening to the insane, nonsensical people online.
Wait. You are weak-minded to be fear-mongered into doing something you normally wouldn't do. So
let's just add female to the end of that sentence, because
he'll call anybody weak-minded. He'll call anybody weak-minded. That's why I didn't mention that.
I'm talking about in the context in which he is talking right now. You might as well just add female to the end of that. You might as well just add to the end of that female. You're a weak-minded female who does not like the person that has been elected. It doesn't matter. First and foremost, they live in Chicago. I don't know why she doesn't have a self-defense kit to begin with. You're on a college campus. You're supposed to feel safe at a college campus.
When we know a lot of times that's the most fucked up shit happens.
And exactly. There's times that a couple of years ago there was a guy harassing women on the campus of Tulane University here in New Orleans. Fucked up shit happens on college campuses too. You need to be aware. But you send your kids off to college thinking they're going to be safe on these campuses because they have security, they have police stations. Some
actually have a police force there.
The college I went to has a police station. They even have holding cells until you get to the real jail.
Ours do too.
So to sit there and assume that she's a weak-minded individual and doesn't like Trump, that's kind of far-fetched.
I mean, that's sexist if you ask me.
It is very sexist. It's very misogynistic, but we already knew that because he blamed everybody but the pedophile in the last article.
Oh, see, Wells Wade said it. Says the guy hiding in his gated community afraid of the cookie trolls.
Thank you.
Who only dummies listen to.
Only dummies listen to. And you wonder why your fucking streak died this night.
Right? Those dummies don't live where you live. So how is this an article in my local news? All right? I've seen a very large uptick in the number of types of misogynistic rhetoric immediately after the election. What? Where? Online? With a bunch of fucking nerds online? What are you talking about? This is not happening in real life. There is no one in the streets saying, your body, my choice. There are no men running around slapping women and treating them horribly now.
Oh, I know.
Wait, wait. Oh my. So, because your body, my choice, your first thought was there's no men running around slapping women and abusing them. That was your
man gangs?
Yeah. He's expecting man gangs to go pick it down the street screaming, my body, your body, my choice.
Okay, Phil.
And slap it, just finding random women and just start, smacking them up.
All right, Thyre, I need you to come here so I can slap you, okay? According to Phil, I'm supposed to be slapping you.
Wait.
I'll bring my ass up there. Fine.
You slapped me, so come on now.
Well, you're deserving of a slap anyway. So
do you think is real life?
Y'all ain't right.
Did it matter that I lost?
So here it is. Here it is. The phrase "your body, my
What
choice"
if
has been
this
largely
group
attributed
of
to a post on the
guys
social platform
that
X
are
from
walking up
Nick
and down the street screaming this slaps
Fuentes,
me, and I'm like,
a
oh baby, do it again.
Holocaust-denying
What-
white
like,
nationalist,
hot.
far-right internet personality
what
who died in
hot?
Trump's Mar-a-Lago club, but Trump says he knew nothing about it.
No,
Yeah,
I
'cause
mean,
he
if
doesn't.
Channing Tatum comes and slaps me, I'm not gonna
Because
stop
he actually
him.
doesn't. So if you want to have a great
I
laugh,
turn the other cheek and bend
I
over.
urge you to watch Kino Casino content on Nick Fuentes.
Phil would love it.
I urge you to watch Kino Casino content on Nick Fuentes.
Nick
So you're
Fuentes.
telling people to go watch two other white nationalists to make fun of a white nationalist. Oh, okay.
So you're literally telling your viewers right now to leave your stream and go see another person. That's what you're telling them.
Yeah. Watch two white nationalists make fun of another white
Gangs of
nationalist.
men just running around screaming.
Okay.
Instead of the Me Too movement, we have the You're My Bitch movement. I don't know what to call it.
Oh my god, I don't know what to make of this. My brain is fried right now off of that one. You
My God.
fucking A. Oh my god, Phil. You dumb son of a bitch. Exactly, to be fair, his chat's already subbed to him, exactly.
They've covered this guy very extensively, okay?
That
I
boy
don't know
ain't
that
right.
much about him, but what I know is that the guy is a laughing stock, especially this last week, as you're going to see when I respond to this news story.
Actually, let me stop you right there. I know what you're going to talk about, Phil. You're talking
News
about
story.
the...
You haven't talked about the women and the roving man gangs yet.
Yeah, I want to know more about these roaming man gangs. I want to know more about that.
Me too. I want to know about Channing Tatum that's coming to slap me.
You know, like if this sounds like a gang right here. It's gonna be a cackle of fun.
That sounds like a fun time. Just saying. Roving man gangs. That's pretty hot.
But
will they be on buses? Will they be on buses? Just curious.
Can I order a roving man gang to my house?
Right? You know.
I mean,
we need details, Phil. Come on, provide.
Will I know the roving man gang when I see it? Will they be like a certain outfit they gotta wear?
Oh god, I can't
will
breathe.
they,
Are they going to have signs? Are they going to have paddles?
Are they gonna have signs and paddles? Are they gonna have like little leather straps and floggers? I mean, how are we doing the slapping? I'm just curious.
God damn, I'm getting hot.
Here's the funny thing, though.
I want this roving man gang now.
Here's
Phil.
the funny thing. He wants to laugh at Nick Fuentes and Destiny because their sex tape got leaked. Sure.
I think Phil is actually jealous of Nick Fuentes
Sure.
and Destiny because their sex tape got leaked.
Here's the
Phil
bad
wants to
thing,
be in that
though.
sex tape.
Here's the bad thing about this, though. He wants to make fun of them that, which, yes, it is funny. It is definitely funny. But the problem is someone committed a crime to hack their device, to acquire said tape, to then post said tape illegally online. A crime has been committed.
So wait, hold on. So bad boy, are roving man gangs gonna have nets? You mean I gotta stand there? Do I have
Yeah.
to run?
Yes, you're gonna get
Do I
captured.
have to run?
God damn it, I gotta run?
Yeah, you can, look,
I don't wanna run.
we have to
Can I
chase you
trip
like
and fall?
cavemen.
Oh
We
no,
have
I
Can I trip
fell.
and fall?
We have to do this like cavemen.
Oh,
I
Rug
walked
like
out of the
women.
house. Oh my god, I fell.
I tripped,
Hi, Channing Tatum.
right?
LTG made the slogan, "It's time for men." Yes. Oh man, this damn. That was unironically funny.
Please, Jason Momoa, don't hit me there. Please, don't.
Please.
Oh my
So,
god.
The implication is that men should have control over or access to sex with women.
Wait. Implication is that men should have control over or access to sex with women.
Men don't have. Okay, so guys in the chat, do y'all not have access to women and sex with us right now?
Apparently
Was that
not.
access denied?
Apparently it was.
Is that why we have the roving man gangs? Because y'all were denied access?
Permission not granted.
Is that how I get access? Do I have to order the roving man gang?
Wait, so for me to be part of this roaming man gang, do I have to submit a form to get with them and participate in the fun?
Can I DoorDash one to my house?
I mean,
Do I have to sign up for a roving man gang?
Are we going back to the old? Are we going back to the old porn videos where it's like, I don't have money for pizza, but we can pay in other ways.
Ouch.
Bounce, bounce.
That's not even what it means.
I'm
is it?
stuck under my
I
bed.
don't even think that's what this post means. I mean, it's equally stupid, right? Like his
Sorry, I was
jokes
getting
are
my net
equally
off.
dumb to that, but I don't even think that's what he's saying, right? And
I
it's
was getting his trident.
disgusting nonsense.
Oh
that
my
he said.
god. That just sounds like a porno in the making.
Oh no, my hand's stuck in my
What
chair.
have I done to your stream? I say, can I see and me together? Suddenly we've got roving man gang.
There's an application and cloak cleaning fee. Oh no, not LTG's cloaks.
When does his post?
No,
Had 35 million views
I
on
just
X
have
in
to
24
ask.
hours. The
Is it
phrase
like
spread rapidly to
handymen
other
that
social
come?
media
Or is
platforms.
it just
Yes,
like-
but not because
Well, they
people
are
like that. That's how dumb they
handymen.
are.
Wink,
And they
wink.
do
Right?
come.
Because it's so
So I
stupid.
can,
Don't you get it?
so
That when
I can go
someone
get stuck
like
in a
Nick
chair,
Fuentes
quote unquote,
says
and they
something
can
this
help me out.
extreme, he's doing it.
Oh
because
no,
he
I
wants
tripped.
attention. He's literally saying, "Let me say the most extreme, stupid thing, so
I'm
that
dying.
people will now regurgitate this all over the internet, and I'll get attention."
Nick Fuentes always has attention. Like, it is bad attention, but the man has attention. It doesn't matter if he's thinking to himself, maybe I should say the most heinous, outrageous, stupid thing in the goddamn planet to get attention. You know who else did that and gained a lot of attention for himself? And in fact, had a TV show. Alex Jones said a lot of heinous fucking shit, man. Had a TV show and all. You know, tired of putting shit in the water to turn the freaking frogs gay. I mean, there are people that will listen to anybody. You have an audience of retards that listen to you every single day.
So mission accomplished.
God.
You're literally writing an entire article about it, so you're giving it more exposure. His nonsense doesn't need to have any seriousness to it whatsoever.
I mean, we were over here geeking about it, Phil. I don't know about you. We're fucking joking on it.
What Kino Casino does, they make fun of the guy constantly.
So here we go with Phil again. Phil, talking about the Kino Casino. So we're talking about white nationalists making fun of a white nationalist because that white nationalist doesn't play ball with the other two white nationalists. But I guess it's kind of funny considering they're laughing at a white nationalist getting his dick sucked by another retarded white nationalist, while the one white nationalist retard shoved a flag way up his ass and showed it online, while the other white nationalist was fucking doing coke and getting his ass beaten in an MMA ring. God damn, Phil, you're promoting them today. Go ahead.
Can we exclude them from the roving man gang?
Yes, they're completely excluded.
Please, Paul. Please, Paul. Fix
Wait,
my
I got
broken
it. I got
TV.
it.
I don't know why it won't turn on.
I would show it, but I know I will get in trouble for it. Aqua Team Hunger Force, where Frylock kept calling that woman over to come fix his computer and turn it on, and the whole time he's just looking at her ass.
Oh my god. So fun story really, really quick. And it does actually tie into this whole roving man gang type of thing. How do you think I learned how to use computers? Like how to fix them? Just saying.
Big man gang taught you?
The roving
The
man
gang.
That's exactly the extent that he should get. Ridicule. For his
Yes.
stupidity. Not actually post it up and say people are like. Does it say 35 million views, but do the people like it?
Phil, it doesn't matter if people like it or not. It made enough of an impact to make your local news. So that means at least a couple of places in your local news thought it was newsworthy. You know, the thing they're supposed to do is talk about the news and the things that are happening in current events and times. They decided to put that up on their website for people like you to read.
Just mad. He is just mad. He's just mad he's not going to be in the roving man gangs.
Oh.
It's a shame, you know. Only the best, the finest are allowed in the roving man gangs.
Exactly. And here,
Oh,
I'm gonna
we gotta do it
say
right.
this now.
So, would you?
I-
So, you would like the roaming man gang to show up at what times at your house?
I'm gonna
That's
say
why I
this.
said I got to DoorDash them.
We have the
for my
finest
roving
quality
man gang,
of
I have
roaming
no-
man
I
gangs.
have- and I'm sure Thyre's in the same boat as me. You know, as far as our roving man gang, we are, there's no discrimination as far as who may join our roving man DoorDash gang.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Oh, we are totally memeing this roving man gang.
Oh my god! Thanks,
Or do
Phil.
they hate
This is
it?
good
That's
halftime
right.
entertainment.
Right? Like, what are you talking about? Do you even know? No, you're just spouting off.
Can I
random
please have
fucking numbers
Sharuk
by
and
Francis
Horrific
Wright
from
think
India,
tank.
please?
The fuck are you
Can we
talking
The
about?
import
roaming
men to
man
our man
gangs.
gangs?
They are here.
Can I import my men too?
Look at
Please.
this. Women on TikTok have reported seeing you inundate their comment sections. Yes, they're trolling you. We just talked about this a few weeks ago. It's called internet trolling. It's called people want to elicit a response from a party to get attention for themselves because then they feel validated in their existence.
Thank you
on
for
this planet,
mansplaining
whether it's
that,
good
Phil.
or bad.
You mean retards planning?
Internet
Yes.
trolling tries to elicit the bad response. You gave them
I
the
still want my roving
response.
man gang.
You're writing about it. Internet troll.
Dear Santa, I've been a really good troll.
This stupid fucking thing on the internet.
I want a man gang for Christmas.
Oh, you've been a very naughty girl. God damn it. Phil, you know, women on TikTok, what the fuck is TikTok? TikTok, they are not versed to being trolled, Phil. So when you sit there and say, oh, we talked about trolling, not everyone has to deal with trolling. Not everyone deals with trolling, Phil. So when they get trolled or they're seeing something that actually does genuinely upset them, they're going to speak out on it. And there's nothing wrong with that, regardless of how ridiculous it may sound to everybody else. They still have a right to speak on it. They have a right to have their voices heard. Unfortunately, you get to have a right to have your voice heard on the retarded shit you talk about, so should they.
And now you're dumb and you're regurgitating it and you're giving
Hey,
it the
Hofter,
attention
yeah,
you
tick
want.
nut.
This is exactly what happened with those nasty, mean text messages. That
Yes, Phil. What? All right, so for those who don't know,
Phil's upset. Phil
So-
is upset because he knows he's not going to be in the roving man gangs. He knows that these women are not going to look at him and go, "Oh my God, Phil, fuck me." You know, that's not going to happen. He knows that, and so he's upset. And his boy Nick over there, did not include him in the sex tape. So Phil is just a little tiny bit angry right now. So let him work his anger out.
like I said, he's
Just
telling
saying.
you to go watch two white nationalists to make fun of another white nationalist. I guess it fucking
He's just-
works.
Who had their white nationalist sex tape?
Yep.
Yeah, he's just
around,
upset he's not
weeks
included. That's
ago
all.
that supposedly only black people were receiving, and they saw, oh my God, this is so racist. A troll gotcha, and you gave him attention. That's all this is.
Because
Yes,
that
Phil.
actually happened, you fucking retard.
Not only that. A lot of people, from what was discovered, that did receive these racist text messages are not people of social media. These are people that still watch TV. They still go out and go to the store. They go to bingo night. They sit outside and talk about dumb shit every day like anyone else. These are not people that are inundated with social media. So there you go saying that people that receive these racist text messages about going to pick the cotton fields, they're going to be group A, B, C, and D. You're assuming they should be well versed in being trolled when they're not online. So that makes you look like an even bigger dipshit and retarded fuck. Because you're assuming, I've had to deal with online trolling, so everybody must deal with online trolling. No, that's not how the world works, Phil. I'm sorry that you were taking a leak when God was passing out the brains and you just kind of fell off and didn't get yours, but the rest of us got them. Well, the majority.
School districts send notices about the language to parents. T-shirts emblazoned with the phrase,
That is
"Roll
true,
off of
Avalanche.
Amazon." Oh my God. It makes me feel disgusted and infringed upon, like things are going backwards. Nothing has changed.
Oh my. Phil, this came about because a group of people said, your body, my choice. Nobody said this was happening. Nobody said the roaming man gang was going to do it right now. It is the fact that this did happen. And people are scared. It doesn't matter if they're weak-willed or whatever it is. It is the fact that they still feel a certain way of hearing a group of men saying, your body, my choice.
They're afraid of the roving man gangs.
Exactly.
Exactly.
And they have
some of us want to DoorDash. Others are scared of them, and it's okay. It's okay to be
you're
scared.
It's okay to be scared. I
kills
will
me.
welcome them with open arms.
It kills me that he is sitting here saying this as if people don't have a right to feel a certain way.
He gave for himself.
Yeah, he does. He does, you know, give your love to a cowboy, man.
Literally nothing has changed. We're all still here. We're all the same people. No one is trying to...
No, Phil, because there are extremist men out there who will listen to this and try to start some type of stupid movement with it. People do it all the time.
Yeah, like for instance, you heard me mention a little while ago about the guy on TikTok talking about TikToks. There's a guy on TikTok. His name is the Alpha Male Dating Coach, and he was out there being a dating coach with long fingernails, trying to tell everybody that he has all these women. And I'm like, not with fingernails like that, you don't. But anyway, he turns around and he's telling men, you do not have to accept her no. You do not have. If she, I remember that guy. You remember that guy? You know, or no.
And there's people that are going to believe that.
I'm like, oh, I have all these women. Not with those fingernails, you don't. Yeah, and there's guys out there that will believe that. There's guys out there that will believe everything coming out of his mouth because, oh, he's sitting in a car. Now, whether or not the car is nice, you'll never know. But he's wearing a polo shirt that had it was a Ralph Lauren polo shirt because it had the little logo. You know, we don't know if he bought that brand new or if he got that from Goodwill. You know, but he's over here trying to tell, guys who are, feel that they don't have any luck with women, how to go about getting a woman. And, he got dragged really hard, but there's still going to be people that will listen to him and that will believe everything that comes out of his mouth because they're like, oh, well, he's an alpha male. He knows what's going on. And that's what this is talking about. It's not every guy online. It's like they said, some guys will sit there and they will hear that phrase, your body, my choice. And so they will take it a step further. Let's get a little dark for a moment. They will hear that. And if you look further in the article, it says that a man was holding up a sign that says women are property, which back before the 19th Amendment, basically that's what it was.
Yeah, state is Texas State University. So he was on a college campus.
Yeah, he was on the college campus. But back before women, got brave enough to open up our mouths and voice, what we wanted and what needed to be done, women were seen as property and stuff that would be traded. I mean, hello, dowries. But anyway,
I mean, hello, was it the one? There's still, archaic law in the book in one state that you can beat your wife on Sunday.
Yeah, I think it's Alabama, surprisingly.
Yep.
On the steps of the courthouse.
Yep.
But there's guys out there that will listen to this rhetoric and will believe it.
Then look right here.
And when they get with the women, exactly. And if you read a little further, you're going to see what I'm about to talk about.
Yep, I'm looking at it.
There are men that will get with women and she will say no and he will not listen because your body, my property. And when he gets caught and whenever all this goes to in front of a court and lawyers and everything else, he's going to reiterate that sentence in front of a judge. And that's going to be his defense.
Yep.
And that is what they're trying. That's what the fear is that if this catches on and you're going to get those weak-minded individuals that believe everything on the fucking internet without doing research, without going and looking it up and reading and trying to find more information, they will believe some random guy sitting in a fucking car claiming he's an alpha dom saying this. They will believe it. And when she says no or he says no, they will use that defense.
to
That's
horribly
what
abuse
they're
women.
coming down with. That's the meat of this article, Phil. Not the fact that, oh my God, they're buying a thing. No, the meat of the article is what can possibly happen and the implications if people believe the rhetoric coming out of these jackasses' mouth.
Exactly. As funny as the article looks, and I will say, as funny as it looks, no, we understand what it's actually getting to. And you can still say it is a form of fear mongering, which is also not too far off, not off the mark, but there's still the deeper meaning. Some people take shit and run with. Like, I'm going to say this, and I know it's a very touchy subject, depending on who you follow or what you like, but it's the same thing as the whole Trump rally with Congress. And people are like, oh, Trump said this. Yeah, Trump said we're going to march down there. He never said anything about attacking the building. People did that themselves. You know, and that can go to anyone. Like, I could sit there and say, oh, well, yeah, we're going to do this. And then someone else actually does it. And it's like, I just said it. I didn't say we were going to actually do it. You know, you can't I can't hold, say, Trump accountable for what someone else does. I can't hold Democrats accountable for the guy that tried to assassinate Trump. The guy acted on their own to do that.
Exactly, Paul. They will hear that no and think it means yes. Why? Because of rhetoric like this, because they're weak-minded and they believe everything and anything on the internet. You have people out there that are, their self-esteem is so low that they listen to this type of shit and they take it for gospel.
Remember back in 2017 when Budweiser got in trouble for that, because that was their commercial slogan. No means yes.
Mm-hmm.
They got in a lot of trouble.
They got a shit ton of trouble. Yeah.
I remember that campaign.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it when I saw that commercial on TV.
This is what Phil doesn't realize. He's looking at all the surface stuff. It's like, Phil, read the fucking article before you get online and try to make a comment about it. Because this is what they're scared of. They're scared of those weak-minded individuals, as you put it, that are going to believe exactly what they're hearing. That are going to believe that women are property. That are going to believe it's her body, but my choice. Because somebody who they look up to or who they feel is influential, sitting in their fucking car, making a TikTok or making a YouTube video or making a reel or whatever that is, that's going to say this shit and say it with such conviction that they're going to fucking believe it.
And it's a scary fucking thought when you break it down and think about it.
It is.
But Phil has no critical thinking skills. He just reads it and then that's it. It just stops right there.
And I say he or she because it can happen either way.
Yeah, it can happen to anybody. I mean,
this is focused on female, but it can happen to a guy as well.
Yeah, no memory and it's only 30 seconds. Exactly.
Thank you.
No one has taken women's rights away since Trump was elected. It hasn't happened.
Trump is not officially in office yet either, jackass. It's not until like what, January? Somewhere around
January
there?
20th. January 20th is when the inauguration day is.
So it's like Biden is still president, Phil. Just because Trump won the election, it doesn't mean he's president right now. Like, dude, you've been in the U.S. your whole life. You should know this.
Read further into the article, Phil.
I bet you he's gonna stop.
Phil, this is what I'm gonna say. And if this ever makes it to your ears and you want to do political takes and do political January 20th, exactly. If you want to do political takes and you want to do this type of content, read your content first. Form your opinion.
Point. For the love of fuck.
Exactly. Get a point. Don't ride the fucking fence. You want to make a political channel? You need to take a stand. You need to take a side. You cannot sit on the fence for everything.
We're not going to place the piggy on every fucking political stream because you can't get off the fence.
Exactly.
I get it. You've been scared to do political content.
You can be a Republican centralist. You can be a moderate on either side of the fence. You can be a complete right wing or a left wing, depending on however you fucking believe, but he will not do it. But if you're going to sit here and you're going to talk about politics, you're going to be forced to take a side. You're going to be forced to have an opinion. You're not going to sit here and ride the fence And you're not going to sit here and be, well, I believe this, but I also believe that. No, what do you fucking believe? What are your convictions? What do you want to see happen? You need to be critical of the political process because that is part of the fucking democratic thing. That's what we're supposed to do. That's why we fucking vote. It's because we're supposed to be critical of what's in power, of who's in power. And if we don't like it, we fucking change it.
Exactly. What's up, Miles? How you doing?
Country at its antithesis.
Miles, he is broke backing that fence like no tomorrow.
I say he's spit
It is
roasting.
fucking ridiculous. And that's why, if you sit down and you watch stuff like Meet the Press or things like that, yeah, they ask the hard questions. They also have people on both sides of the aisle come on and say their shit. Because why? They have conviction. You need to hear both sides of everything so you can form the opinion. Instead of fucking dickhole over here riding the fence like it's fucking, the biggest dick ever that he's never had before.
You're living in a fantasy world, and you got to stop. You got to wake up. And
You're living in a fantasy world.
Listen to your own words, my dude.
Okay.
Smell the roses, smell the coffee, smell whatever, smell something. Stop smelling Nick Fuentes' bullshit out of his ass. Seriously.
Phil, you do realize the people that watch Nick Fuentes and others like him believe in his rhetoric. They believe in what he's saying. He has influence, just as you have influence with your chat. He has influence with his.
The guy's last name. I cannot pronounce the guy's last name, but Nick Fuentes is in a long line of people. In fact, the person that was before Nick Fuentes was Milo, whatever the fuck, Yiannopoulos or something like that.
Yiannopoulos, yeah, Milo.
Yeah. Same fucking thing.
It's terrible, Miles. It's fucking terrible, man.
Yep,
it is the same. It's the same thought process.
It is fence riding, Miles. It is DS politics. It's DS.
Waiting.
He rides it or some shit.
I'm still waiting for his opinion.
Look,
I'm still waiting for my roving man
get back in
gang.
the kitchen to repeal
Right?
again.
Dude, people have been saying, oh my God. Online declarations for women to get back in the kitchen. Dude, people have been saying that forever. That is still a thing people say. That's never went away.
Games. I get told it if I play like something like Overwatch or if I play Call of Duty, I get told that shit.
Oh, it's a woman. Get back in the kitchen. Like
not only that, there's a tradition out there that and God love you women that do it, that want to be what they call a trad wife or a traditional wife, where she stays home, takes care of the house, does everything. Husband comes home from work, dinner's on the table, kids are taken care of. He's got a cigar and drink waiting for him at the front fucking door.
I honestly believe that's a fetish.
I believe it's a fetish too.
But
there's women out there that are willing to sit there and do that for their man. And you know what? God bless you, because I'm not. Sorry, Ice.
Oh, no, you're fine.
Stop smelling Nick Fuentes' bullshit out of his ass. Seriously. Look, online declarations for women to get back in the kitchen to repeal the 19th. Again, where is this happening besides online trolling?
Read the rest of the fucking paragraph, Phil.
And they keep going. The article continues, talking about every little fucking stupid trollish action from people pretending to be conservatives because they want to get a trollish reaction.
He's skipping the meat and potatoes of this article.
Every woman falls for it.
Just so he can ride the fence. This is commitment to the
article
fence.
is literally, I'm not kidding you. Keep going.
He's
Look
more
how long
committed
this
to that
fucking
fence than
article
he
is,
is to
by the way.
cat.
The entire
Making out with that fence, Phil?
article is fear mongering. That's it. There's not
It's not fear-mongering. You are missing the meat and potatoes of this article.
That as a direct result of Trump becoming elected, that men went and did horrible acts to women. There's nothing like that. It's just on.
Phil, again, Trump is not president yet. Yes, he won the election, but he is not president yet. Go ahead, Icy.
This article, you keep missing the meat and potatoes of what this article is. It is not a direct result of Trump being elected. It is because of Trump being elected that these people now have the balls to say this, and they all believe that Project 2025 is going to be enacted. So they are acting as if it is already in place, even though it has not been enacted as of yet. But the underlying current is there. Read the fucking articles before you fucking say a word, my guy.
Online.
Oh, we love our roving man gang.
Fuentes.
I still want my roving man
And
gang.
Nick Fuentes.
I want my DoorDash
Oh,
the roving
dude.
man gang.
So
Right.
after reading this
I
whole
want
article,
an Indian roving man
okay,
gang. I
I
know the
couldn't
ones I
fucking
want
believe
to.
it. This is
I
a
want the
real,
curry.
supposedly
I want
repeatable
the
Bro, I
curry
want
and the
that
man
curry.
gang.
and they
Fuck yes.
literally posted a
Sunil
giant
Shetty,
article
please come
of
forward.
fear mongering with no actual factual evidence to back up anything they're saying.
Why?
It's just nasty
Okay,
online
hold on,
behavior.
hold on. I got an honest question. I have a fucking honest ass question, completely off subject. Why is it that whenever Indian men specifically, and if there's any Indian guys in here, please answer this question for me. If not, somebody point me in the direction. Why is it that when Indian men are younger, and I'm talking like 30 under, or even 30, or even 40 under, why do they look so fucking awkward? But the older they get, the better, the sexier they fucking get. How does that? Where in the fuck do y'all go like bathe in the Ganges? Unfortunately, that's all trashy and shit. But do y'all like go like bathe in the Ganges or something? Or pray to somebody and I don't know what happened, but like it's like boom, there they are.
That's it. That's
like what the fuck.
The article, in short, is about women feeling unsafe because there's a group of jackass men saying "your body, my
It's about
choice,"
roving man gangs.
and Phil is taking it to the nth degree because he doesn't understand what he's reading. Phil's like he's reading it, but he has no fucking clue what he's reading.
Yeah,
he doesn't know how to
skimming
get
it.
it. Yeah, he doesn't know how to
he
get
is
into it
skimming
and
it.
actually say
Yeah,
or
he's not
understand
into
what
meat
it's
and
saying.
potatoes.
Yeah,
It's like he's standing at the edge of a swamp. He doesn't want to get in. He's looking, he's like just moving the reeds a little.
Responded to the tweet where they posted this article up on X and proceeded to ratio the living shit out of the post itself. An entire story about a manosphere.
you got 103 likes to its 24. Ooh,
Wow.
Okay.
Ooh,
The example
ratioed.
you gave was Nick Fuentes,
Ooh.
someone who literally today
So
had a
ratioed.
sex video with liberal streamer Destiny leaked on the internet.
Yes, and you realize that it was a crime. A crime was committed to acquire that sex tape and post it online. So Nick
It wasn't
Fuentes,
even Nick Fuentes.
it was Destiny's video, but it's still the fact that this video was leaked. Again, it's funny as fuck.
Oh yeah,
I'm not denying that.
Destiny definitely. Destiny had.
Yeah,
it,
you know, Destiny
objective.
sucking off Nick Fuentes is just funny to me. But it's still the fact that a crime was committed to acquire this tape and then illegally upload it online.
And not only that.
So we're skipping that. We're skipping that.
It's revenge porn. It's revenge porn.
It's revenge porn. And he's upset mainly because of Destiny said this is the year for buying cars. Because he said that shit to Phil when he told Phil he would give him advice on buying a car. So Phil, being the spiteful little ant that he is holding a fucking grudge still when he said he doesn't hold grudges.
About Destiny. It's like, dude, you wouldn't stand a chance in a debate with Destiny. Destiny is one fine debater. I will say that.
Well, that's because he always has...
I don't agree with his stances.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
can
that's because he
recognize
has
his
fucking
talent.
Wikipedia pulled up. Like, so he can do that. So
You
it's
can prep
not
like
that
all
he's
hell.
not... It's like, far as I'm concerned, I don't call you a debater when you're having something constantly in your face telling you the information.
That's the kind of debate you learning like you do in college. Like when you do like Model UN and that kind of shit.
Yeah.
When you do that kind of debate, you are prepped hard. Like you will read every article. It's like the Change My Mind was Steven
Yeah.
Crowder. When he does the, XYZ Change My Mind. He is so prepped for that singular topic. Yes, you can debate that and you can debate it hard and either side can do it with preparation. That's what you learn when you learn how to debate. It's not like internet blood sports where you just like you are
just scream at each
surprised.
other.
Yeah, well, when you just you get a surprise topic that you don't have any prep for, and then debate. That's a different type of debate.
Yeah, but see, Destiny, I can't respect his debating because I've peeked in a few of them just to get an idea. And yeah, he has Wikipedia pulled up on everything he's talking about. And it's like, okay, so you're reading it as you're debating it. I can't respect that.
On that. I don't think we'll change your mind on that, Avalanche. I think I'm going to let you keep that mindset. But no.
But we're getting off topic.
What this article is essentially saying is that, the women that are not white let's just be frankly honest. The women that are not white are in are scared of Project 2025. If leave the whole feather rubbing man gang, yes. But these women are scared because, like I was saying earlier, if Phil would get into the meat and potatoes of the article, it has nothing to do with oh, the parents bought this thing. It is simply because, you have these men out there that will believe the rhetoric of these guys out there that's saying, your body, my choice, and women are property, or, you're mine and that's it. The old archaic, misogynistic caveman mentality that some of these guys are online perpetuating via TikTok or whatever. And women are scared of that, and they don't want that. So that's what the meat and potatoes of this article is, and Phil is completely glossing over that because he wants to focus on Nick Fuentes. He wants to focus on this mom buying her children a self-defense
Mace
kit.
and all.
And Mason, I'll be honest with you, I was scared of a guy that would come into the office. Thank God I don't sit at the front desk anymore. But there was a guy that scared me to the point that I was thinking about getting a taser. And
yeah, exactly, Vanguard. You're not a debater if you have it in front of you.
The meat and potatoes of the article, Phil doesn't even want to touch because he doesn't understand it. And the reason he doesn't understand it, God forbid I'm going to sound like a racist for a moment, but it's the God's honest truth. He won't feel that. Why? Because he's a white man. You want to, and it brings me to, and is completely off subject, that, we were talking about this earlier, that, the latest trend on TikTok is, depending on what side of the fence you sit on, there's a town in Alabama called Cullum, Alabama. It is a well-known sundown town, and they're trying to get people to come to their town, and people know it's a sundown town, and they're like, no, don't. But there was this one TikToker, he got on and he's like, look, y'all don't want to believe the melanated queens and kings, and you don't want to believe the people that are, not of my skin color. And he is a white guy, except he was gay. Blonde hair, blue eyes, white guy. He was gay. He said he stopped in Cullum, Alabama for a tank of gas at night, thinking that he'll be fine. He goes into this gas station, asks for like $30 on pump 3, and the attendant behind the counter looks him up and down in a menacing way, looks at his car, looks back at him, and tells him point blank, do you really want to stop here right now?
He's a clown, and no one with a brain listens to him. News should not be shameful fear-mongering.
That's the type of thing Phil will never, ever
now,
feel.
Of course, the Nick Fuentes
and that's what this article is about, but it's focused on women.
For debate.
Same
still,
lens,
the whole
focused
point
on women,
Nick
and
Fuentes
Phil will never understand that.
No one's taking the man seriously. There's tons of people out there who talk conservatively about politics and culture and life who aren't clowns like Nick Fuentes. There's no reason for anyone
clowns
to
like
take him so seriously to then write a ginormous, stupid news article that's not news. It's literally all fake news. It's literally just fear-mongering bullshit. So they deserve to be ratioed. In fact, this kind of article, I hate to say, is harmful, because here's why. Women may not know about Nick Fuentes. They don't need to know. He's a fucking loser. All right? He's a grifter no one. He doesn't need to exist. He doesn't need to have a following or any attention given to him. A woman may now read this article and be like, oh my God, this is happening. Now I'm panicked. Now I have...
Okay. Oh, okay.
to worry about this. No, you don't. Real men aren't doing this. Real men are not doing this activity to women right now. Okay? We're not.
We
have no interest
right now, why
in
do you have to
ruining women's
quantify
lives.
that?
We have no interest in taking your rights away. We don't care. Men who voted for Trump wanted a better life for their families and the people in our country. We saw that the last 4 years didn't go so well because the Democrats were in power and people felt that they did a poor job and they voted in Trump. That's all it is. No one said, now I own you and your body, and this doesn't exist. It's a straw man argument made by these idiotic online content creators like Nick Fuentes to try to rouse up attention for themselves to grift and make money. That's all it is. This is not, there's no real movement of this happening right now. There's no big state. When Trump won,
Phil,
immediately
stop
the next
using
day,
the
where they're all people in the
keywords
streets saying,
that people are
yeah,
using
now
for
your body
arguments.
is my choice.
That's
No
all
one's
he's using
doing
is
it.
keywords.
So we have to stop with fear mongering right now. We have to
He-
stop trying to give these people
everything
attention.
Everything,
and stop writing articles
every
like this, 'cause
argument
this
against
hurts
everything
people.
is always a
This
straw man
kind of
argument.
article can actually hurt way more than anything Nick Fuentes has done, because we know Fuentes is a clown, but this actually empowers him. It makes people feel like he actually has reach and power that he should not have. Stop with this bullshit. This is whoever
But he
wrote
does.
this really should be fired. I'm serious.
Should be.
Andrew
Here
Tate
we
does.
go. Here we go. Wanting people to be fired again. We want people to lose their fucking jobs. They are a news organization. They are going to give news.
My biggest thing growing up, and I've always said this, and I mean, you're entitled to your own opinion, and I get this, but unless, and Phil, if you fall into this, you know, unless you are an active voter and you follow the political process and you understand the political process and you study the policies and procedures in which your favorite political person is doing, shut up. You can have your opinion. I'll let you have your opinion. But when you start spouting like you are right now, and I know you have not voted, Phil, shut the fuck up. Your opinion means nothing to me. I can debate with anybody. I will debate with anyone. And, you know, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And if I'm right, then okay, fine. But when you start getting in here and saying that people should be fired for writing news articles, when in this day and age, a true journalist is few and far and hard to find, because they all work for AP. They're not on your mainstream news stations because they're all skewed and shit. Because I bet you watch Fox News. Just because of how you are acting right now, you don't get your news article. You don't get your mainstream news. You're pulling up articles because you can from things like this. But I guarantee you that you watch like Fox and Friends in the morning and shit. You're obviously not the type of person to sit down and read articles. You have to be spoon-fed the articles.
I don't even think he watches Fox News. I think he watches Twitter. I think he looks at, you know, the trending things on Twitter and clicks on the link and briefly skims the article 5 minutes before his stream while the
It would be awesome to
music's
see him
playing.
take the citizenship test, because I don't think he'd pass it.
That would be hilarious.
You know, I mean, you have to take everything that you find online with a grain of salt. And if you see this article somewhere, it's from King 5. It's an NBC article. I guarantee you NBC got it from somewhere. NBC did not write the article. They either got it from AP or Reuters.
They got it from Jezebel.
They could have, yeah, I mean, it's sad that news outside of the United States is written in a better form and is written better than the news that's written inside the United States. And
Yeah,
it's
Al
about our shit.
Jazeera, it
Al
actually
Jazeera
is
gives
pretty
you both
good.
sides. Yeah, it gives you both sides, as you should give.
What's up,
both
Avika?
sides.
How you doing, man?
Vika, go to bed.
How was your
No.
stream? I saw you streaming earlier.
That's the biggest thing is, as a journalist, I was a public relations major. I had to learn how to write news articles because that was my degree. I was going to school for journalism to work in public relations. I had to take this. I had to turn around and understand how all of this works. And when you present an article, you have to present both sides, because the person that's reading needs to form their own opinion. You do not force feed a news article to someone. You don't skew it, because that's not true journalism.
State facts. It's very simple.
You state the facts. Exactly. You state the facts. This is the article. This is what's going on. This is what's happening, and go from there. Unless it's editorial. Then editorials, you can give our feature piece, our lifestyle piece. Then yes, you can give your fucking opinion about, the birds, bees, whatever. It doesn't matter.
And the
But if
roving
you
man
are-
gangs.
Exactly, the sexy ass roving man gangs. Swear to God, I want one now. Wait till I tell Ateus I want a man. I want a
Whoever
man
editor
gang.
approved this
Fuck
article
yes.
should be
Anyway.
fired, and you should get people
No.
in there who have like
No,
rational
they
thought
shouldn't.
minds to put out real news. Not this.
No.
This bullshit should not
No.
exist. This should not be in mainstream media whatsoever.
No.
No, Phil, it's going to be there because women still feel a certain way. That's why it's in
Thank
the
you.
fucking news, Phil. And you sit there saying that they need to be fired for doing their job. They are doing their job and covering the news, and you're saying they need to be fired for it.
And not
Phil,
only that,
Phil, you need to be fired from fucking streaming, but I don't see that happening.
well, not only that, he said here they need to be fired and write out, news. Why? Because it doesn't follow your thought process or your belief system. That's not journalism. That's not news. News
Exactly.
presents the facts for you to form your own opinion. The Fox's thing used to be fair and balanced. That's how news is supposed to be. Fair and balanced, which doesn't happen anymore on network TV, sadly. The bigger networks. MSNBC, Fox News, CNN, all that fun stuff. It's all, but because this article is not written with your political views in mind or with your ideologies in mind, they need to be fired. No, Phil. They need to be out there. There needs to be that other side of the coin, in your opinion, in your mindset.
Yeah, it
For
is
every
bullshit,
Fox News-
Aviga.
For every Fox News article, there should be the other side of the coin somewhere. That's just as easily accessible with the other side of the coin.
It's too harmful.
That's
Now,
how it works.
Following along with this article, there was another
That
article
you didn't
in my
fully read
local
and
news.
understand.
Yeah.
Schools
Okay.
are bracing for upheaval over a fear of mass deportations. Regardless of whether
That
President-elect
was
Donald
actually
Trump follows through
said.
on his pledge to deport millions of immigrants, educators are bracing for upheaval. Wait, what? So here's the thing. You don't even have to read the article yet. I want you to think about this.
Why?
Educators are bracing for the impact of mass deportations. So are you...
Oh, you need a link to this to give your thoughts on it, or the TLDR? I'm watching this for the first time. Don't even know what this bullshit is. About to find out, though. Like, I'm on Phil's actual Kick page watching this.
telling me that you're aware that a lot of your students are illegal immigrants? So what are you afraid? I mean, okay, we have laws, we have practices in the United States for a reason. We just haven't been enforcing them. We have a way that people are supposed to come to our country and become U.S. citizens.
That's the same for any other fucking country.
If we didn't have
you ever
that
heard of the term
process,
indentured servants?
you know what I mean? Then I could
Or
understand.
indentured
But we have
workers?
this process. This is what's supposed to happen.
And there's
People have
work
been in-
visas. You ever
Yeah,
heard
it's
of
very
any of those
bad.
terms, Phil? You ever heard any of those terms, Phil? Indentured workers,
Discord.
work visas, or anything like that? Seasonal
During the
workers?
process,
No,
and
he
coming
doesn't.
in here by the millions,
Are you going to take
and basically
okay, Phil?
populating
If
the country.
we stop the indentured workers and we stop the seasonal workers from coming in from different countries, or the people that are here on work visas, and we stop them from coming in this country, and they have to become now citizens to be able to even venture into this place called the United States. No more work visas, no more indentured indentured workers or seasonal workers as they're called. Are you gonna go outside and pick my watermelons and my apples and oranges? Are you gonna do that, Phil?
At least that would be him getting a job.
Right? But here's the fun part. See all those indentured workers that come in from other countries, all of those seasonal workers that come in from other countries, they're picking the food that you put on your fucking plate. Because why? You won't get out there and do it. Why? Because it's hot, they don't pay enough, and it's hard labor.
Exactly.
Country
So
and
you won't
getting
do it.
things out of it, like government assistance programs, free schooling, things that people's taxes, U.S. citizens' taxes are paying for, you're getting for free. But you didn't bother to become a citizen like the rest of us. So,
Well, there is
Phil,
a
I didn't
difference
have to
between
become a
being
citizen, I
born
was
a
born here.
citizen and then
How does
coming
he-
into the country.
How does Phil bother to become a citizen?
Right? That's what I want to know.
That's a very good
Phil,
question.
can you replace my roof? Can you replace my roof? Can you rebuild my house?
Can you pick my strawberries?
Thank you, because I love strawberries.
I do love me some strawberries.
you broke the law. Now the
Ponchatoula
government is saying we
strawberries are just
decided
up
we
there
All
don't
right,
in
now
my
we
house.
need to have the roving man gang bring strawberries.
Fuck yeah.
Oh God, not the roaming man gang again.
Yes.
When you decided to come here illegally.
No, let me stop you right there, Phil, because there was a thing where we used to have the revolving door policy with Mexico and the US, where people on work visas could easily just come and go as they please. There was no issue. They'd come in the morning or the afternoon, whenever, and then they would go home. They would go back across the border. Then when we shut down the borders, people that had their work visas and whatnot were told if they leave, they cannot come back. So they're here and they got trapped here because they're making good money here and they send it back home. So, and yes, there are quite a few people that do come here illegally. But I think we're missing what it is, Phil. And let's read the rest of it so we know what they're talking about.
And you haven't taken
Phil
the
doesn't
steps to
read
become
articles.
legal.
And it says right there was no truth to it. Like, it's right there in the article. Word spread that immigration agents were coming to enter the schools, but there was no truth to it. But staff members had to find students who were avoiding school to coax them back to class.
Exactly.
That's the risk you took.
So again, it's saying it right there, and Phil just doesn't fucking get it. It is saying right there that there was no truth to it.
You were hoping no one would notice, but now people are noticing. People are seeing negativity around them. They're seeing things that are affecting them and their families negatively as a result of open borders. So you want to blame someone. You blame the government people that let you break the law. You don't blame the people who actually want to actually enforce the laws that are in place. You blame the people who ignored the law. It's their fault that you felt safe.
I have one
coming
question for you.
here.
How long do you think it takes to become a U.S. citizen? On average, how long do you think it takes to become a U.S. citizen?
It only takes a couple of hours.
If
not
you
that
listen
long.
to Phil, yeah.
It's
Yeah,
not that
according
long.
to Phil.
Getting
Yeah, you don't
free
need you don't need
things.
you don't need lawyers. You don't need
These
thousands of
things
dollars.
You don't need
Yeah,
anything.
and you don't need to be on it in like most countries. You don't need to be on your job doesn't need to be a certain one that's being recruited into the country. You
Look
don't
at
need
his
to have a
green
certain amount of
screen
money.
taking out part of his arm there.
Oh,
I know.
no.
You see that? And on average, it takes 10 years to become a U.S. citizen.
Yeah, free
On
schooling,
average.
free healthcare,
Not surprised.
social assistance program.
Because you have to become
They're
a
for
permanent resident before you can even think
They're
about
not just
becoming
supposed to be
a citizen.
handouts to everyone. It's you're a citizen, you get that.
Hey, Vika,
okay?
baby.
So it's pretty ridiculous
Yeah,
to say everyone in these schools is terrified they're going to be deported.
What's up,
People
man?
are what? People just started ducking and hiding. You have got to be fucking the hell? You have got to be kidding me. So when Trump got elected, the students started jumping and ducking and hiding under their desks. You actually expect me to believe that? It was like a duck and cover order, like a nuclear bomb was about to hit, and they.
Hold on, we're here. People just started ducking. Said educators around the country are bracing for upheaval, whether or not the president-elect follows through with his pledge to deport millions of immigrants who are in the country illegally. Even if there are only talks about it, children of immigrants will suffer.
It also
Educators
does depend on the country you're in. Yes, it does, Paul.
and legal observers said. Okay, now, Phil, are you really
I mean,
that?
they're already. He said that our illegal immigrants are eating our cats and dogs too. I mean, that was what.
Oh yeah,
Trump
that's
said,
right.
but,
Yeah, that's true. That's
hey,
true.
psychotic.
Hey, psychotic assault. How you doing? Welcome to the stream.
Jumped under there. They slid baseball
Push to
slides
talk? It
under
shouldn't
their
be.
desks. Okay, right.
That's sad. We have to read the articles to
So,
understand what it's about before
If you
Phil
could
can even say
constantly
anything.
threaten people with the possibility of mass
Yeah.
deportation, it really inhibits people's ability to function
Let me
in
see.
society and for their kids to get an education. Well, yeah, if they're illegal immigrants who are breaking the law and getting things for free they're not supposed to get, I would think that at any moment they should be ready to have the rug pulled out
Should
from
be able
under
to
them.
just talk.
That's the risk you took. Well, now the American people say enough. Pull the rug. And now you're scared. Well, you should have been. But you should have been when you came here, too. This was all part of it. It was never a, hey, just come here and infinite safety, infinite freebies. That's not how it works. But they thought it did. Why? Because those people who were in power, these Democrats that were in power, lied to them and said, open borders. So they all came running, thinking, oh, this is it. It's our chance. We're escaping horrible lives and things. It's sad that in their countries, their lives were so bad and that they thought that if they came here, they would have a better one. I feel for them. But that doesn't mean that everyone here has to pay for their happiness. That's not how life
You
works.
see
It never was.
Some of the people that
Right?
do cross
It never
our
was. That was
southern
never the
border
agreement. Ever.
are
When we set up
actually
this
filing
country,
for
it
political
wasn't,
asylum.
we'll just let every single person in possible and pay their way. No one agreed to that. Doesn't matter if the Democrats said
that's
that's
not
what
going to
it
be
was.
mentioned, is
That's
it, Phil?
not what this country is.
Of course not.
Because they're coming from
Anyway,
countries
so
that
look, they're asking, are we going to
they're
be
under
deported? You
that
might.
they're coming
if you're
from
illegal,
and
yes, you
filing
might
for
be.
political asylum.
Here's the question: are they answering? Or when your student is actually answering that or
Let me
asking
see.
that,
Let me
I hope
try
that they're answering.
this.
Yeah, you might be because your family's here illegally, and basically you're in violation of our laws.
All right, try it now. See if
You
that
might
works.
be thrown out because you're criminals.
There you go.
There you go.
Doesn't matter that Mr. Biden
hate
said
it.
or President Biden
Hey,
said it was
Pete,
okay. You were still breaking the law.
I hate Discord sometimes.
Any moment
This
the book
entire
could get
thing,
clapped on you.
all
How it looks
of
like
this,
it might be.
all
Yeah,
of
I don't know
this
what
is
else
just
to
him
say. I mean,
cherry picking
there's
the
really not
articles.
mu-
He's
mu-
just
mu-
He
all
is
bets are off.
picking articles.
Hang on.
Yeah, he is. He really is. And like, I'm still waiting for his opinion.
Vanguard,
does
go to
it.
work.
I hate it.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, hold on. Because I'm watching this at work and I'm starting to get really heated, but I got to say this because this fucking retard over here talking about this. Phil, first and foremost, you have no fucking room to talk about this because you never voted. Here's the other thing. Both sides lie all the time. It's always the one who lies the most who gets stuff, who's trying to get into power. That's how this always does. But again, you don't know this because you half-ass read stuff. You half-ass research stuff. You half-ass do everything. And it's so sad that you're supposed to be this valedictorian and you do this shit half-ass. This is the reason why I'm so glad you're in a different part of the state because you're in front of me right now. I would
I'll be right back.
give you the. It's so ridiculous. I'm sorry. I hate this. This stupidity is what drives me nuts sometimes. It's so sad. And the sad part about it is his wife voted. She's got more room to talk than he does.
Fat boy, you're right. He's hitting trending 5 minutes before the stream, and then he just scans these articles. It's pathetic the way he doesn't have a fucking opinion.
That is why I said he can't do these type of streams like this and whatnot if you don't go and read the fucking article. You have to read the article. You have to know the backstory of it because you need a fucking opinion.
He really
He
can.
definitely do.
Like, look at the
He
last
can't.
article. Like, look at the last article that you read, though. The whole thing of like that. It's like women are actually being threatened, and he's like, "Oh, that's just trolling." Though he didn't read part of the article where people were on campus being like threatened by this. It's like, and he wants to sit here and go, "Oh, this whole thing never happened. This never happened." It still happens, though. Even though there's no such thing as the "your body, my choice" bullshit, it still goes on to this day. Though you have women that are being abused by their significant others because they're in an abusive relationship.
Exactly.
I'm back.
See this recently, a month ago, when I was on my way to work. When I was passing by the park, I just happened to turn my head. I see two couples arguing. You know what's happening? Her significant other was beating the shit out of her. yes, it angered me, but I couldn't do a damn thing because unfortunately, it's not really my business to get involved with that. But this shit still happens to this day. So I don't know. In his little stupid pea brain mind, that this doesn't happen. It still does.
Like, it constantly happens. Abuse still happens. And he thinks that, oh, that's just trolling. Just because Nick Fuentes, no one cares about because Destiny blew him, or who cares what he says? Like, it's a mantra that's still carried on. Even though he said it, people are gullible enough and dumb enough to believe it. It's incel energy.
Exactly.
It definitely.
Exactly.
That Icy was talking about on TikTok. You know, the alpha male.
Mm-hmm.
The alpha male with
the alpha male dating
nails and
that he's got the long nails and like he's like, oh, I got all these women, blah blah blah. He's sitting in some nondescript car that he believed he's got everybody believing is an expensive vehicle. He's got on a black polo shirt that he could have gotten from fucking Goodwill or something, and he's sitting here telling men, you know, and anybody that listens, you don't have to if she says no, you don't have to take her no. You don't have to take her rejection. You know, you can do this. And like his example was, and she tells him, you know, she tells him no. He's like, well, you know, I'm great and stuff. And then he's like, I turned the conversation around, and at the end of the night, guess who's at my house? No, that's not how that happened. That's how it happened in your head. Unless she's just being stupid.
Yeah, but pretty much what he's promoting, and I'm not sure if I can say this or I'll say this, he's promoting assault. Well, toxic man at that too, but it's another. He's also promoting assault, a certain assault. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that because you know how YouTube can be. But you know,
use initials essay.
Yeah, essay. That's what he's promoting, which is wrong.
Which is what these women that listen to these that's you know, in fear of these guys that are going to listen to the rhetoric of your body, my choice, and you know that guy standing on the campus of the university, there's going to be some guy out there that's going to believe that is going to take that as gospel, and he's going to go hook up with a girl, and she's going to say no, I don't want to do that, and he's going to turn around and he's going to utter those words, and God forbid what happens afterwards.
Exactly.
Look at his targeted ads. Look at Phil's targeted ads. Amazon, right front and center.
All bets are off. Trump wants to enforce the law.
Oh, you're looking at it, go, hey, Phil, remember, you got an Amazon payment plan.
So, wait a minute.
Exactly. A firm is waiting for you.
You're admitting
Speaking
you
of
gambled
Amazon
when you
payment
came
plans,
you
I'm not sure.
gambled
Did
with
he
your lives, you gambled with your safety, you gambled with your entire family's futures when you came here, and you saw
I didn't hear
that. To get something for free.
I'm not sure that's true. I'm not sure. Knowing this school,
people here realize
goes and
that all this is happening and don't want it anymore, and now what's happening
is knowing
ouchies.
He probably did mention it again.
That's what's happening.
Oh, yeah, I know what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking payment plan. Jasper needs blood work. Payment plan.
This is a very delicate issue. Well, here's the problem. Here's the real problem. Okay, the delicate issue is that all of
But
these
anyways, I just figured I'd pop and say that. I'm gonna get back to work. You guys
that's the problem.
Tried to behave, but
that's really
again,
the
if
problem.
he continues,
they were told it was okay.
You know how it is. If he continues, I'm talking about failure.
They were told,
it's just, I mean, again, I know, Bigger, you already reacted to this, but the fact that this just feels
United States is. Nor
regardation that's driving me up the wall.
They were lied to by a group of people in power who had a very sadly exploitative and malicious agenda when they told them that. So they came here believing everything they were told.
What's up, Roderick? How you doing?
Might clap them in the face. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
so
I'm a filthy little detractor.
Yeah. So I feel. Do I feel bad? I do.
Bunch
feel
of
bad.
no-load losers.
I absolutely do. But they're only people who should be held accountable are the people who lied to us.
Yep.
Not
He's in the
everyone
moving
in
man,
country
gang.
now must start today.
I'm gonna do a video of this.
Who never should have been here in the first place. They should have come through the legal means.
Love how Roderick's like,
Sorry.
I had this all planned out.
And again, I have to
think
ask,
it ruined it.
because again, I read the whole article.
Back to
Not
Path of
one
Exile.
here.
Or we can boot up
Did they
in
really
our
say,
rivals. Which one?
like, oh my God, the school's
got 3
clamping down
wins.
for mass deportation.
Oh shit!
How many of your students are
That's it.
illegals?
We got so many L's though.
Don't you think that might be a problem?
Oh,
1/3 of our students are actually illegal immigrants. Holy shit!
Wait,
Phil,
hold on, before I get
oh my
back to
God.
work-
Oh.
hold on. Hold on, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Before I get back to work, Biga.
What happened?
Baby chip.
I forgot my soundboard doesn't work here.
Vanguard, is it? Vegan knows about Scott Cheetos.
He doesn't like any of us.
I know about it. I looked into this outside the stream.
Yeah,
I got the whole entire thing of that, and that guy's nuts.
Yeah, I was watching.
No, it was hilarious.
People yell at him to go to bed more than you.
Scott needs to go to bed. Scott needs to just hang this shit up.
Yesterday I was watching. I lurk in his channel. I don't follow his channel, so I can't chat. But he's like, right before the Lakers lost, he's like, "Yeah, right, we're cool. You know, you can come in here. Blah 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 blah." Lakers immediately. Look, Lakers lose immediately. You fucking asshole, Rob.
That explains it. That's explaining why I got banned.
Look.
Shit. What? That's horrible. What is going on?
Cheetos.
Is that not evidence of
I
the
made him
problem?
paranoid of videos. I really did.
What a broken system.
Dude, you're rent free in his head.
Correct? Like,
literally.
So anyway.
I got the mansion. I'm
This is ridiculous. These are two fear-mongering articles from my local news within 2 days. One of them came out on the 30th, and the other was the other one was the 29th. So back to back, two fear-mongering articles. Oh no, Trump got elected. Women are now in danger because of Nick Fuentes' posts.
Can we all
now
agree?
Trump got elected, so now all your children are getting deported. What is going on?
Yes, DSP
Where is
the
the
internet
response?
versus with politics. Like,
Wait, what?
can we all agree? That's what this is. This is just DSP versus the internet political edition, and he knows nothing about it.
Yeah,
Look at
that's all this is.
Gunfighting edition.
Like, look at
That's true, but I would say it's more DSP versus the internet
but
2.0.
Look, he got a green screen. Wait, it's chroma key, but it's still a green screen. though.
Wait, it's a green. Oh, look, he's got a green screen. Wait, AI effects. Phil, I thought you hate AI.
But
I thought
not
you
now.
couldn't put up your green screen.
He's trying to get. If an AI cat can cook, he will replace cat with it.
He probably would. But this whole entire thing is like.
Anyways, let me get back to work. I'll still be in chat, guys. Okay.
All right, man. Take care.
Go to work, Vanguard.
Like I'm just looking at this, look at this entire thing, and we've all noticed it. Every detractor's noticed this though, is that this is just DSP versus the internet. He's just doing the same thing. He watches a video, he just regurgitates what he reads. He barely listens to the video about what it's talking about, skips ahead, and just regurgitates bullshit information, disinformation, and then skips to the next article.
He will read one line and be like, "Oh, this is my opinion, and this is why." I'm like, "There's an entire paragraph here, Phil."
Yeah, he's missing,
whole
like I
thing.
said in the last one, he's missing the meat and potatoes of the argument.
Yeah. And it's another one too. If y'all seen the first episode, I don't know which one had the Fruit Loops. Was that the second episode or the first one? That was probably the second episode that he did of DSP politics, where he's like, "Oh yeah, Robert Kennedy Jr. is saying something about Fruit Loops," and it's like, "Oh, a woman is giving an opinion. Your opinion is wrong. You're stupid." And he just goes, skips it. Oh, another woman gives an opinion. Oh, they're stupid. They don't know what they're talking about. It's like, do you hate women?
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
What's wrong with that?
Here's what I'm saying. Like these two articles that he just read, the one about the mantra of your body, my choice, that bullshit, and then this one, it's clear of three things. He hates women, children, and anyone that's not white.
Hell yeah.
Exactly.
Fingernails.
Yeah, the way that he just talks about this entire thing,
Go to the cookout.
it's very bigoted. It's very bigoted and almost xenophobic in a way.
It is. It very much is.
Yeah.
Guys, breaking news. I'm in a guild with the almighty Tevin and Path of Exile.
Oh shit! That's what's up.
I guess he just sent it.
It has happened.
Detractor Path of Exiles.
Path of Detractor Exile.
The roaming man gang.
Of news to
That's what the guild's name's got to be. Roving Man Gang.
Really,
Yes!
this is awful.
I want
that
an
they
invite.
do
I
this,
don't even
'cause
have the
now
game
it
yet.
only does create fear mongering. Women are afraid. Immigrants are afraid. Everyone's afraid. Why did you do
Immigrants are
this?
afraid. Everyone.
Did you
Yeah,
see
everyone's afraid.
immigration
I
agents
would
bust
feel
down the doors
afraid.
of your school to get kids? Like
Even the dog is
Did
afraid.
this happen?
No, Phil.
If it didn't,
They
what
even
are we
said
talking
they
about? What's the
said in the article that they won't do that though because it causes a mass panic. If you go into like a hospital, a school, or any churches out there, and you go in busting down doors and taking illegal immigrants out of there, it causes panic. That's the reason why they don't do that. If you read the article, it'll explain that that's why they don't do it.
You mean rushing into a place and throwing people out is gonna get people scared?
It causes mass panic.
I mean, dude, we're just gonna start chucking in flashbangs and just yanking motherfuckers out.
Or smoke
bomb.
So if you're gonna sit there and start deportation and whatnot,
With the pistol.
he might want to start with his wife. Just saying.
He should.
Start with your wife, sir.
Send her to the.
Your wife's from Armenia or something like that, Albania or something like that.
I thought she was from Michigan.
Nah.
the purpose of this article exactly? If it's not facts, if it's not something that's happened, why are we speculating about horrible horror movie fantasy shit? Right? But this didn't become the purge, you know, people are out in the streets murdering each other. This isn't what's happening. Stop
There he
writing these
goes,
fucking
relating this to pop culture.
Yeah.
Like, Phil, what the hell is your problem, dude? Like, can you just... Never mind.
articles, get some responsible people in there to write real news, because all you're doing is you're hurting the American people when you lie to them directly about this kind of shit. You get them scared about
I know,
You
right?
can't help him out.
something that's not going to happen.
I can't help him out.
Very well won't happen for a long time, and maybe there will be ways to prepare for
Yeah,
it.
I'm too intelligent
you know?
to deal with
But
that. I can't lower my IQ
writing
that
these
damn low.
articles is not helping
I'm too
a damn
tired
thing.
for this.
All it
Right.
does is scare
I
people,
like it.
and it's pretty disgusting, quite frankly, to see it.
Maybe he
in
can
my
get Scott
local
Cheeto to do it.
Oh.
I've been in the
All right, so that was a nothing burger.
It's like
Let's move
brain
on.
rot.
Like, here's the thing. Here's the thing with this though. Like with this bullshit, is that he's going to sit here and go that this entire thing
Very
was
shortly
fear
will
mongering.
not
It's
be
like
president.
I wouldn't really call this fear mongering. If it was fear mongering, then it would just be talking about it's like, yeah, your children is going to be deported. Your parents are going to be deported with them. Oh yeah, it's just fear mongering without even putting in. It's like, hey, make sure to defend yourself and make sure that when something happens that you're ready for it. It's mostly spreading awareness.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was
That's it.
spreading awareness, fear mongering.
Because Phil takes it fucking
Go
literally.
to Argentina and be with all those subscribers he has down there in Argentina.
All those members that don't exist.
You can go hang out with his supporters in
Well,
Argentina.
Remember, he wanted his kick going just so he gets 90% revenue. That's it. He doesn't give a damn about the content he puts out on here.
Joe Biden any longer. President Donald Trump will be sworn in very soon.
We know.
I didn't know that. I thought Joe
Really?
Biden stayed in forever. I thought he stayed in forever.
Really?
Oh right.
Well, you know how it is. Phil's got to figure it out first, then everybody else can be smart enough to figure it out.
Really?
On the way out,
That's how this works?
President Joe Biden did something that
President Joe Biden
basically
took a breath.
shocked the world.
Oh, you mean
took a nap.
you mean he fell up Air Force One multiple times? Okay.
Oh no, I was gonna say he took a nap.
I
ordered
guess.
He ordered double chocolate chip ice cream.
I wish I could take a nap.
He couldn't read the teleprompter right.
Someone give me some ice cream now.
Okay, shocked the world.
He played video games with
Before
Donald
we
Trump.
get into it,
I'm not shocked.
Oh shit! They actually finally played Call of Duty.
I think what we should do
They got together to play
is
Among Us?
watch a supercut. No, we're not going to watch the whole thing, but I think you'll get the gist of it just by watching.
You
a
go watch the
few
whole thing. This is
seconds
Phil.
of
No,
this
we never
video.
watch a whole
Ready
video.
for this?
Exactly.
Here we go.
Presidential promise to put the law before a family.
I said I abide by the jury decision. I will do that, and I will not pardon him.
Letting the world know that he will not wipe away the decision of 12 of his son's peers.
Was asked directly, and he has said he wouldn't pardon his son if he gets convicted.
Let's
He
wait and
wouldn't-
see what happens if he loses.
Yeah, but he said it.
He's going to get pardoned by his dad. There's no question about that.
The president
has ruled
Yeah, he's not. He's
Yeah, he's-
banning people right now.
Yeah, you can tell the way he's searching. Get the fuck out of here, you dirty bastard.
Like,
No, but that kind of focus is actual work.
Or not only that, he's
using a lot of brain energy right now. You guys, stop it.
not only is he banning.
Do you see the smoke?
So like
No.
verbally say Path of Exile is pretty good. That's
I heard it is. like looking at this entire thing, he's just looking for tips. And he's looking for people to ban. Meanwhile, this fucking supercut is actually they're having people talk about. You have people going, "Oh, he's not going to pardon him. He's not going to pardon Hartnett," and you have other people going, "Oh, watch what happens when he loses. He doesn't listen to that part." Another one, "Yeah, he's going to pardon him," and then no, he doesn't listen to that part. Instead, he's listening to, "Oh, they're not pardoning him. They're not pardoning him." He's dumbass.
Very much so.
I'm gonna see because I'm kind of curious.
Really personal, and he did that today.
It seems like a pretty normal, straightforward answer, but it takes new weight when we see
Stop being a
what Trump
smug
is saying about
cunt.
the outcome of his trial. What we're hearing from other
Yeah,
Republicans
we
is
Exactly.
they don't accept the jury's
2025
verdict here in New York.
smug.
The
Contrast is profound. To sit there and say,
Make
we're
streaming
not going to
stupid.
intervene in the legal process,
flipping
and I wouldn't pardon my son. One side, Democrats and Joe.
Why, Phil? Don't rub your chin.
Oh wait, no,
don't
Dwight.
rub your
Dwight
chin.
said, 2025 we gotta beat our lol cows.
Oh yeah, we gotta beat him. We gotta beat him heavily.
Y'all
Protecting
beat
the
the lol
justice
cows.
system.
Me and Thyri
And
are
on
gonna
the
hang
other,
out with the man
Republicans
gang.
and Trump protecting
I don't know.
President of the United States
Beat him?
has
Like
so
how
We're gonna
much
have to-
respect for the law.
I don't know. I guess we
He
just
has
beat him
said
until our
without
hands
pardon
bleed. I don't
his
know.
son.
I hate the fact that
what-
Phil does this smug
know,
look when he's doing
again,
that. He looks
it's
like
all
Gallo
about
De
the
Niro.
contrast.
President
Damn.
Biden
I would just
saying,
like-
I will respect whatever this jury decides versus
right.
Donald.
I would just like to comment
I
that
wish
my
I
green
could
screen is
serve
actually
me
better
for
than
that
theirs
one.
for the most part. Like if you take a look, theirs is real fuzzy.
What?
Albert.
I was waiting for that one.
It's not better than theirs because I can fucking see MSNBC behind in your shirt.
Look
Yeah.
at ratio.
Oh, my
Yeah,
Look at-
I could, like, you can actually see them actually looking clear. Meanwhile, Phil is like, "Oh, my green screen is better." Chair gets cut off. The opacity is off the fucking rails with his fucking appearance.
Part of his arm disappears.
Fuzzy
Is
looks
this
like
the
shit, mine's
doozy
better.
ratio?
And I'm
Or
just,
is-
you know,
No, that was his own
That does a
local
vanishing
news.
act.
they're
That
supposed
was
to be
early.
local
MSNBC news. Just for the record.
I want to go. I
Okay.
want to move to
Donald
Seattle.
Trump after
Peter already did the
and
thing
plus,
with Peter
Phil.
Vanguard.
So here's another thing, Phil. They're not using a green screen. The two back there aren't. You can see all the marks of the TVs put together behind them, with a massive screen put behind them. That's not a green screen, retard.
It's not.
Jesus.
34
Screens,
counts saying
my
the
guy.
entire
No,
system
no.
is
Hang on.
rigged.
Let's pretend that we're Phil's chat for a second. All right. Yeah, that your green screen better.
God, I couldn't pretend. I think I would jump into a vat of snakes.
We know like this. We know like this.
Yeah, we definitely don't like this. How you doing, man?
Okay.
Listen,
Okay.
listen to all the clapping.
We're pretending to be his chat. All right. So have you ever dated a femboy?
Oh damn!
Phil, do you like
I'm so mad at that.
in
So mad.
Thailand and played
Hey,
with the tiger
Raziel.
girls?
People
I'm so mad
asked
that that-
people asked DSP like 8+ years ago to cut out his background. Oh yeah, of course. He always does this shit late. Always.
Against him.
Their latest attack has been
Phil's
that
gonna
Joe
go to
Biden has
Thailand and play with the
politicized and
tiger girl.
weaponized the
Tiger
DOJ,
boy.
right? That was the whole
Right, Drake.
argument
When he
around
got
Donald
that
Trump's
thing about the
conviction.
I hate it.
This
femboy
week, of
question,
course,
was that in his
Hunter
kick
Biden
chat
was
or his
found
YouTube
guilty,
chat,
and Joe
or was that a tip?
I think that was a tip.
Biden has very
Because I
clearly
heard that,
said
like, no.
he would not pardon his son.
I'm
He
gonna
would not
take
Was
pardon
that
his
somebody
son.
off?
How stark.
Well, I mean, I forget which state it is, but a femboy Hooters has been established.
And the funny thing about it, though, is like he's like, "No, I will not date a femboy." Oh, I see. He's
Now that Joe
crying.
Biden has really put it out there.
No,
Okay, I think we've seen
He has
enough.
entered the chat.
he said I won't date it. He said I'm happily married, as if he wasn't married, that would have been an option.
Yeah, so
yeah.
Yeah, someone
You know,
even
you-
asked him that his kick chat. So on his kick chat, was like, "So if you weren't married, would you?"
It's a strong possibility.
Good to know. Thank you. That was
Rydrake,
always
you may
good.
have a chance. You may have a chance,
No.
Rydrake.
I cut my hair lower now.
Oh no!
Right?
No, hang on.
So,
I'm gonna send you
the whole
something
point
there.
here-
Ice, I'm gonna send you something.
All right.
Is that we've been
There you go.
talking
Play
about
that. Have fun
how
with
Donald
Oh, let me see. I'll let display while I do
Trump
that.
had all these cases against him when he was running for president. And a lot of people argued that it was actually presidential election tampering, that these were weaponized cases against Donald Trump to try to get him convicted for something so that people wouldn't vote for him and all of that. It basically had the absolute opposite effect. It just did. People championed and rallied behind Trump,
What?
regardless of the fact that all these cases
The hamster's
were
not running as fast as it was earlier.
But he basically very clearly came out and said, "I feel
Let's hear this.
In this case, these are
I
the
have
guys that do
received
this is
Ingrid
misuse of the
step on
justice
me.
system. This is election tampering."
no!
And all the Democrats came out and said, "Oh, well,
Received
Captain
Ingrid
Trump
step
said
on me.
Biden-
Oh shit!
Biden's son Hunter just got convicted
God damn
of all
it.
these crimes, right?" And
Who the fuck
you know,
did that?
so basically,
someone in his chat is named that in his.
Oh,
King
that's
chat,
their
which they-
name. No.
with that ruling,
Not
President
me.
Biden
I
says
did not
he's
make
not
this.
gonna
I
intervene.
started
He's
the
not gonna
template
pardon
I've
his son.
received, but I
What a
did not make
difference
this.
between
Someone
Trump
sent
and
that to
Biden.
me.
That Biden says
So
the law is
good.
ultimate.
Oh, don't worry.
Damn.
Unchangeable. We all must live by the rule of law. No one is immune
don't
to
worry.
the law.
Andrew
and
got
therefore,
it, so it's all good.
Hunter will be
Oh,
punished.
okay.
Okay, so Bad Boy has received his invitation to our man gang, the roving man gang. We're good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We can have him in the yes. That boy
This is what people said
has
all year.
received.
Leading up to the election, people
The
still
man.
voted for Donald Trump. Okay, despite all
Bill
of
gets
this.
the roving
All
femboy
right?
gang.
So what
There
happened
you
this
go.
week?
There we go.
Pretty
We'll
ridiculous.
DoorDash that to him.
Joe
Yes.
Biden officially pardoned Hunter.
Officially.
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 Not officially.
There's
okay.
a fish? Where's a fish?
Okay, let's see here.
Officially.
This comes after Biden and the White House has lied countless times saying Joe Biden would not pardon his son. Everybody should have known he was going to do it. I don't know why this is a shock to people.
I've even said that if the shoe was on the other foot and this was Trump and his son Don Jr. or one of the other ones was in trouble like this, Donald Trump would have done the same damn thing.
Exactly.
I
See if
mean,
I can
come
zoom
on
in on
now.
this if
it
they'll
would
let
have
me.
if
I
it
don't
was the
know if
other
they
shoe
will.
and the other person,
mean,
it would have happened the
this is
same.
Twitter.
Understand why?
So,
Because
I will read this to the best of my
much as
ability.
they fuck up, it
Today I
is
signed
his
a pardon
son.
for my son Hunter.
So
From the day I
you
took
kind of
office, I said
understand
that I
it
would
from
not
the
interfere with the
perspective
Justice Department's
of
decision making, and I kept my word.
a
even as
father.
I have
But yeah, it just I don't know how to put it specifically.
Like
Joe Biden.
It's like you understand it. It's like it's his son. He's trying to get out of trouble. So it's like at a father's standpoint, you can understand why you're doing it though.
Yeah.
But it kind of makes you like a flip flopper though, because you said that you wouldn't do it, and then all of a sudden
Right.
you did it anyway.
Like you
Biden.
understand the why, but at the same time, you're still doing what you promised you wouldn't.
Yeah.
Like, if
Hold on. We can
if he was
play
saying,
this another way, though. We can play this another way. Joe Biden, I trust and believe in the justice system. Pardon the son, because he knew the justice system worked too well. So he trusted them to do their job, so he pardoned them. Got to get that shit out of there. Nope, you're good, man. We're out of here. You're out of here.
Well, not only that, it's Biden's way to get shit that he wanted to get out the way first before he leaves office. That's another reason why.
Oh, yeah. I mean, is it a bad look and bad optics? You say you won't do it and then turn around and do it? Absolutely. But does he care? Hell, I doubt he even remembers half the fucking conversations he has a day ago.
And he wouldn't do?
Yeah, what? Back in the Civil War, I signed the bill. Wait, what? The fuck are you talking about?
watched my son being selectively and unfairly prosecuted. So wait a minute. Already. So I said I wouldn't interfere, but man, my son was...
You do realize Joe Biden didn't write that, right? You do realize the secretary or whatever they're called wrote that for him. He didn't write any of that.
Wasn't it Secretary of the Press?
I think it's the Secretary of the Press. Yeah, the president doesn't write it.
His press secretary.
Everything that he has done has been done by somebody else, and he.
But
like.
And any president, no, there's not a president presidents have speech writers.
Yeah. There's people
they have
that do this for
department
them.
that writes out press releases. So what is your fucking deal?
Yeah.
The thing is like I said it before, and Ice can quote me because he's heard me say before. Bill just has the hard on for promoting Donald Trump.
Yeah,
he does.
But he doesn't like the guy, so he's a fence sitter, and that fence post.
Like Donald Trump hasn't given him money yet.
Well, no, actually, no, he did. Actually,
yeah,
I
the
don't know if
Stimmy.
it's that or Biden. Yeah, I don't know if it's that or Biden, but
Both of them. Trump did a stimmy and Biden did a stimmy. So they both paid Phil.
No. What Trump done for him recently, though?
Oh, nothing actually.
Running for president.
Exactly.
Probably members of certain people had to ride in the back of the bus during the slave trade. I'm waiting for that conversation to come out of Joe Biden's mouth.
It's so unfair how they're treating him. Wait a minute. No. You
No,
just
no.
said you weren't going to do it. You just admitted you said you weren't going to do it.
Yeah, like what,
Doesn't
4
matter
years
what
ago?
qualifying things you say now. You already have said you're not going to do something.
How many presidents have
now
said one thing and
cannot
done another?
Go back on it,
Exactly.
or else that's
It's
it.
politics.
You have
You know,
absolutely no dependability.
Bill would be that kind of
no
person
at
to be
all.
like,
So if
"Hey,
someone says if
you
right
know,
click on
you
it-
know that Joe Biden doesn't like gay marriage, right?"
No.
And that was from
Nope.
way back in the day, back when Joe Biden was Obama's vice president.
Yeah.
Ah, thank you. That was very useful.
thank you,
Thank you so much. Who
Oh,
was
I can
that?
see now. Ha ha ha
That was
ha.
I don't
very
have to
useful.
get my
That was
glasses and
Vietnamese
look like an
comrade. Thank you.
actual old
Okay, here we
person.
go.
He is an old person. What are you talking about?
Without
I know,
aggravating
right?
factors
What does it
like
say,
use
honey?
in a crime, multiple purchases, or buying a weapon as a straw purchaser, people are almost never brought to trial on felony charges solely for how they filled out a gun form. This is starting to sound familiar.
Oh, how?
Those who were late paying
Huh?
their taxes because of serious addictions, but paid them back subsequently with interest and penalties, are typically
Bill,
given
the reason you
non-criminal
said it sounds
resolutions.
familiar, did you
It's
do
clear
that?
that Hunter was treated differently. Well, soon-to-be former President Biden, usually people who qualify a payment to their attorney in a different way to save some money on their taxes also are not taken to trial for it and then convicted of it and become felons. Usually,
he's talking
they
about
receive
Trump.
a slap on the wrist. That's correct. But basically, what happened to Hunter is exactly what's happening to Donald Trump. It's the same exact
No.
situation.
No,
It's not
that's
even
completely
different at all.
fucking
It's
different.
the same.
No,
It's
this
called
yeah, it's clearly
selective
different.
enforcement
Yeah.
of the law.
Like,
Hunter did
For
pay off
some
a porn
reason,
star
they came
and
after Hunter
Yeah,
hard.
and
sent her
For
hush
some
money.
reason, they
and
came
sold
after
pictures
Donald
of his
Trump hard.
butthole while
So
trying to
why
purchase a
shouldn't they
gun
be treated
by not
equally?
filling out the gun form.
I-
That's what Hunter
It
did.
is different because he's your son. That's the difference. If Donald Trump was your son, maybe you would care about him being treated the way he's been treated in court as well. Right?
Weird
That's what
to
I
say
mean. Like,
Okay.
it's for those who don't know.
Like, here's the thing with
The
Trump,
first
though.
thing
Trump
he's
is actually
saying here,
he was being indicted and he was being
aggravating
convicted
factors
over
like use of a
hush
crime,
money,
multiple
which is the
purchases,
real
or
thing.
buying a weapon as a
And
straw
it's in
purchaser.
black and
People
white.
are almost never brought
Hey,
to trial on
Donald
felony
Trump
charges
is
solely
being
for how they filled
indicted
out a gun
and
form.
convicted because of the
Hunter
hush money.
Biden is a hardcore
Biden,
drug
and you
user.
get Phil.
It is well documented.
No,
that
that's
he
not
is
what
a
it is.
Hardcore drug
Bitch is
addict.
what it said in the
Okay,
article.
he can't stop.
Yeah.
He keeps relapsing
Exactly.
over and
And
over.
I like to say
He went to
again,
the
it's
gun.
like being
On the gun
convicted
form, it
does not mean
says,
they've
"Are you on drugs?" And
you're
he
actually
said no.
you have
He
done it
lied.
as of yet.
Yeah,
They're
charged.
prosecuting you for it.
Yeah,
Doesn't matter if
There's a
usually
difference.
you don't get
he's being
prosecuted
convicted for it, but he's not
That's a
fully
felony.
charged for it.
You
Right.
lied on the
Yeah,
on federal law, federal
Once
felony.
it goes
honestly,
That's a
he's
felony.
not going to.
Done.
They're not going to charge him
Okay.
or put
Late paying
a
his taxes
sentence
because of
yet.
serious
Why?
addiction.
Because he's
He
going to be
didn't
a
pay his
sitting
taxes
president.
because he's
They're
a
going to
druggie.
hold that shit till
So
he gets
thought,
out
I
of
don't have
office.
to do anything. I don't have to
Or
pay taxes. I don't
they
have to
might
file
drop the
taxes. I don't have to
charges.
do nothing. Right.
Might.
Or drop the charges.
So they
Exactly.
slap
Like
him
I
with,
said,
hey,
the way
well,
the legal
since you
system
didn't pay
works,
your
you are
taxes
charged
on
for the
purpose
crime,
because
you
you're a
take
druggie
it to
and you thought
court,
that because you're part
and
of the
court
Biden
goes
family,
one
you
way or
didn't
the
have to
other with
deal
it.
with it. Here's
Exactly.
not only the taxes you owe plus penalties, but also it's criminal. We found you. It's criminal what you did. Here's your crime, and here's the resolution. Oh well,
Do you
wait,
even
it's Hunter
know what
Biden. He
Hunter
shouldn't have
was
to go to
accused
jail
of?
for it. No,
I don't think he
No.
does.
Sorry.
I'm not 100% sure myself because
Very
I don't
simple.
pay
You do
attention to
crime,
this
you do
shit.
the
Phil
time.
is
Now,
just
I'll
like
agree.
trying to make
Selective
himself sound
enforcement.
smart.
There's tons of people who likely do what Hunter did and don't go to jail for it.
Well, the
way
harder
they
you
got
try, the
with
dumber he
smoke
sounds.
thrown at him.
Phil,
Just like
what did Hunter do?
there's tons of people who've done exactly what Donald Trump did and never
Okay,
had
here
the
we
book
go.
thrown at them. It's
Biden was
selective
found
enforcement
guilty.
of the
This is
law.
Hunter, by the way, on 3 felony charges of federal gun violations. The conviction was made for Biden, the first child of the sitting president, and to be convicted in a criminal trial. Because of that, the president's license to practice law in Washington, D.C. was suspended, aka Hunter Biden.
Oh.
It's gun charges. That's what he's being accused of. Taxes, that whole thing was happening more recently, though. But this is like tax indictment, though. But again, this article, this little thing that he says right here, so far has to do with his gun charges. That's how he starts it off with. But then later on, it's going onward to saying the whole thing about it, though. And the reason why, because on the gun form, it's asking you, have you taken any illegal drugs? AKA, do you have a history of drugs? Which he said no.
Right. In which he actually did. He had a history with cocaine.
it was more than just cocaine.
Yeah, it was more than just cocaine. I just can't think.
Cocaine
Cocaine is the
and
first one that came to
cocaine
my head.
accessories.
In my opinion, it shouldn't happen at all to anyone. It should be equal enforcement of the law across the board. Either everyone gets treated
That
that
never
way,
happened.
or no one gets treated that way. Not this person, yes.
Okay.
Wait. So okay, hold on. So should that pedophile that killed that woman's child in Australia, should they just go scot-free then? Because you were defending them.
No, here's the thing. Here's the thing. He wants people to be brought to trial. Okay, Phil, should you be brought back to trial for committing bankruptcy fraud?
Exactly. Should the bank
or tax fraud, tax evasion?
Yeah, should they really sit there and go through your shit? Like, come on, Phil. Be careful with what you say.
This person, no. This person, yes. This person, no. No. Bullshit. That's not how, justice is. That's not justice. That's injustice.
Exactly.
Is essentially what it is. It's not even equality, right? So
He doesn't know what your prior says.
Here's
That's what
President
you
Joe
see
Biden
just
whining
in
about the
prison.
treatment of his son, saying it's unfair, when literally that was exactly the case of what happened with Donald Trump in the last year. Okay?
Yeah, no.
The charges in these cases came about only after several of my political opponents in Congress instigated them to attack me and oppose my election. That's right. Just like the charges against Donald Trump only happened because you, on your side, who were his political opponents, went after him.
And Trump broke the law. Just as Hunter Biden broke the law.
Yeah, the part Phil doesn't understand, and I really hope it bites him in the ass, because it's been him in the ass a couple of times. But I really hope it does. Is like, it doesn't matter when, unless it's outside this. I forgot what the term for it is, but the time limit for certain crimes.
The statute of limitations.
Thank you. I cannot think of it for the life of me. If it doesn't have one of those, and you do it, it still bites the ass. If you're within that, it still bites in the ass, Phil. Time frame doesn't matter for a lot of crimes, because I can still look up evidence for it. The statute of limitations is there to, number one, there's only so much time you can spend on a case. Unfortunately, I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but
No.
that's life. Yeah, pretty much.
There's no
And so they
limitations for murder.
Yeah, there is no limitations for murder because that's a life.
There's also no limitations when the crime involves a child.
Exactly.
And that's across the board.
I'm sorry, I'm not gonna lie. I was like thinking of the Saints Row scene.
It's exactly the
Go
same.
ahead, keep going.
Then a
But
carefully
I'm just saying, like,
negotiated plea deal
he doesn't
agreed to by the
understand that
Department of Justice
it
unraveled
doesn't
the
matter
courtroom,
when. That's his
with a
entire
number of my
problem. In fact, that's
political
still his
opponents in
problem, because he
Congress taking
doesn't
credit
understand
for
his
bringing
tax
political
actions
pressure on the
are still going to
process.
bite him in the ass
The
no matter
plea
what.
plea deal held
Yeah.
would
Mm-hmm.
have been a fair, reasonable resolution of Hunter's cases. Now, I'm no legal expert, but from what I'm to understand,
shit.
the plea deal was a
You're
huge
telling me
joke.
DSP
It was
gaming
basically
isn't
like
a
he wouldn't
legal
be punished
expert?
at all.
He's not a
And he
lawyer,
could get
like
off
Nick
with little to
Cocaine.
no
What?
actual repercussions
Well,
for his
shit.
actions and
Don't
get away
worry.
scot-free and just be able
Mercator's
to move
gonna
on with his
bounce
life.
back
That's
one
not
of
a plea
these
deal.
days.
The plea deal is, okay, I plead, and
Yeah,
now I have
bounce
to take
right back,
perhaps
right?
a lesson.
He's
Right
he
back
just
on
had
that
it
There
off-
cocaine.
he
should
just had
be
it
a
off-
significant
he had it
punishment. For what
off
I'm
here.
understanding,
Can we
it
say the
wasn't
same?
significant. Now, I could
No,
be
you're
wrong.
absolutely
If
right.
I'm wrong,
He's gonna
that's
bounce
fine.
He's
back
gonna-
all
Be out
right.
on it.
Right back
That's
to
what
He's
I
reality.
was
gonna have a
told and
glow
what I
up. It's
heard
gonna be
is
fine.
that the plea deal was kind of a joke.
I'm not going to show off the mug, Phil, and try and sell that again?
No reasonable person who looks at the facts of Hunter's cases can reach any other conclusion than Hunter was singled out only because he is my son, and that is wrong. Okay? And no reasonable person could look at the situation of Donald Trump, again, being dragged through the mud, being said that his case was about a hush money payment. It never was. It was about him paying his lawyer.
It
and
was about
categorizing
hush
it as a
money.
different
There
kind
was
of payment
receipts of
so
the
he could
hush
save
money.
tax
Thank
money.
you.
Here, Phil, here's the thing. If Trump had paid off Stormy Daniels with his own money, nobody would give a shit. Literally, nobody would have gave a single gram of fuck about it. It's the fact that it was campaign funds used to pay off Stormy Daniels. And then the story takes an even weirder turn because her lawyer ends up getting arrested.
Well, I like to say even more is like, okay, so he was let's just say everything here is 100% true, just for the sake of argument.
Yeah.
If they did go after his son because he's president's son, that's more so they're trying to point out that no one's above the law, which is how it should be. So technically, this is correct in a sense. Like, there's no room for, just because you're the president's son, you're allowed to do this. So in a weird sense, the point he's trying to prove is the point that he's harping for, that it should be equal. Well, Phil, here it is. They're going after him because he's the president's son, because they know he should not get away with it. So you're arguing against yourself here 100%.
Like always.
Of course.
Money.
I mean, I'm
you
not
try to
crazy
scam
here.
the IRS,
Am I for that?
But that was the crime.
Yes.
It had
No.
nothing to do
I would say you're
with
crazy.
hush money
I mean, we're
to
all-
some,
okay, fair enough.
woman in the
I'm
adult
joking.
industry, which
Well,
is
look,
all
I
the
hang out
news
with
reporting
ICE.
to
Of
try to
course I'm
drag
fucking
people money,
crazy.
ruin his reputation.
You
He
watch
was
Phil, of course you
purposefully
are.
singled out
I
because
watched
he was the
Scott,
presidential
of
candidate.
course I
It's
am.
exactly
Yeah,
the
exactly.
same situation. Like
I
without
passed out on my
any
Thanksgiving
difference.
stream.
It's
Of
exactly
course
the
I
same.
am.
There's been an effort to break Hunter, who has been 5.5 years sober, even in the face of unrelenting attacks and selective prosecution. And trying to break Hunter, they've tried to break me, and there's no reason to believe it will stop here. Enough is enough.
Oh, he is, Paul.
My
He
entire
is.
career, I have followed a simple principle. Just tell the American people the truth. They'll be fair-minded. Here's the truth. I believe in the justice system, but just as I wrestled with
Give me
this,
your
I
mailing
believe raw
address,
politics has
motherfucker.
infected this
Mail your
process,
spoon
and it
so you
led
can
to a
eat it.
miscarriage of justice. And once I made this decision this weekend, there was no sense in delaying it further. I hope Americans will understand why a father and a president will
You
come
gotta
to
understand,
this
yeah,
decision.
that what he just
But here's
said.
the funny part about it, okay?
Here's why I
His
pretend to
decision, that's
care.
page 1. I don't have the official here. I had it, and I don't know what happened
How
to it.
professional of you.
If you're not aware,
You know, you could go get the the full
he didn't
statement
just pardon
from
Hunter
the website
for those 2 crimes that he's been convicted of and was going to go to jail for. President Biden pardoned Hunter for any potential crimes he has committed for over 11 years. Wait,
I mean, it's a pardon. What do you know what a pardon means, right? It means
obviously he doesn't.
it means you're forgiven for everything you have done up to that point. Now, here's the funny thing about a pardon, Phil, is say after this is all said and done, and Joe Biden's no longer in office, and Hunter Biden does this again, then he could be charged for that new crime. Like,
Okay, he's pardoned for this. He's pardoned for this specific type of thing. If Hunter goes out tomorrow and fucking shoots someone and kills him in cold blood, guess what? He can be charged for it.
yeah, he's only.
If a president pardoned the killer just go out killing people with no repercussions. Is that what he thinks happens?
Yeah.
Oh, I was pardoned for murder. I'll just go continue doing it.
Exactly. I can continuous.
Oh, I killed another person. Oh, wait, no, double jeopardy.
Yep, you can't charge me for it, assholes.
what?
What?
Yes, I'm not kidding you.
That's the best comeback. to
Biden actually changed the whole script, and instead of saying, oh, okay, I'll pardon you for the 2 crimes, he gave a blanket pardon, saying anything my son did in the last 11 years, he's now exempt from any kind of legal repercussion.
Yes, that's how a pardon works. You realize when you pardon someone, Phil, you don't pick and choose what you pardon them from. You just pardon them. That's it.
Sorry,
It's
I'm a
gonna
little bit slow.
It's gonna cover everything that they've done, that they have done, not what they haven't done.
I believe that it's done that way for 2 reasons. One, so that if somebody doesn't like the pardon, for whatever reason, they can't try and nitpick the whole thing to try and screw up the process. And 2, as a part of double jeopardy, is like, if you think he's done anything else, don't do the pardon. It's one of those weird law systems, I believe. Don't quote me on that because I'm not I don't know the laws, but that's what I believe. And it's done that way to try and be a weight and balance for the process. Now, is it always used that way? Probably not. I guarantee it's probably not, but that's the way I view it.
Yeah, like what was it? There was before Trump got out of office, they were hoping he'd pardon somebody, like some guy that did something. I don't fucking remember what it was, but
Wait, what the hell?
Hush money in case of the Manhattan was paying off women he had sexual encounters with, not to talk about it. So what's the crime? Prostitution? If the money is legal, I don't see an issue. It's not an issue except for campaign funds. That's when it becomes a different matter.
Campaign funds. It's not the fact that he paid her. It's the fact that it's campaign money that is not supposed to be used to pay for some sexual fun time.
Or pay off sexual fun time. It's just that. So that's where it became a huge issue, honestly.
Oh,
And like
How
I
is that
said, if it would have
equivalent?
been out of his own personal money and not campaign money from his campaign coordinator, this Stormy Daniels wouldn't have been an issue.
It would have never been a thing.
So he was treated unfairly for
Who comes
two
from the
things he did.
great state of
You
Louisiana.
pardoned him for it with no actual expectation or knowing that anyone would ever go after him ever again for anything. But then you make sure that now he's safe from prosecution for anything he's done for 11 years?
In the past, Phil.
Yeah, not the future, the past.
Yeah, it's not like he can't go out tomorrow, shoot somebody, and I pardoned from the president. I can't. No. Anything in the past, Phil. In the past. Let's in the past.
Anything he's done up to the point. Up to that point.
Technically, Raziel, he did defame her because defamation requires two sources and a third party to overhear, and he's saying it in public.
What? You want to talk about really abusive power? That's the definition.
You know the president can pardon whoever the hell they want, right? Like,
yeah, presidents can grant clemency, presidents can pardon, presidents can commute sentences, just like governors can commute sentences. So yeah.
so I mean, I don't get the hang up here. Like, what's the hang up?
No,
I mean,
he can't do it, but the optics of it will be good or bad. That's something that's outside.
Yeah, that's a different story.
No, but I'm just saying that's. I think that's what Phil's getting confused about here.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
Phil
There's
just
an
wants his
injustice,
boy
undo the
to be off
injustice.
everything.
It was literally
He'll just
stretch
pretend
the
like
limits of the
he
power
knows
that I
everything
have
he's
as
talking
president
about
to give the
100%.
most extreme presidential pardon I can to make
Presidential
sure
pardon,
that no one can go after Hunter again. But
no, anything he's done for 11 years up to the issuing of the pardon, they cannot come after him for. Now, if he turns around and does an illegal gun purchase tomorrow, he can be charged for it tomorrow.
And Paul, about the basketball player that was swapped and whatnot, honestly, my opinion as far as that's concerned, when they got her out, they should have gotten the other guy out as well. It shouldn't have been her first, then that journalist, because I think it was a journalist that was held in jail in Russia. I think that's my opinion. I don't think that she should have gotten out prior to him, but because, how you say, level of fame, I guess,
Yeah, mountain out of molehills. Exactly.
You want to sit there and you want to, because she'd bring more eyes than the other guy, but you have this family who's been waiting for years and years and years to get their spouse, to get their son, their husband, whatever, back. I just think that,
the other question, of course,
you're
what
gonna do
happens
both.
now
You're gonna get somebody out of Russia, get them both instead of the basketball player first.
Yeah.
That President Joe
That's
Biden
just
is
the way I
actually
think it
aware
is.
that his
All
son
right, chat. I want
committed
everybody
more
to tell Vega to
crimes,
go to bed.
and he wants
Uh-oh.
to make sure no
That's
one
all.
goes after him for
Tell
those as well.
Vega to go to bed. Go to bed,
Probably.
Vega.
Vega, go to bed.
Because if not, why would he have done it?
And everybody
So he-
just,
Imagine
be
being
expecting,
a
this is
grown
pretty
man.
be expecting
absolutely
applications for the roving man game. That's all I'm
ridiculous.
saying.
Over the
I'm playing
top,
Belatra. Leave me alone.
crazy.
Now remember, according to Phil, that shouldn't be on Game of the Year, Vega.
Stay up as long as you want.
Well, yeah,
Mama's telling you to go to bed, Vega.
He's playing
Look,
it
I
tomorrow.
said go
Oh,
to bed.
God.
You don't have to fucking listen to me. I'm not
My
your mother.
opinion, misuse of power. A
This is
presidential
grown man.
pardon
You don't tell him
I don't
to
want
is
you to
meant
be
to
my
say,
mom. What the fuck?
okay, listen, there's been a grave injustice
You're welcome, Paul.
in our system.
Mom,
It
when did your
failed,
voice get so
and
deep?
therefore, I need to right
What the
that
fuck?
wrong.
What
You want him to call you mommy or what?
Already it's
She became a chain smoker.
Linda, is that you?
Yeah, Linda? No, please, no.
questionable that he's only specifically decided
Linda,
to do this for his
no.
own son.
Oh, shit, I
Right?
got
Because there's
one.
lots of
No,
injustices,
it's pull a
lots of
48
misuse of
hours
power
for
that
you
has
one day.
happened.
Maybe 72.
But he
just to
decides
say fuck
only
it.
my son. Oh, by the way, and then protect him for over
Call
a
into work,
decade.
be like, I
No,
can't
he's
get to
no
work.
Phil. Oh my God, Phil! He's not
Phil
protecting him
doesn't
for
understand.
over a
Phil thinks that he's
decade.
pardoned for the next 11 years, and it's like, no, it's going
Oh.
backwards. It's backwards, Phil.
Yo,
Backwards.
11 years of Hunter Biden is gonna be crazy.
It's
I
like
know, right?
It's like Phil. Look at the crime.
No,
Look
I
at the
get it. I'm not
bankruptcy.
worried about it. I'm not
That was-
worried about the Vanguard. I still get that.
It's like that was the whole thing with your bankruptcy, though. That whole thing got rid of everything that you did in the past. Use that as the example, but you're not doing that, Phil.
I think there's also somewhere in there that if they were plotting a crime and that crime gets carried out, he could still be charged for helping plot that crime and other things like that. Like there's all sorts of loopholes and other shit like that in there. But the primary thing is any crime you've actually committed within the past 11 years, you cannot be charged for.
You know what Hunter should do? He should go the OJ route. He should make a book and say, "What if I would have done it?" Yeah.
And this is my stance on it. I don't give a fuck. So what? He lied. Politicians lie all the goddamn time. Just add another one to the lie pile.
Like I said at the beginning of this whole clip, if the shoe would have been on the other foot, and it would have been Trump, and it would have been his son, Trump Jr., or whatever, whoever won, or as one of his daughters, he would have done the same damn thing.
Spending 135K on credit cards,
I'm not
declaring
doing it.
bankruptcy. Exactly, Raziel.
Funny thing is, and like I don't lean either way. It's just honestly just what I believe. I think Trump would just would have outright said he was going to do it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I get it. I get what they're angry about.
I'm not doing it, and then turn around and do it. He would have did the same thing. Trump would have pardoned his son.
So, my honest opinion of this, okay?
my
honest opinion is very simple.
Are you finally going to give me a fucking opinion? Because I've been waiting for one since this bullshit started.
I'm going to give you a stance.
Yeah, I want a stance.
He's going to reapply. He's going to reapply the lube to the fence and get a little deeper. It's fine.
This is Joe Biden's last FU to the country. Joe Biden knows he's never going to hold any kind of political, job ever again. He's done. He's too old. I mean, they just had a video of him like a day ago. He was at a summit with like African leaders. He was dead asleep. He was just like this.
African leaders, yo. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Wait. No.
Yeah,
So
all the Africans.
So here we go.
Biden actually was in Africa, so he is true.
So we have Biden. We got to do this right now. I got to paint the picture now. Thanks to Darziak. So we have the Red Guards, who are uppity lycanthropes, and Joe Biden is asleep during their summit meeting. That's it. Got it. Awesome. Cool.
Asleep at the desk. People were looking at Joe. He's like, not moving. He's asleep.
Man's in what? It's like his 70s. What do you fucking expect? He needs his Jello pudding and fucking Oprah Winfrey TV show.
He knows his career's over. He's too old. So for him, he doesn't give shit, right? He doesn't give two shits.
Do you know his mindset? Maybe he does give two shits, but he's too fucking old to give the shits properly. He gives the shit but can't do it all the way. The Jerry Curl just won't go all the way around.
About anything, he's done. He's on the way out. He doesn't need to have a good reputation moving forward for anything. So in his opinion, you know what? I just want to make sure absolutely nothing hits my son or me, because let's be honest, if he's aware of his son's crimes or he's involved in any way, and then his son gets prosecuted, there we go. So I feel like this was a way for him.
Wait, protect himself? How is he protecting himself?
I don't get it.
Wouldn't he have to give him? Wouldn't he have to give himself amnesty or some shit like that?
Well, here's the thing: if everything Phil says is correct, he doesn't care. He's at the end of his political career. Why the fuck would he care about protecting his son just to protect that?
Yeah, that doesn't that bumps.
To cover his own ass as well as his son, and just be sure that nothing could ever come of this ever again.
No, Phil. Oh my God, Phil.
Right? He's going out with a bang, a giant explosion, a big rocket of fire coming out of his ass as he's walking out of the Oval Office, and this is his last thing.
What is up with you and asses, Phil? I mean, I know the fence is up your ass, but does everybody have to have something up their ass?
He's a scat man. I used to know this.
To do and say,
I would actually like to see Biden walk out of the Oval Office with a rocket up his ass. That'd be funny.
And he very well knew.
Granted, we'd have to rebuild the White House, but think about it.
You really think all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he just decided he was going to do this? No, he knew all along he was going to do this, in my opinion. He knew eventually he was going to
said in
pardon
my
his son.
opinion. All
He
right,
just had to wait
I won't give you
the
shit
right
then.
time, and he decided this was the right time. Let's just do it now, because now, I'm on the way out. Nobody really cares what I do anyway.
Disagree, Phil. People still care what he does, even if he's on the way out. Like,
till January 20th, the man still has the ability to send the Marines wherever he wants.
He can still push the little red button. No?
Out on the bang. Hell yeah.
Can you send? If you send the
But what's
Marines
really
my way,
sad
please
about
don't
it
send me to Navy SEAls.
Is that
No, they're gonna send you to Roving Man Gangs.
Those people
Yeah.
genuinely believe that Joe Biden was a good person, and
Roving
trustworthy,
Marine gangs.
and had morals
Yes.
and values.
I'm sorry. Okay.
No, you don't want that, because last time I heard about the Marines, they couldn't open flight doors. You don't want
I've
that.
been saying
No,
all
no,
along.
no. That was
In America,
Navy
at
SEAls.
least, our politicians are
Navy
That's
SEAls
even
couldn't open
worse.
the
person
flight doors.
themselves. They're supposed to be public servants. That's the whole idea.
Why are you trying to grab your collar or titties or whatever the fuck? What
He's trying to
what
adjust his
motion
bra.
are
Leave
we
him
trying to do here, Phil?
He's trying to adjust his bra. Leave him alone.
The reason you become a politician in the United States is to serve the public, to do what's in the best interest of the public.
I mean, you're not wrong, but the president is also a figurehead for us to get mad at instead of Congress.
Literally, what use to the public was his pardoning of his son?
What use is a pardon
use
to
the
any
public?
person that the president deems
pardon
to
turkeys?
pardon?
Phil, what you don't understand is just because you're voted into an office or a political position, you don't stop being a person. And a lot of times there's self-interest and fallible.
Like, no, I'm serious. In all seriousness, if
Then
a
why do we pardon
president
turkeys?
pardons,
Everything's just saying.
if a president
It has no
pardons
no
anybody, what
effect
does
on
that do
the
for the what does that do for the people? Nothing. Like, it does nothing. If Joe Biden, God damn, Joe Biden.
Joe Barden Biden.
That sounds like a basketball name. Joe Barden, slamming dunk.
We went deep south on that, Joe Barden.
Joe Biden. But anyway, if Joe Biden or Donald J. Trump or Obama or Bill Clinton or whoever the fuck, insert name here, decided to pardon any individual in the state of the US of A, what does it do for the people? Fuck all. It just does something for that person.
Joe Barden
That's
went
it.
For the shot, he got shot in the court. Oh. Poor guy. He had.
It made a crack dealer happy. He just got pardoned.
It was 100% self-serving,
Trying to fondle the moobs.
That's what the problem is with our American
He's adjusting
political
his bra.
system.
Leave him alone.
That's what ends up happening.
I mean, that
all the
fucking
time.
shirt does not
These
help his
people
titties at
just
all.
sit there
It doesn't.
and do whatever helps them.
Yeah, that's not
to
a
help
flattering
everyone
shirt
else
for your
around them.
titties.
So
Bill, you're
here's an
making all
entire
women
group
with
of
A
people. How
cups
many
feel
millions of
self-conscious?
Americans who believe Joe Biden. He says he's not. No one's above the law. He says
Your
he's going to
body,
do what's
my
right.
choice.
And
Put
then
on
at the way
another
out, he goes,
shirt.
"Hey guys,
haters.
I don't care. I'm out of here. Double fuck you." And pardons his son.
I think that's what Phil's gonna
Where
do.
do you
when he
think
gets-
where do you think a president's flicking off the American public? Like, yes, I'm gonna flick off the
That's
very
not-
people that put me in this position.
That's not the ultimate fuck you, Phil. I hate to say it. I know what the ultimate fuck you would be, but that's not it.
Pushing the red button.
No,
Pushing the red button. Exactly.
no, that wouldn't be the ultimate fuck you. You want the ultimate
No.
fuck you to the American people? Put them back under European rule. Bam, done.
No, I was gonna say. No, I was gonna say the red button because at least that the way there's no rule anymore and people have to survive for themselves, and Phil has to as well.
Bush Jr., I think, flipped off the camera when he thought they
Dude.
turned off.
And he's gone.
Wearing his
That's
wife's
his
shirt.
So, wow. So here's the truth. It's as I've been saying all
Wow.
along.
Phil,
No side.
Phil,
is
are you
the-
needing
or
some
the
gender
real
affirming
winner in this. No
clothes
side
now?
is innocent. Both sides are guilty.
You need to get some.
No
male
side
uniform.
is innocent. Both sides are guilty. I mean, if they've committed a crime, yes, they are indeed guilty. But if they haven't committed a crime, what are they doing guilty? I mean, guilty of being greedy, guilty of taking money, guilty of maybe being hungover at a party, guilty of taking a vacation. I don't fucking know. Phil,
Guilty
I
of
feel
grabbing
like
her by the pussy.
I feel like we're just shooting off of the mouth with no evidence. Oh wait, that's your mantra.
Joe Biden
The king of the dents, people.
was guilty of multiple crimes. Donald Trump is guilty of crimes. Everyone should be held accountable. Everyone. Not
It is unconstitutional to arrest a sitting president. That was what.
Yep.
That's what James Comey said after the Russia investigation of Donald Trump. He said
Guilty
Trump
of
didn't.
higher DoorDash fees.
fuck.
Only Donald in this case, only Hunter in this case. Oh, but now they get forgiven. They get forgiven.
Trump's not forgiven, Phil. They actually charged him because they were trying to stop him from being able to run again for presidency. That's why he was charged. And cases of that magnitude take a while to build up.
Exactly. They were trying to get the charges and trying to get the sentence done before the election, but they weren't able to succeed.
What is the wording?
Like anyone could see that a mile away.
For me, but not for thee. That's what it seems like.
That's how you run your chat. Rules for thee, not for re.
Like it is here in the United States.
But he uses the royal we.
Anyone who's in this
That is
upper
true.
class, this 1%, can do whatever they want, and they always find a way to either get away from it.
Wait, 1%? Phil, you might want to talk to
Eat the rich.
The guy that wound up being offed in jail. What's his name?
Jeffrey Epstein?
Yes. You might want to talk to Jeffrey Epstein there, Phil. It didn't work out for him.
Or I'm buddy with everyone, so no one ever comes after me for it.
Give up guessing? Yeah, pretty much.
But all of us normal citizens, have to completely dot our I's, cross our T's, and do everything perfect. Because we will...
Actually, no, Phil, don't say that shit, because you tried to lie multiple times in your bankruptcy. You tried to lie multiple fucking times in your bankruptcy. Do you own a pet? No. You have a cat, Jasper. Well, that's a pet.
What is WWE Network?
What?
Ice, that's his son, not his pet.
What's that?
Could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, can you repeat that? Can you repeat the question? WWE
Hang on,
Network.
Hang on. Hang on, Ice. I got something for you. Let me just find it really quick for you.
All right. Yeah, if Trump had lost, he'd be in prison. Exactly.
We'll always have the book thrown at us because we're normal people. But they are above us. They are this ruling godlike class of entities, not even people, entities that
Actually,
are
I'll send you
infallible.
a few things.
They fail
All right.
up. They make mistakes,
All right,
and they
it
still
has been
succeed
sent.
in life. They get
Nice.
rewarded for said mistakes with
Listen.
money
Holy fuck,
and
sir.
positions of power and all of this Wow, kind of I have craziness received that bankruptcy none of us fraud. will ever
Yes,
even
bankruptcy fraud. Exactly.
I
What
have
kind of a
received.
system
Did we set up?
Mr. Burnell, you there?
Why can the president even do this?
Hello.
This is ludicrous.
Burnell?
That dude was so scared on
again-
that shit too.
Here's
Oh,
the
he
problem.
was.
Here's what I think too. Here's what I think will happen. All right.
Here's what
All right, enough. I'm done with this, Phil. I'm done with this. I don't even give a fuck anymore. I'm done with this.
I have received.
Now,
Here's what
we
I
have
think
a
is
few
going to
more
happen.
stories
You
to cover.
shut up.
All right. And I don't know if we're gonna.
Okay, we're gonna go to the next one. I cannot continue listening to that
Let's
shit.
move on to one that is.
Here you go.
You can't listen to him on the fence anymore.
Yeah, that shit, man. I just want.
Here you go. I sent you one more thing, and that's it.
All right. Ooh, let's see.
I have
Dude, just
received.
sending them like a whole dossier.
One there.
What are you doing?
Hello. Hello.
Nice.
So a lot of times.
Love it.
In the last few episodes of DS Politics,
Actually,
people have
wait.
accused me
You want? I have
saying
something for y'all.
that I was like a
Is this what you want to do
centrist
to
or
Phil
more
right now? Hang on, let me get you
moderate-minded
this one.
Guy, but it seems like I'm
Answer is
always
the
leaning
transporter from Star Trek.
towards
Everybody in the
conservative
transport
values,
dies at the target
conservative
location.
society
Yes.
Trump. I mean,
Here you go.
listen,
You gotta have
I
to
don't
pause
really
Phil for
believe
this
that.
one, though.
I don't really
All
side
right.
with Trump. I just feel like sometimes.
All right, let me see what you got.
This is what you want to do to Phil.
I have received.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh yes. Yes.
Know your fucking place, trash.
Trash. Throw it in the trash.
It's my
Bad boy, I'm wondering the same thing myself.
line of one way or another.
I'm just glad
But
the
in this
other I
case,
have
the
received.
video was
with
submitted
the
that I want
Hulk
to watch with
Hogan
all
one.
of you. I don't know if we'll
I'm
watch the
glad
whole
that
thing
one's
'cause
not there.
It kind of just gets repetitive.
Yeah, he has a hate
But
boner for
I
anyone
just wanna
else's
watch a
money.
little bit of this. I just want to give you my honest take on this video. Okay?
What the fuck
Here we
is
go.
this? What the fuck
A
is
fan,
this?
a fan submitted video.
Godfrey, why is it always about race, man? Every time, the race baiter. You're just a fucking race baiter, bro. Really? So what do you call this shit right here?
Call this guy the race baiter. Well, Phil's the masturbator.
Ass white dudes with Nazi flags with masks on.
I'll see you
yeah,
myself.
the fucking nerd circus in Columbus, Ohio. Yeah, this is the same
Yes.
place where you guys know about the Ohio State Buckeyes. Columbus is serious about football. Ohio State Buckeyes, the Ohio State, who are national champions, right? big college, big
Was
university.
that Ohio or?
Major force in football and sports, bringing millions and millions of dollars. Into
Okay. I mean, you showed the video. The rest of this is kind of no point to me.
basketball court, huh? And then these fucking nerds who are probably Buckeye fans. They probably are Buckeye fans. You know, that's why they're wearing masks. Oh yeah, that's why they're wearing masks. Because guys, those are some probably.
So it's a video of a guy talking about a bunch of other guys.
Yeah,
and what they were
it's a video
doing.
of the comedian Godfrey talking about people, a group of guys, probably neo-Nazis, running around in Ohio.
Did this actually happen in Ohio?
This is an actual roving man gang.
Yes, that I do not condone.
Yes, this is not.
This is not the type of roving man gang that we want.
Or whatever guys are going, hey man, what's up? Did you see the game? Bro, that game was awesome, bro. They're probably wearing some black athlete's jersey, painting their fucking faces because they're too fucking, non-athletic to play real ball, right? Those are the guys that wear the paint, they're in the stands. Oh, I'm a fucking Buckeye, dude. We have the best football
Can we
team in the
can
fucking
we
world.
get on with this?
Man. Hell fucking yeah. Dude, our basketball team.
Okay, maybe it's just me and I'm an asshole, but I'm fucking bored already.
I just want to point out how intently Phil is watching the men on his computer screen. That is.
I mean,
He's not.
So hard.
He gave his opinion every 5 seconds when he was reading that King article, and he has not said one
Not a
goddamn thing
word.
while staring at this.
I
He
mean,
hasn't
okay.
even scanned for tips either. He's
So-
literally watching the men on the screen.
So here's my thing. So the whole thing.
Godfrey's hot.
Is he chewing his
I think
fingers?
he thinks.
No,
I
he's
think
not
he
chewing his
thinks
fingers,
Godfrey's hot.
surprisingly. So here's my thing. So
He will.
This
he
guy,
thinks Godfrey's hot.
this guy is talking about the Yahtzees because YouTube doesn't like it. The Yahtzees walking down, and he's giving. All right, Raziel, take care, man. Thanks for stopping by. So he's giving this whole
Make sure he wasn't
diatribe.
recognized.
Wait,
He-
Yossi Croshaw, where?
He's giving this whole diatribe of the college
He
there.
is in love, Paul.
He's giving this diatribe of this college here when he's upset about the guys walking around covered up head to
Actually,
toe.
if you listen to what he's talking about, he's saying that the guys that are in that Yahtzee costume are probably the guys
Yeah,
that you
no,
see
I got
every
that.
day. No, but that's what he's talking about, and he's
Yeah, I already figured that
out.
out. But why do you need this
Yeah.
long ass fucking video of him saying this?
Because time. The longer your video, the longer you stay there, the more money they make. Come on now.
All right, don't give a fuck, Skip. All right, Phil, just give me your take.
Right? This is our way to get attention. Okay?
Our way of getting attention. Phil, did you not pay attention
So are
back
you
in
now condoning this roving man gang?
So you didn't pay attention back in 2016 when you had the whole Nazi Yahtzee movement in Charlottesville, Virginia? Do we forget that part?
Yes.
Hey, guy with two names, big ass my guy. Like,
So,
what the fuck?
To them, this is
Unless
their
he got a
this is their way.
massive
Hey, it's our
fucking tipple on
parade,
that day, he's
right?
not gonna remember
it's
that
our
day.
pride parade.
Yeah.
In their way, this is
Go to
Nazi
bed,
pride,
guys,
Nazi
and
pride parade.
I'm going.
But I guarantee
I'm
you,
going to bed,
probably what they're really trying to say is, oh, we just don't like certain groups of races of
What
people,
happened?
or we just, we think that white people are supreme or something like that. But they don't actually know what they're marching for. They have no clue.
Oh, great.
This is your. I mean, I don't need to know what they're
They don't
marching for when
know-
I
they
see
don't know
two
what
people
those
carrying
flags
around
mean.
flags like that. I don't
They're
care
just
what
saying
they're
the flag
thinking
is
about.
told March down.
You know,
I-
I'm sure the
I-
millions of dead people back in World War II don't give a fuck of their ideas while walking around carrying that flag.
So all these guys were done. This is what happened according to Phil. Okay. These guys were just handed flags and said, "Hey, walk down the street with these flags, put these masks on, and you know what? Just have fun with it. Don't worry about what it means because you don't need to know.
It means
Just do it.
nothing.
It means nothing. Go for it.
Just be
It's a new- it's a new
a
football team.
peaceful roving man gang.
So,
Exactly.
Phil, how? I really got to hear your defense on this one or your stance on this one.
At all. They're just misinformed idiots. Probably fucking misanthropes who got together on the internet, like everyone now, got together on the internet okay? And they came together. This is the only way they can get any kind of attention or recognition in their lives is to dress up in costumes and march.
That's not a.
The tractor? They met on the internet.
Oh my God, Phil.
Phil,
No,
tell me you're
no.
not. Tell me you're not a racist without telling me you're not a racist.
No, Phil.
Misunderstood, little cherub.
Misunderstood.
These little guys, they're just wearing costumes. It doesn't mean anything, guys. They're misinformed. They're just random people on the internet
Oh
that
my
got
God.
together. They don't know what they're doing.
Phil, you gotta be
Right?
fucking kidding me.
They're mostly peaceful little cherubs.
You gotta be kidding me.
They don't hate anyone. What are you
The
talking
only
about?
positive I can take out of this is I'm thankful no one got hurt on the other end.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only thing.
Secret Discord.
Like, as much as I hate it, the people just let them be because I hate to say it, but it serves if only one or two people get involved, they've gotten hurt, and then Lord knows where that would have escalated to.
So not only do we defend,
Misinformed.
not only do we,
Misinformed.
yeah, but now not only do we defend pedophiles, we now
We
are gonna
defended a
defend
murdering
Wait,
pedophile.
the Yahtzee peoples. Wait, the Yahtzee people are
So
going to be
we
defended.
defend
as well.
a murdering
So, there you go.
pedophile, and fuck it, and now we're defending Nazis. Good job, fucking Phil. Oh my God. This is from Phil. This is from DSP Gaming himself, Vanguard. I am on his Kick channel. Like, Phil, what the absolute fuck is wrong with you? What did your goddamn malfunction?
Look, the only way I would say if they would be misinformed is if they were like toddlers being placed in that uniform or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I wouldn't
the
even say
little kids that would-
misinformed at that point. That's not even misinformed. That's just they were
I'm just
forced to
saying,
do
like,
that.
misinformed.
I'm sorry, I don't know a kid that's gonna run around and put that on and say this is
No,
fine.
I'm just saying. I'm not saying I agree. I'm just saying like that's the only way I can see it. But these are not anywhere near anybody would consider misinformed. Is what I'm trying to get at. Point. Like there's no way I could consider that because as you said it, even kids wouldn't be misinformed about this. So at that age, they're not misinformed about anything. You either know what that symbol is or you don't. If you don't, your head has been living underneath a rock for the last God knows how long.
I swear to God, I haven't seen this, but if Phil tries to make this about himself and about
I'm waiting.
This is like the detractors meeting on the internet. It's just like me. If he fucking comes close to saying that, I will go off.
Well, let's see her.
March down the street and pretend like
Yeah, I'm about to go off.
This is true.
they actually represent this truly heinous ideology. This actually like blight on humanity. Something that when it happened is now going to scar the very human existence forever. Something that we should never forget ever happened for fear that it ever reoccur. But to them, it's party time.
What part of that looks like party time?
Party time.
That looks like a party time, Phil.
Party time.
Really?
Oh, okay, Phil. Party time? Sure. Sure.
Party
This is
time,
party
excellent.
time.
Bro, they got some streamers
We're doing
and like,
some Wayne's World shit.
We got some
right?
party poppers up in this
They
bitch.
have party poppers. They have little noise makers. Yeah, you see that in their back. That's those little white things in their back pockets.
Oh my God.
The hoods on their heads, the masks that they're just party hats.
Yeah,
Oh
that's
my
just party
God.
hats.
It's
I
just
mean, he
a
did call it
misunderstood,
costumes.
misinformed party people.
Look, I'm wearing
Yes,
a
they're
Nazi
looking for the next
costume. Look,
rave.
we go, look
They're
at this,
looking
we're
for the
cool, right?
next roving
But
man
the reason
gang.
you
I
can
get it.
tell that they're cowards is actually, I agree with the guy who made the video here. They're wearing masks.
Cowards because they're wearing masks. You know, Phil, you know people that go to overthrow their government wear masks too, right?
Yeah.
So are
yeah,
they
they're just some
cowards?
bros hanging out. That's all it is. Just a whole bunch of bros. That's
So
right.
they're cowards because they're wearing masks.
And they're having a party.
So
But
we're
they're misinformed about everything.
misinformed
They're just
party
informed
goers
party guys.
wearing a mask.
Cowards.
That's cowards. Oh, okay.
All right? If you truly are of that
Yeah, they have
ideology,
cute matching outfits.
if you truly believe in all those things that the Nazis believe, take the fucking mask off. Man up and tell the world how you really feel.
They are telling the world how they feel.
Do
This
you
is
not
them
see those flags, Phil?
Those flags mean nothing. NG Million said go to bed.
So Phil, they're all
Because
right.
if you're gonna march down the street, you do it for real. You don't hide your identity behind a mask. That's the cowardly way to do it. You know? So what are they actually
Can you
doing?
pause for a second?
Sure.
Because that sounds like a really dumbass statement. You don't hide your identity behind a mask. Phil, that is the whole purpose of a goddamn mask in general, period. No questions asked. If you put on a mask, you are clearly hiding your identity. There is no if, ands, or buts. Now, whether or not you would call them cowardly, that I can agree with. They are cowardly. But the point of their mask is look how few people there are. They were known who they were fucked. They will have their absolute asses handed to them in no short termination.
From the man who never leaves.
They'd probably like lose jobs and stuff. They didn't want to lose all that.
Yeah, I'm saying I don't like them, and I really wish.
I get what he's doing. The king
But
of
I'm-
hate. The king of hate
but
is
I'm-
showing you how to properly display
Oh,
your hatred.
he's trying to tell us how to do the
he's
hatred
critiquing
properly.
them.
He's
critiquing.
He's giving. Okay.
Yeah,
I
he's
see.
critiquing
I see it now, right? I see.
But it's just like, if you pay attention to the little things he says, it's just so dumb.
He's giving us a critique, like Bryce said.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is coming from the man who
He got-
leaves his house
he got
once a
his
week.
Checklist in hand too. He got his He's checking everything, make sure everything's going up to code.
What they're trying to do is stir up a ruckus.
That's the
get
right
some
amount of
attention on
hatred
themselves.
right there.
Just look at the guy. He had the
I
fucking
know.
selfie cam. and
Ruckus.
Stir up a ruckus. Okay.
recording them on
Okay.
his cell phone. Are you kidding me? Really? Really?
Yes, we are in a technological age where people record everything. Your
Have cell
point.
phones.
You really
giving
think
pro tips.
that's for real? This is a joke.
No.
Oh
It's
my
not a
God,
joke.
Phil. There is
Yeah, it is
nothing
not
joke.
a joke.
This is not PewDiePie paying 2 people on fucking Fiverr to hold up signs saying I hate N-words. This ain't that.
Phil, as much as I wish this was a joke, people with actual brains and common sense, no, it's not. Now, the only thing I'm actually grateful for is it looks like a really small group. Now, if they have other factions, that's terrifying all in one shot. But I'm just saying, it's just, this is not a joke, Phil.
No,
People
this is
are
very
this
real.
Stupid.
These are a bunch, like he called them nerds. I mean, I don't know if they're nerds,
He's being polite. That's why he called them nerds.
but they're certainly, like I said, they're misanthropes. They're losers. These are people who, they're not looking to be productive or anything. They just
Somebody
want
has paid
attention.
attention
This is
and went to
how
Webster's and found a new
they
word to
do this
use.
shit. Okay?
Yeah, probably gave it to
100%.
him.
They go out there and they try to cause, look, did they succeed? Well, you made a video on them. How much do you want to bet that when they went down the street, this was covered on the local news, and this is what they want?
As it should be covered on the local news. Oh my God.
In my opinion, every person there should be arrested.
Yeah, you have a roving gang
Actually,
of actual Yahtzees.
You can't arrest
Yeah.
them, Soul.
I said
It's
I think they
free
should be. I
speech.
didn't say go arrest them.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know, but
it's.
I'm just saying my
unfortunately a form of
opinion. I didn't say they in the actual respect if they did not do anything illegal. I have to give it that.
Peacefully gathering and protesting, that is their constitutional right. Had anything happened, and yes, they can be. But I agree with you with the sentiment.
I'm just saying.
The sentiment they're saying they should have been, but I know what you're saying.
yeah.
Yeah, legally we know they can't do that, but sentimentally, yes, they should be.
They
They should have been. They should have been forced to
We
stop.
talked about it. The Nick Fuentes bullshit. And the people sending the text messages to
The fuck does Nick Fuentes and text messages have to
He
do
has
with
a
this,
har-
Phil?
he has a hard on for
people,
Fuentes.
insulting them, saying to go to cotton
He's just
fields
mad he
to
wasn't the
report
one
for
in the
duty.
video.
It's the same.
Yeah.
We want attention. Give us attention. Here. And then they do the
that's
act.
what they're
but
doing.
You notice it's all anonymous bullshit. It's all cowards doing it. This is not for
Have
real
fun looking
at
at
all.
the rest of this
They're-
trash.
Columbus,
no.
Ohio is not a racist town. It's not.
Oh my
Pause.
God!
Pause. Phil,
Off.
for the love of God, the town itself may not, but there can be individuals or groups still in the town that are still a small enough group that it can still be a racist group, a racist person. It's not about the town. It's about the concept, the idea that this can happen, that these people are marching with this idea. Do you not understand the repercussions that can come from this?
And
I'm sorry, I'm talking to Phil. Of course he doesn't.
Yeah, and it can recruit other people that might have a similar mindset that live in that very town.
Well, unfortunately, it's either have a similar mindset or are easily taken in by a group because they strive to be accepted.
Yeah, Avery, I'm amazed I'm still streaming too.
And those are the people, unfortunately, that I feel bad for. You should make up the large percentage of groups like this.
Yeah, but no, this is very real, Phil. They are very real. They know exactly what they're doing. This isn't some stunt to get views.
These people are morons. They're again, I guarantee you, they actually don't have any fathoming of what they're actually marching or for. They don't really know what the Nazi ideology is. Because if they did, they'd probably fucking be so cowardly. You know what I mean? Or maybe it's just ridiculous to me. That people think this is okay to do.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
But then you're not really doing it. I'm not saying that I support it if they're into it. I think that they're completely stupid if they are. But I mean, we have the track record.
Wait, they're completely stupid if so they're not stupid if they don't believe in it?
So wait, are they stupid or are they not stupid, Phil?
Yeah, which one is it? So we're riding the fucking
Get off
fence.
the fucking fence!
This one's actually very easy. People dressed up in a head to toe carrying around Nazi flags, bad, fucking bad. Throw them in a ditch somewhere. Done.
But they don't know what they're doing, so it's not.
They're misinformed.
And this.
Oh, that's what's up, Reed.
Vibrating.
And like I said, the ones that I feel bad for are the ones that are, like I said, they don't have a group to feel. They're desperate to be accepted, and they're so desperate that they'll accept this ideology, whether it's theirs or not. They're pretty much hive mind into this and will believe it just to be accepted.
Yeah, actual hive mind.
Yeah, and they're the ones I feel bad for, but at the same time, you listen to this and you make this your own. So my guilt for you only goes so far before I want to hit you with a 2x4.
Or they have a situation that they have a bad situation happen to them. And this is very much how the actual Yahtzees, formed. Something bad happened. They blamed one specific group on it for all of their problems, and the people believed it. And that's how people like these guys carrying these flags wind up recruiting. They're like, hey, did you have something bad happen to you? Well, it's this people's fault and this is why. That's how they do it. And it's disgusting.
To pretty much give the people the idea how this would start, let's take two people in the front carrying the flags. They actually believe this. This is their mantra for their life. Everybody else there probably had either something bad happen to them that they want someone to blame, or they just want to belong somewhere, and this is the only group that would take them.
That's a scary thought too. Oh, you missed the earlier guy with two names. He defended a murdering pedophile. Well, let me rephrase. He didn't outright defend him, but he pretty much.
Pedophile,
But yeah, I mean, the pedophile murders a kid and feels like the pedophile's in the wrong, but what was the parent doing? Why wasn't the parent monitoring their kid? And then later turns it around and says, why was the kid on this site? Why was the kid doing this? Why was the kid meeting up with people? And it's like, so we're putting more blame on everyone else but the murdering pedophile. Okay, Phil. Okay.
It should never be replicated ever again.
He was just misunderstood,
There's
much
no
like
race
these guys are.
supremacy that will ever work.
Exactly.
Okay, ever.
It's like these party boys.
The party boys. The roving man gang.
Roving man gang.
Yes, not the good roving man gang, guys. Just saying.
This is not the kind I want to DoorDash.
These are the ones that were. These were the ones banned from the site. We have no connection with these ones.
Yeah, they're protesting the fact they were rejected. That's
what they're doing is the opposite. Walking down the street like a bunch of jokers, trying to get attention with their little cameras and their fake flags and all their bullshit.
Fake flags.
Fake flags.
Wow. I think you need to double check the statements you make.
Actually, guy with your names, I didn't want his political takes at all. Icy wanted to see
will
this,
take-
so I was
will
like,
take-
okay, I will do it.
I will take the L. I did it. This is my fault.
I am so
Icy,
taking your
let me ask you
mercy
this
from
one. On a scale of 1
sorry.
to 10, how would disbelief are you in?
Dude, I am at fucking 10 in disbelief. I am maxed the fuck
I'm at
out.
13.
Yeah, I
Bro,
am maxed the
not
fuck out.
I don't know why. His
not
takes do not
In fact,
surprise
Phil,
me at
do me a
all.
favor and crank that back a little bit, would
Maybe
you?
they think they're real, but they're not. They're
They're-
not. It's like he said. These are probably
not
people
real.
From your
They're
job
not
or
real.
whatever.
Now they
You
live in a
probably know
fantasy
few people
land.
like this,
Phil,
right?
I know they're
Their-
not
Their
real.
life is so boring,
They live
so
in a
trite, so trivial, so meaningless that they've
Somebody
felt
has
like
been
this was
reading Merriam's
actually a good idea
dictionary.
because
I
it
think Phil should try to
actually
make sure
made
no
them
one
move
recognizes him
forward,
in that
and
group.
it made them feel like they
Right?
meant something or they were someone because they're that much of a loser. People who are happy
Phil,
in
do
life
you have a
don't
daily
have to
word
do
bank
that.
of words you
understand?
have to use?
If you're actually
Oh, yeah, he
truly
has a quota
happy
of words.
in life,
I
you
believe
don't
it.
have to act out and
Okay, so a guy that's a loser online who has to show off his material possessions
Vanguard,
every
he's like,
day
they're
on
in- they're
stream
carrying fake flags. Fake flags.
is telling me that people have no meaning, that they have no meaning in their life, when you have said on multiple occasions that you have had no meaning in your life. You have said this, Phil, on multiple occasions.
And the fake uniforms I'm seeing there.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
are
okay.
the flags CGI, Phil? Is that AI?
It must be.
I mean, it's not, they
because
look
you're just happy with who you are
Right?
or how your situation is.
Oh, I know
Phil,
what
I
happened.
mean,
This
they're
is like
animation.
this is
and
like
try to
a
ruin things for
same-day
others and
parade
have
going through
awful
town, and
mentalities
someone just did
against
this all
other
with
people
CGI.
This is a
or groups or
pride
nothing.
parade.
Just be
This is
There
a
you go.
this is a Care Bear parade.
happy with what you have.
This is this is a
That's
Care
Care
Bear
Bear
parade.
stare.
Miserable wretches who all have fucking dead end jobs, who have no life.
Miserable wretches with dead end job. Okay.
Wow, Phil.
Okay, Phil. We are just projecting like a motherfucker out here.
They hate their life, so how can I get something out of it today? I'm gonna act like I'm supreme and I'm gonna walk down the street. Fucking losers.
Okay,
I'm going to act like I'm supreme and walk down the street.
Okay, so here's
Yes,
the thing with
that's
that,
what
Phil.
people do is walk down the street.
Here's the thing, Phil. I see no other from the little eye slits that we've seen of all of these gentlemen walking around.
Yes, guy with two names. He is the
Yeah.
Nazi flag authenticator.
Supposed to
Yes,
get
he is.
deception, guys.
So these gentlemen, I'm gonna be nice. These gentlemen, these misinformed vile upstarts. When you look at their eye slits, Phil, you notice they're all of the, I don't know, the Caucasian race. You know, you don't see any blacks, you don't see any Hispanics, you don't see any Asians. I just see all of the Caucasians, you know, from Mount Caucasus.
The
I
funny
just
thing
have
is,
one question. Okay, you
that-
see on the back of their pants how they have that little white dot thing?
Yeah.
Is that where all the confetti's hidden?
It must be.
Party.
I just find it funny they hate the apparently hate the black race, but they're all wearing black. It's like, mixed messages much?
Exactly.
Right?
It's like Rick and Morty.
Maybe-
Purge, don't purge. You're sending me mixed signals here, Rick.
You know, I mean, Bill is over here giving us pointers. So I mean, you know,
He's been on this too long, Reap. He's been on this too long.
Loser.
Well-
So I agree with the guy. I don't agree. Like he's like, oh, they probably cheer for the local sports team and shit. I don't even know
I
if
agree
I
with the
believe
guy.
that.
I don't
Because
agree.
people like
I
this
agree
are
with the
so
guy.
stupid.
I don't
They
agree.
probably
Hey,
like, oh,
Dunce.
can't cheer
I
for the
agree
team.
with
Yeah,
the
it's
guy
a very
about
late
black
stream.
People on the team. That's how dumb
Aloha,
they are. Like,
Dunce.
awful
Oh,
sports
Dunce,
have been
hold
ruined
on.
by black people.
Just
No,
for you, honey.
no,
Hold
no, no,
Yeah.
no,
Yeah.
no, no,
Dunce.
no.
Okay, whatever you
pasta.
say. But
Ooh.
the way I see it, I agree with him
No
on some
oohs
points. I
for
just
you.
think that
yes.
you know that they're posers because of the mask.
I think Ivigo might have
They're
went to sleep.
posers because they're wearing masks. Wait, so what about the riots and the police raid? And they were wearing masks, or are they cowards?
They're cowards. Yes, they're cowards.
They're cowards.
If they're real into it, masks are not beyond, they're a bunch of fucking losers. These people are jokes, but sadly,
They're jokes. Okay, but these people are jokes, but they're carrying around the flag of something very terrible. And for all I
aren't
know,
real
and
flags,
intents and
remember?
purposes, they're trying to bring the movement back. You know, skinheads and neo-Nazis are a thing, Phil.
Yeah, but those aren't real flags. Remember?
Oh,
there
that's
are people
right.
who are not jokes.
The
Who go
CGI
out there and
flags.
do it.
I remember in high school when I had to
Shove it in my
read
butt.
I remember having to read the book with the mouse and the cat that was a Nazi. God, that was an old book we had to read.
Actually believe the crazy shit.
Shove it in my
And
butt.
those are the people you got to look out for. Because those are
I
the
think
people who are
Viga's still up.
afraid of the repercussions.
Vigo went to bed.
Yeah, this has
And they
nothing to
fucking
do with
crazy
Ohio
actions.
State
That's the ones
football.
you got to look out for. the true nut jobs who aren't hiding behind the masks. Okay? All right. I actually thought that was a good submission.
All right, whatever. Go next one. Oh shit, I went too far.
Political chaos after recap. Different. That happened.
I go that one.
That was great timing.
Offline. And the
All right.
one thing that I always like to say
All right, I'm having too
is
much fun.
a lot of people always
Sorry.
complain and whine about how Americans have it
Actually,
with our political
I was
system.
going to say,
But every
I
once
have
in a
something
while,
else for you.
we kind of get like a
Isis. Forgot
culture
to mention
shock.
this to you. Give me a minute.
And
All
if
right.
we do,
I think
Cat
I
in the
realized-
No, it wasn't Cat in the Hat. I wish I could
as bad as
remember.
you can argue or
Yeah,
imagine
Mouse. That was the one. Thank you, Mr. Casanova. Mouse.
things are here in the
That
United
was-
States.
Cat.
There's always
That was the
somewhere
one
where
we
it's
had to
weird
read in
and
high
confusing
school.
and worse, right? There's a lot of places that are a lot worse than the USA. But this week, I think a lot of us were very shocked to hear about South Korea and the stuff that happened over there. Like, I've never heard about South Korean politics before until this week. I didn't even know what kind of a system they had. You know, obviously we know that they're very different
Really?
from
Really, Phil?
America.
They're
You didn't
really
know they had a
different.
Democrat. You
Guys,
didn't know
they're
they had a
different.
democratic political system, Phil? You didn't know that?
They're different from us. They're not like us.
American politics.
But Phil,
They're
according to you
American stuff.
earlier with the
But
YouTube
let
stuff
me
and
tell
everything like
ya,
that, we all have the same
when
laws.
I heard
Right?
political
All right.
Sorry.
Oh, you're all
move
right.
I'm not
to
sorry.
have martial law. I was like, wait,
Yeah, you said
what?
that.
Martial I have law. received. So to
Oh, that's
recap,
right, when Phil farted
CNN
on
actually has a
stream. He
really
did it
good
like
recap here
twice.
Of what happened over the course of the week in South Korea? So let's just go.
I
over
have
it.
received
South Korea was
tit
plunged
ass
into political
nipple.
chaos after President Yoon
Ass
Suk
nipple.
Yeol's aborted attempt to declare martial law, which sparked a fierce backlash
that
and
from?
mounting pressure for him to step down.
That was
So
from
all of a
his
sudden,
stream on
all of a
Friday.
sudden, one night,
Friday,
he
yeah,
says,
he
martial
farted
law
twice.
No,
is
no,
going
that
to
was from
be
his computer
enforced
stream. That was when he was
across
setting
the
up his
country,
computer. When he's
because
talking
I
about
feel
boob
that
ass
the
tit nipple,
political
he was talking about that on
movement or
his stream
opponents
on
here
Friday.
Are basically like
Oh,
communists,
okay.
like they're in cahoots with North Korea. So the only way to stop them would be
Cahoots.
to put together martial
Yes.
law, meaning
That's-
no more due process. Anyone could just be arrested and incarcerated because we have this going. Now, normally
mean-
martial law would be like if there's a
Martial law is, what is it? You're giving the military power? I forget. Fuck.
Do you realize, Phil, do you know why all this is going on in South Korea? Do you know where all this stems from? Well, one of the things that it could possibly be stemming from.
I
His
wondered-
wife, one of the things is that the president of South Korea's wife received I believe a Louis Vuitton bag from, and I don't remember from who, but some people in other parties saw that as that could be my brain's not working. It's 3 almost 4 o'clock.
Okay, well,
They're saying that it could be seen as a bribe.
They could be.
For just for
Bribe.
ICE's sake,
my
martial
bribe?
law involves a temporary substitution of military authority for civilian rule, and it's usually invoked in time of war, rebellion, or natural disasters. When martial law is in effect, the military commander of an area or country has unlimited authority to make and enforce laws.
Thank you. That's what I was trying to think of. It's so
But
late
yes.
for me. It's almost 5 a.m.
No, that's
Yeah.
fine. I also want to look that up because I think that's important for understanding this whole process.
It is. It is. It really is.
And then the parliament voted it down. So
But here's the thing: to enforce the laws that are already in place, they don't just make
up ones.
Yes,
Exactly.
So Phil was already off on a bad foot with this.
Sounds like Phil.
an invasion of a country and there's soldiers storming the streets or insurrection or mass invasions or something. Not just
He
on a
also,
whim the president says,
missed out on the South Korean president also they were trying to impeach him, but it failed.
Damn.
oh, by the way,
And that's recent.
I
That's more
think
recent
that
than
maybe
this
the other
article.
party has been infiltrated,
Okay.
so martial law.
That
what?
happened in the last 24 hours.
Normally you have
Damn.
evidence or something, he just says it, martial law. Holy shit.
You know the president can declare martial law, right, Phil? I mean, our
Yeah,
president
that's
can do
kind
the
of
same
one of the
thing.
power set he has.
The leader of
Yeah.
your local Phil, this is how much the martial law can be declared, okay? After Hurricane Katrina, there was martial law in the parish that I live in. Why? Because the parish president was a pussy and decided to run. It was like, I can't handle it. I'm gonna put the sheriff in charge.
Yeah,
I mean, I can understand what the point of martial law is. Like, shit got real. The police are not enough to handle it. We have to get stricter with it.
Yeah,
Understandable. There are situations where that has to happen.
Yeah, the military has to. We need the military involved now.
Either you need the extra manpower or you need to escalate the situation. Like
exactly, and there were
Or you
a
need
lot
to
of
make
things
sure
going
people
on.
stay in their house so that, like in the case of Katrina, so that things can get cleaned up, so that workers can get to the road.
Well, that's
And
what I mean, like part of the extra manpower for everything.
But they were also restricting access to the parish because they didn't want people to come in and look, joyride and look around. They wanted the only people that needed to come into the parish to come into the parish, be it residents or officials. Like at the after Katrina passed, the only people that can come into the parish were the government officials and first responders, and that was it. You lived here, you had to wait unless you had a permit.
So what ended up happening was there was no way to overturn it, and that's exactly what happened. Like the other people who were in, I don't know if
there's
it
an
was the
update to what Phil said
they
an hour
rushed
ago.
to vote, and in
Oh,
an
boy.
overwhelming
Yeah, he was supposed to
landslide
be,
vote overturned the
impeached, but they
martial law
didn't.
right away, and then immediately called for the
Parliament
president's
overturned it.
impeachment.
I really hate watching Phil extend his arm because he shows how far he's doing that, and he doesn't need to have his camera stretch out that far.
No one wants to see his new alarms. We know.
No, I'm just saying when he stretches his arm out, if you can go back like 3 seconds, where his
No, I know, I
hand
saw
gets
it.
cut
Six
off,
opposition
it's
parties
like
submitted a
all the
bill
way
calling
over
for
there.
June's
It's like, no, you
impeachment.
don't need it
The main
that
opposition,
wide.
Democratic
pointing at
Party,
his
meanwhile, said it had
TV.
become formalizing treason charges against the president.
Anyways,
as well as the
Phil
defense
said,
and
and I
interior
quote, Sunday will be great. Indie games on the first stream per your requests. No one was requesting. A newly designed goal system. I thought he did that Friday. A chill flight sims, late night sesh. Valley Girl talk sesh. And we'll even talk about Pillars of Destiny 2, Pillars of Eternity 2 thing. Oh, yeah. And Stellar Blade update? Question mark, exclamation point, question mark. Don't miss the fun. See you then.
He said Friday they'd get 100 straight streams. He'll play Stellar Blade. 15, and he fucked up and said the quiet part out loud. $15,000, and he will play the $60 game. Or
Wow.
for his Christmas, whatever the bullshit is, someone buys him Stellar Blade, he will play an hour of it if it's voted on the poll.
your ministers. The country's largest union group said members would strike till the president quits, and protesters are echoing the widespread demands for him to resign. Yoon's defense minister, chief of staff, and other top officials have submitted their resignations. So literally everyone turned on the guy. Yoon declared martial law in an extraordinary late-night address on Tuesday, accusing the Democratic Party of sympathizing with North Korea and of anti-state activities. In an overnight showdown, lawmakers forced their way past soldiers into parliament and voted to strike down the decree. Now, sounds to me like the soldiers didn't really have it in their hearts to stop these lawmakers. Because if the soldiers really did, they would have, right? These lawmakers didn't come in.
So you want
with
South
giant
Korea to
guns
fall?
and swords and
Phil,
Wait,
the article
the
is
military has swords.
Swords?
Bro,
apparently we're back in ancient Chinese times.
they're gonna have ballistas now. Y'all better watch out.
You're gonna
Phil.
charge in swords ablazing.
Phil, you do realize you do realize that
Catapults. Here we go.
pushing their way past soldiers, that could be them just putting flair on the article to make it sound more dramatic than it actually was. For all we know, Parliament could have just simply walked by the soldiers. Maybe they brushed one's arm, and that's all it took to write. They were forcing their way past soldiers.
I mean, once again, the military can't just make up new rules. And the lawmakers were supposed to be there. As I said, they had the paperwork or whatever. I forget the exact thing I said. But they were supposed to be there. So they were allowed in. Now, maybe some people had grumbles about that, or maybe they gave each other a stare here or there. But as I said, this is for flair, you dumbass.
Yeah,
you know,
I
that
mean,
thing you try and do to get people
Phil, that looks
thirst for
nasty,
your
that
channel
ad
and that you
have
fail
on your
miserably at.
screen. That ad on his screen looks rather nasty. The Fiesta salad.
Oh, that looks fucking horrible. You
I've
see,
seen worse.
when COVID was a thing, my mom said she had where she lived. She had to
Yes,
have
they
two
did.
special papers where at a checkpoint they will check to see if you have permission to be out. I call it abuse of power. Actually, at the height of COVID, that happened in my town. We had a curfew that we couldn't be out past 9 o'clock.
That was in a lot of places, but like, you want to get down and dirty. Australia, if you had COVID and you went out, and say you went out to a bar, just random bar on a Friday, and you had COVID, full blown COVID, and you went out and somebody from that bar caught COVID because of you, you got fined like 1,000 Australian dollars or
soldiers to go
more.
vote. The soldiers
If you
must have
didn't get
realized
arrested, if you did
something
not
really
get arrested,
awful and
Yeah.
because you are putting the
unprecedented is
public
kind of
in
happening
danger,
around us,
and
we
they
should
took
let
it
lawmakers
very,
go into
very
it.
seriously.
So
Here's
I
what I
guess
think
you have
this
to
article
say,
was talking about is like
in
some of the
this
people that they
case, hopefully
saw
the
going
soldiers made the
through
right
were unhappy
decision.
they had to be
You know,
processed
how
because they
awful
think
would
they're
it be
self-important
if in a few years'
probably.
time we actually
And
find
the
out that
article
this
is
guy was
probably
right,
just flaring that
and
up
actually
even more.
it is
Not only that, you also had civilians there. So
you had
lawmakers
civilians
are
there
going to
doing
have
that.
to actually force their way past the soldiers, because the soldiers are going to have to keep somewhat of a tight-knit line to ensure civilians don't get past them.
Yeah, and to think that he is the only reason he invoked martial law was because President Yoon, thought that there were North Korean sympathizers, and they were trying to become buddy-buddy with North Korea. And that, coupled with the fact that they were looking into the bag his wife received, which is mainly the root cause, among other little nuanced things like that.
Almost like he was
They
trying to
were
cover it
looking-
up.
He was trying to divert their interest from his wife's Louis Vuitton bag and a couple of other things to, hey, they did have COVID camps. I have a friend that lives in South Australia. But he was trying to divert their attention from him and putting in, oh, look, there's sympathizers in here and they're trying to vote to return our country back to the way it was before the Korean War.
Let's stop him.
the whole country.
That's why he was trying to do
and
it.
now North Korea takes it over. Obviously, that's like a crazy fairy tale.
Phil, please tell me you
crazy
can cover the
nightmare
fact that
dream.
France had a vote of no
Crazy
confidence on their prime minister.
He just said it's a crazy fairy tale. Oh,
scenario
goodness.
that probably will never happen. But I mean, again, I'm not
Wow.
an expert on South Korean politics. I don't actually know what was going on over there.
So then, how are you able to?
Then let's just
How are
skim
you
through
able
the
to
article
comment
and
on
pretend we
this?
have an opinion.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
If
how are
don't
you
know
having
what
a
was going over there? Why fucking talk about it? That's
exactly? Like I
Exactly.
don't know what's
in
going
fact,
on over
I
there.
read-
I'm not gonna comment on it.
I read part of an article about this to ICE the other day, and because I was like, oh my god, what the fuck is going on? And this was the first one. The next day, they had an article about how France had a vote of no confidence on their prime minister, and their government is on shaky ground. And it's like, well, goddamn, what the fuck?
Yeah, like I mean, if it was me doing this and I didn't know anything
Macron
about
is
it,
still
I
in power.
I
Is their
wouldn't read
prime
about it.
minister they have issues with?
But that was just absolutely crazy. You know, those soldiers could have stopped those people if they wanted to, and they just let them in to do this vote.
You could tell Phil is just like
So now,
floundering.
lawmakers are gathering
Yeah,
to report an impeachment motion
$92 for that nasty ass Fiesta salad, man. Y'all can kick rocks.
against this
That is
president, right? This was this morning, actually, because it's Thursday night. No, this is this morning. 188 lawmakers out of 300 attended the plenary session where they reported the motion to initiate the impeachment.
No, I haven't.
We've all sworn
Have I
to
seen
protect the
Venezuela? Now? I have not actually, Crafty.
Venezuela is in a
horrible
horrible shape.
Work for the people.
Damn.
The Democratic Party, minor opposition parties, and independents have a combined 192 seats, meaning they would need the support of at least 8 members of Yoon's People Power Party to pass the motion. The motion can be put
Which
to vote
it did
as
not
early
pass.
as Friday. Kim thanked the people. Oh man, I'm really feeling like a Fiesta salad right now for some reason. I don't know about you guys, but anyway, the motion can be put to vote as early as Friday.
You're
On the
supposed to.
Fiesta salad note, I'm going to head out. I'm going to take my own advice and go the fuck to sleep.
All right, Thyre. Thank you for stopping by.
Yeah, I'm trying to stay awake. Ice has got more energy than I do.
For confronting the military.
Oh, I'm fading fast. I am fading super fast over here.
Honestly, I was falling asleep till I laid down. I got wide awake.
Think deeply. Now it's our turn to protect the people.
Like, it is 5 a.m. for me now.
So this is just pretty insane. What really happened? Is this? I mean, let's be honest. Is this guy nuts? And he's the president? Is he actually crazy?
Your dad got South North Korea messed up. Oh no!
Korean agents had infiltrated the opposition party and was about to take over his government. Is that what he legitimately believed? I don't know, but I mean, you would think if he did martial law, like, he must have believed it. What?
Or perhaps because he has the power to do so, he can just do it and claim anything? I mean, it's all guesses. It's all guesses. I'm not going to give Phil too much shit for that, because it is just a guess.
So, Phil, why are we watching NBA 2K15 and 16 behind that?
Great, like, what on earth? And that was the guy in charge. They voted that guy in, right? The People Power Party or whatever. So anyway, I'm interested to see what else is going to happen. Will he be impeached? Will he step down?
No, you're not.
What will the end of the story be? Because it's been a whirlwind few days over there, and
whirlwind few days.
Okay. Get like the real answer yet until all this unfolds. Like right now, we're just outsiders, kind of looking in, but we're not actually.
Always going to be outsiders looking in, unless we live there.
Yeah.
So maybe we will soon. But for me, like I watch it, I'm like, man, this was fascinating.
Yeah, I look at it. Oh my god! Oh my god! No.
Out of anywhere, but I guess we'll find out
shit.
What happens.
Oh wait, no, you are watching shit, literal shit.
Cool.
You're not watching this.
Well, folks, this is it.
All right.
Tonight is not pretty.
All right, here we go.
FYI. FYI.
I'm not a
the
fan
response
of the trailer.
To this trailer
I've seen it.
Is not pretty.
But isn't that because
of
what?
So what I like to do, I like to watch it live with all of you. And I would like to respond
do I think
to
the South and North Korea could be unified someday?
What we'll do is we'll take a quick look.
Not peacefully.
The comments below. And we'll see
the only
what
way
everyone
North
has to
and South
say
Korea is going to become
about
unified
Disney
is
Snow
if
Fair enough?
the Yoon people are forced out of power.
Let's go ahead.
And if there really are sympathizers and they take hold.
Watch. Here we go.
It's gonna have to have an invasion.
Yeah.
But they're gonna be backed up by backed by Russia.
All right. So pay attention. Let me know when any of this gets political.
What did you say? The people need some kindness. You know, I really don't remember you being this.
Why is that bitch's forehead so big?
You leave
Just
Wonder
play
Woman
the
alone.
fucking trailer.
I'm just
Leave
trying to figure
Gal
out.
Gadot alone.
I'm just trying to figure out why she
Yeah,
got a
leave
big
Wonder
ass.
Woman alone. Just play the fucking.
That forehead is like bam. I'm not even talking about. I'm not talking about Gal Gadot. I'm talking about the other chick, the servant
Leave
girl.
Snow
Like,
White alone.
You mean Snow White?
Yeah, like look at her fucking forehead, man. Like, god damn, that's the state of Texas on that bitch. Like, fuck, man, that
At
forehead.
least she doesn't have a butt chin.
Yeah, still, that fucking forehead, man. That's an assault with a deadly weapon right there. Like, god damn. I do not want to get hit by that shit. Why is the black dude looking so serious? Like the black dude looks like, I'm gonna kill this bitch. Like his face is, I'm gonna kill this bitch. I really don't give a fuck what anybody else says in this room. This bitch is gonna die by my hand.
He's the one who knows he's in this shit of a movie.
Like,
I'm gonna kill you.
Like, I'm gonna kill this bitch.
Guy. Leave him alone.
I'm gonna kill this bitch. Sid from
Leave
Ice
the
Age.
Leave
I was seeing when the Yazis were going down the street.
The white dude in the back, he's just kind of like, look, I'm just here. I'm gonna look sternly, but you can tell.
Leave the black guy alone. Here's our token.
So here's how it looks. Queen is chewing on the scenery. White guy is just there, and the black guy doesn't want to be there, but he's forced to by everybody else.
So he's like, I'm just gonna kill this bitch, man.
People need some kindness.
Need some kindness, bitch. You need a smaller forehead. You need a forehead reduction. Stat. Like,
Or maybe some bangs to cover that up.
Stat. Yeah, some bangs or something. Just put the hair in front. Cover that shit up.
You know, I really don't remember you being this opinionated.
Okay, Phil. I mean, I'm joking on everybody. What you got?
Okay. First off, can I just say it?
Yeah, say it.
I forgot her name. She's the actress who played Wonder Woman, correct?
Yeah.
And I was of the opinion that when you act as a character.
Yes, that's how acting works.
Gal Gadot, that's her name. Thank you. Is it not apparent to everyone now that Gal Gadot cannot act? That literally she's the same person in every single movie she's ever been in?
Pause for a second.
Sure.
She said 2 goddamn lines, Phil.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
3.
I'm trying to figure out why. I mean, is she Sylvester Stallone?
She has to play an evil
I
queen.
never
So
judge 100% acting from trailers because number one, it's always cut up, so the scene doesn't help anything because you're going from one scene to another, so the tone shifts dramatically with trailers.
I mean, we would need like actual like dialogue, like full blown dialogue.
I'm just saying, like, even if you have small dialogue snippets like this, the scene shifts, so her tone and what's going on shifts with it. So you're going from high action to calm moments.
you have to understand Phil, though. Phil expects
God understand Phil, and he's not a living argument against intelligent design.
Oscar-worthy performances in everything in shorts, including his porn needs Oscar-worthy performances.
This is Wonder Woman. This is every character she's ever
They
been
all
is
need
identical.
to be EGOTs. They
You
all
notice
need to have.
She never even
like,
tries to change her accent.
mwah,
Like other
acting.
actors. Like,
Phil,
did you ever
maybe they
see
got her that role because they liked her
you know,
accent.
the Bond movies where the actors, some of them are British, some of them are not, but they all have.
Some of them are British, some of them are not. You know.
Am I just crazy for thinking they got her in that role because they liked her accent and said, "Hey, listen, let's work with the accent"?
I mean, she could have got the role because they knew she would bring people to the theater.
It's a name.
Which is what they're. Yeah,
They
it's a
got-
name, and they know the name brings. It'd be like if they put Will Smith in here. Like if they put Will Smith in here, it would bring people to see the movie.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like,
name gets asses in the seats.
yeah, but I'm just saying, like, maybe they liked the accent and they didn't tell her to
That
change
too.
it.
Or
Maybe
maybe,
they thought
yeah.
maybe she auditioned and she killed it as the evil queen, and so they're like, you know what, you got it. I'm sorry, Phil, that nobody is doing Oscar-worthy performances all the time.
And
I'll
again,
get
like I
you
said,
next
this is
time,
a
my
trailer
pretties.
which, and again, like I said, this is a scene which, or a trailer with shifting scenes, tones, and everything like that. That's why I never judge 100% acting based on the trailer. I can say
Exactly.
snippets of scenes I don't like, but the trailer does not tell me their entire acting throughout the movie. There's always going to be some spots where I think the actor didn't do a good job. That's just how movies are.
Phil wants
Yeah.
Oscar-worthy performances in everything he watches, including his porn, like I said.
Different actors.
And I
they
will stand
change
on
their
that. I will
voices.
die on that hill.
You know what I mean? Or actually,
But
like, did
Phil,
you ever
why
see
do people
Knives
change
Out?
their voices? I
The
mean,
guy
they
who's
play
British
different
has
characters.
like,
What
an
are you
American accent.
talking
It's
about?
actually pretty good.
I don't
It's
know.
convincing.
What are we talking
Every
about?
movie she's in.
I mean, Phil,
she
what are you
literally
talking
doesn't
about?
have.
People changing
She's
their
just,
voice
I'm
all the
Gal
time.
Gadot,
Philip,
and I
Philip,
just get
what are you
over
talking
on my
about?
name and
I
star
am,
power.
I am Gal Gadot.
Like, what are you talking about?
I am.
I
from
just
What do you
my
mean?
class.
What the fuck do you mean? What are you talking about, Phil? She's just playing a fucking character.
And here's
No,
the thing.
No,
In the
Ice. She's not
original-
playing just a character. She's playing the fucking evil queen. What are you talking about? But it is not.
I
right.
hate when he says, "What are you talking about?" What the fuck are you talking about, Phil?
He doesn't even know what he's
No,
talking
what I'm
about.
saying, like, think about this for a minute. In the original, like, story that was written, and even in the Disney movie that a lot more people know about, how much of a character does the Queen actually have in those stories and movies? It's not much. It's a couple of lines. She's evil, she's petty, and she wants to kill Snow White.
Exactly.
And this is extending her role, so they had to add in, and maybe they didn't know what else to do with her.
I mean, what do you add? Like, you're having to actually come up with a personality for a character that technically didn't have one.
The only other quote unquote extended play of the evil queen from the story Snow White is from the damn TV show Ever After.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot that was a thing.
Supposed to be a queen.
When they included damn near everybody.
Are you saying she's not a queen? All she said was, "When did you become so opinionated?" Yeah, like what am I supposed to get from that, Phil?
Who's wicked, who's infatuated with her looks. Could you pretend to be that for the movie?
Can we please watch more of the thing before you decide to go off on something
Pause
you
for
know
a
nothing
second.
about?
Think on this. She wants to be the most beautiful queen, and that queen still rules over a kingdom, especially if there's no king involved.
Like she still has subjects below her.
Exactly. And here's the thing. She wants to look down on anybody. She wants to be the person in power and the most beautiful. That is her character in this, as far as I can tell.
But she's supposed to act like that now and forevermore.
Quaff the Raven. Eat my shorts.
Like, she has longer scenes. She has more of a presence in this movie.
Exactly.
Clearly.
Not only that, Phil, this is... I'm going to say this, and I'm probably going to fuck
trailer.
it up. No, let's bypass the trailer.
Not...
Let's bypass the trailer. By Phil, she should be infatuated with her looks.
So she needs to sit there with a mirror all the time?
All the time, messing with her hair, messing with her lipstick, her eyeliner, all of this while speaking these lines. She wasn't even like that in the old shit. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the prettiest of them all? Like, Phil, like, she ate the fucking Kardashians. She ain't going getting a fucking Brazilian butt lift while getting some fucking lips fattened up a little bit, getting her tits nice and perky and shit, and wearing...
The evil queen could be getting her BBL after you unpause it.
You know, like, she's not... This wasn't a thing in this time period.
At all?
She could be thick after this. We don't know.
Are you just going to be the same exact person in every movie? The same accent that doesn't fit any of your roles?
She is not Brie Larson.
You know, the accent that didn't fit Wonder Woman either. You know, are we just going to keep pretending like she can act? I don't get it.
Damn fine job as Wonder Woman. You shut your mouth.
Why does she even get a role? Why are we giving her money?
Yeah, it was only Wonder Woman. What was it, 1969 or whatever the fuck it was? That was bad.
Yeah. So here's the thing.
So are you in love with Brie Larson?
What kind of accent do you expect her to have for living on an Amazon island?
What kind of accent is she supposed to have here? Like some snow monster?
Every
I don't know.
medieval movie we ever fucking watched is from fucking England.
It's really it's confusing. A million women could have played this role better, but they had to put her in there for the star power, correct?
He is so pulling for Brie Larson.
I mean, this stream's probably gonna get taken down for this. This is gonna be fucking claimed, so whatever. Like, I'm probably gonna have to cut all of this out.
On the wall. Who is the fairest of them all?
She said the line, Phil. Aren't you happy now?
Oh my God, Phil! She did what she was supposed to do.
Yeah. God damn that fucking forehead! Jesus Christ!
I just looked it up. The original cartoon Disney movie of Snow White was only 86 minutes long, a little over an hour. Taking into opening credits, song, and the end credits, that's not a lot of time for the Queen to do anything. The new Snow White movie's gonna be over 2 hours long.
Well, not only that, the old one had to focus on Snow White.
I'm just saying, like, think about that for a minute. The original was 86
always
minutes
the
long.
case. Spur.
Pretty much just said the evil stepmother, or the evil queen, whatever, Disney fairy tale obvious thing. Few scenes, and that was it. You didn't see her interact with anybody, Phil. For 2 hours, she better damn do something else, or we're gonna be sitting around listening to Snow White sing every 5 seconds.
Yeah, exactly, man. You can play tic-tac-toe on that fucking forehead, man. God damn.
It's gonna be a Bollywood movie, no?
Well, look, it's still a better hairline than what Phil had.
Is he going to say what I think he's about to say?
I look at you, and I just want to be.
Well, she about to strangle the bitch right there.
Does anyone know the story of Snow White? Does anyone actually know the story?
Obviously not,
I'll tell
apparently
you the
so.
story. All right?
Yeah, it's simple. Snow White. Queen didn't like her because she was prettier than her, sent the bitch out to die. She was about to get eaten by a bunch of dwarves, didn't. Came back and took over the kingdom. Yeehaw! Story done.
She is the queen, and she thinks
No
she's...
shit, really?
Oh, she's the queen. Oh, we have found the queen. You do not know the way. I spit on you. What to?
so full of herself. Everything about her is
Do you know
vanity.
the way?
Everything about her is about looks, okay?
Yes.
So she's doing everything she can.
Didn't we
to
just
keep her
catch that
youth,
from
to
her
keep
talking to the
age,
mirror?
And everyone says she's the fairest in the land. Okay.
Yes, which means her looks, Phil. Meaning that there is no one else better looking than her.
Then one day she asks her magic mirror, "Am I still the fairest in the land?" And he says, "No, she is." Okay. Now her name in the story is Snow White.
Yes.
Do you know why?
Okay,
her name
pause
is
for a
Snow
second.
White?
Okay.
This is the only point argument that Phil has about this entire thing I kind of agree with. I will just say that right now.
Okay.
Because the actual line from the story is because her skin was as white as snow.
Yes. But I'm sorry, Casper the Friendly Ghost was unavailable at the time of the making of this movie.
That is my only thing that I agree with Phil in this one, and that is it. That it's done. Okay, Phil, they couldn't find an actor as way as they wanted that could act the way they wanted. Done. I can, like, real life, I can look past this. Like,
Well, look at it like this. There's no actors that skin is as white as snow, okay? We
Phil,
don't
they
have
can't find
pasty.
another Hugh Jackman to fill in for a perfect Wolverine here, Phil.
Yeah, but I mean, you work with what you get, and you know what? Sure, this chick is not
The reason,
Casper the Friendly Ghost white.
She's not the reason why she's not Casper the Friendly Ghost, and it's a well documented thing, is that Disney wanted to bring diversity.
Oh, I mean, yes, that was the obvious. I wasn't trying to say it.
Yeah, and that's why she is what she is. And the best part about it is fucking and Ice, you brought this to my attention, I believe. Peter Dinklage, and you'll see this later in the thing. Peter Dinklage decided to open his fucking mouth about the dwarves,
Yep.
and then you'll see what Disney's response was to that, and I think they're fucking ugly.
What's up, Oscaros? How you doing, man? Good to see you. It gets
It
me
might be
bad
because I
about.
don't give a shit about the dwarves, but I really don't. I really didn't care how they look one way or the other.
What
Like,
gets me
I've seen
mad
this
about
before, and I
American
really didn't give a
racism
shit.
is
A little bit. I think
the
they
king
could
of
have been a
Spain
little bit.
Hispanic. No, he's European. So in the Latin America, you get white, indigenous, black people, of course.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Dude, that's the American thing to fuck up everything in that area. Yeah, Casper the Friendly Ghost. Yeah, Casper the Friendly Ghost was unavailable at the time.
yeah,
I couldn't get him.
Friendly dress.
They didn't want to follow the story exactly. This is more of that.
That's what's up,
DEI
man.
Stuff, so, you know.
Oh yeah, of course it was DIE shit. I mean, we already knew that, but I mean, look, I don't give a fuck what color the bitch is. I just gotta do something with that forehead, because goddamn, all she had to do is like headbutt the queen and just kill her.
Does her skin look as
done.
white as snow?
No, Phil, is your skin as white as snow? No,
Yes,
it's
it is.
not.
Yes,
It kind of is actually. He's a lot paler than they are.
Yeah, but no, we need a bitch that is like pale, like pale.
Snow White. He could have been Snow White. Stop it. Don't let him.
He's jealous. Phil is jealous. He
In
thinks he's
addition
Snow
to
White.
her face is lighter.
He's
So
been
just in
denied
line
his
with
dream.
The fucking name of the story in the movie.
Phil White
this is
and the
awful
cat
casting.
creature.
You don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Yeah, eyes on the side of her head, man. Like this is whoa, like goddamn,
Don't want to
man.
be Snow White. Stop it.
Follow the plot of the story at all.
It's the same reason
All right,
why
now
people
you
got
might
pissed
argue,
off
well,
about
I don't
fucking
think that people with fairest white skin are
Ghost
most
in the
attractive.
Shell.
That's fine. You can argue that, but that's the story.
Argue what? Wait, hold on. I missed whatever the fuck the argument was supposed to be.
He basically saying that some people don't find people with Snow White skin are beautiful.
You might
And
argue, well, I don't think that people
He
with
does have
fairest
the
white
boobs for
skin
it.
are
He
most
does have the
attractive.
boobs for it. I
That's
have to
fine.
agree.
But that doesn't matter, Phil. No, Phil, please shut the fuck up, Phil.
Oh my
God. First off, Phil. Yeah, Disney wants DIE. They want different race swaps and everything. You know, you remember? I was about to say Pocahontas. Wow. Little Mermaid. They changed her from a white chick to a black chick. They do it all the fucking time. They've done it so much that I'm used to it now, and I don't even pay it any attention anymore. I just laugh at it because the shit fucking flops, and then they run around trying to figure out why the shit's flopping, and it's quite simple because your fucking writing is atrocious, okay? The writing is fucking bad. The writing is just as bad as fucking Veilguard. Fucking bad. And in this movie, it's probably going to be just as bad, where it's going to be shitty writing, shitty musicals, and shitty people all the way around. It's not going to make any fucking sense, and I'm going to hate it. That's what's going to happen. That's my prediction, and I'm completely wrong.
Fine, you can argue that. But that's the story. That's why it's fucking called.
I don't give a fuck what the story is, Phil. It could have been Snow White fucking the Seven Dwarfs for all I give a goddamn.
There is
Snow White.
Porn.
So if you don't like the story, don't make the movie. Don't change the story for the movie. Just don't make the movie. If you don't,
they're
believe
already
that
changing the
people
story because they got to
fair
add
white
stuff in to
complexion
fill
are
the
most
extra
attractive,
hour and
then don't make the movie.
time they put
That's
into
the
this.
story of the fucking movie.
And the movie
Yeah.
itself was changed from the actual story because the story was like a small story, like
Amazing.
a couple of pages. Like, what are you talking about?
I mean, are we gonna have this? I mean, it's already out and old and bad, but are we gonna hold the same energy with fucking Beowulf? That was a 10-page story. They turned into like an hour-long fucking movie.
Wasn't Beowulf also? No, never mind. That's not. No, I'm thinking of something different.
What is it?
I don't know what Beowulf decided to
I'm
fight the monster
thinking-
naked. Like, you can at least put pants on.
Yeah, it's like
I was-
Beowulf was 10 goddamn pages, and they turned into an hour-long fucking movie. And because they wanted to put in I was about to say Joe Village. I think that was her. The chick that played Laura Croft, they decided to add her in as Grendel's fucking mother, that she somehow became a very important plot point in the entire movie when the bitch originally died in like page 2 of the book.
I was thinking of Jabberwocky. I'm sorry.
Oh.
You're excused.
They have to pad out time for a movie. They have to pad out time. That is part of the thing. I get it. The chick ain't white as snow. Gal Gadot is whiter than the bitch that's supposed to be playing Snow White. Don't give a fuck. Is it going to be a decent movie? I know the story. We can easily write off all this shit as, hey, this is somebody else's timeline.
And like I said, what we have to look at, I'm not trying to defend the DEI, but what also we're looking at is a couple of pages of an original story put into an 86-minute movie, now made into a 2.5-hour movie.
Thank you. They gotta extend it.
They gotta do something.
Right, mind-blowing stuff here. If you don't like the message, don't relay the message. Instead,
But you don't even
they're
know what the message
changing
is.
The story of the movie.
Snow
to
White.
fit their
Snow White
own
has a
purposes.
message.
So now,
Exactly,
God
like
damn
when the Hobbit book turned into a 6-hour movie. Exactly.
the queen is Gal Gadot, who's Jewish, I believe, correct?
You know, Jewish people are white, right?
Gal Gadot.
No, I forget when, but he called Jewish people a race.
Yeah.
And now
Jewish people are
is this supposed to
technically
be
a
she's
race.
her stepdaughter or half daughter? I forget exactly. No, I can't
But-
exactly remember. But I think they're supposed to be related. No. And look at her. I'm sorry. No,
No, I've
she doesn't
seen
fit the
parents and
complexion.
kids that look nothing alike.
I
who
have
no
too.
understanding how genetics works.
Not anywhere near.
It's a fucking movie.
I'll just say this: my sister looks nothing like my parents. She looks like my grandmother on my mom's side more than anything.
Despite all that, it's a fucking movie. They're
I'm just saying, like, that
actors.
shit happens.
She is Jewish. She's from Israel. Yes, she is. I'm sorry.
They
I
are
thought she was from.
actors. Fucking actors. And no, the actors are not fucking. But they're actors, Phil. Doesn't matter if they look related or not. It's a movie, Phil. Jesus Christ, man.
Phil,
What
that is
the
one of the
fuck
things
is
that
your
we put aside for
problem?
disbelief because it's a movie.
Here is attractive as a queen, but we're supposed to believe this is the plot, right? Like, what are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
Phil said that fucking Snow White's not white and the Evil Queen is
No,
Gal
really
Gadot.
not
she looks
beautiful enough.
better in that dress than he did when he was auditioning.
Are you supposed to be stupid? I understand that it's fantasy. You're supposed to suspend your disbelief to some extent. But at what point do we look at this and we're like, okay, this is awful. Like, this, you've ruined the entire thing already. And we've only saw 40 seconds of the
Phil.
trailer.
Oh, we're in a magical world where she can get animals to help her do
someone made the
goddamn
point. Well, Gal
chores.
Gadot's Jewish
I
and
think the
she's not
suspension of
white, you're
disbelief is a
right.
little
So
bit wider
none
than
of
what
it
you're
makes
calling
sense.
for.
They should have just renamed the whole movie. Well, they did.
Oh, do
the
you want
actual
to go
story
march
is
down
Snow
the
White and
street with a
Seven
fake
Dwarfs.
flag? Just let us know.
And instead, they couldn't have the word dwarf either. Because apparently now, somehow, that's also culturally insulting to say the word dwarf. So it can't be Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. It's got to be something else. Just
Yeah, Snow White and the 7 fucking Samurai. There you go. We changed it. We're good. We're good now.
Watch that version.
Okay. Well, actually, I'm actually glad they didn't call it Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, and you're going to see in just a couple moments here. Let's continue.
And it's not because of what they did in the thing. It's because Peter Dinklage had a fucking meltdown. That's why.
The queen is evil. You must flee into...
God damn that forehead!
Actually, go back a second. Just like a few seconds. Just
You're going to see in just a couple moments here. Let's continue.
The fairest of them all.
The queen is evil.
A little more.
Look at that forehead, man.
She actually looks a little whiter in the sunlight too on her left hand side.
Yo, she a fucking chameleon, son. Her eyes can move back and forth independently. God damn!
No, see, this is where Phil's really jealous because he sees her in the proper dress from the cartoon. So now he's really jealous because he couldn't get his hips into it.
Jeez.
You must flee into the wood.
Black guy wasn't as angry that time.
7 inches. There you go.
What's she
Well, he
turning her
realizes the
head
sooner she
for?
runs to the forest, the sooner he can get off screen.
So what is she turning her head for? I mean, her eye can turn back there and look. Fucking way they
Snow White
spread.
is actually worse. Like, she looks worse.
Snow
than
White.
the
woman alone.
you know,
That's the movie. That's the movie we're gonna watch. Snow White and the 7 inches.
Keeps
There you go.
continuing, getting worse.
Yeah, hold on, I gotta find it now. I gotta find
Oh,
it now.
gosh.
Hold on, I'll do it after the fact.
Yeah, leave the poor woman alone. Jesus Christ.
I thought this was live action. What are we looking at? These creatures don't look real.
Are we really gonna sit here and
Do you understand how hard it is to get animals to do what you want when you can't train them?
wait? Is this the gotcha moment, Phil? Or is this the gotcha with this part right here?
Are you telling me that's supposed to be realistic CGI? That looks like those aren't real creatures. It's like a cartoon. I feel like I'm watching the Disney afternoon right now. It's fucking Chippendales Rescue Rangers or Tailspin. Look how bad
Only
that looks.
fuck
That's
Phil.
CGI.
Maybe it's supposed to give you that feeling because the Snow White movie was a cartoon.
God damn that forehead, bird! Fly away, bird! She gonna crush your ass with that fucking forehead. Fly the fuck away and don't stop.
Woman alone.
Just don't stop.
Get him to leave the woman alone.
Fucking fly away. Get away while you can, while you still have your life. Don't throw it away.
Guys, they're not real animals. What the fuck are we doing?
Just leave the poor woman alone. That's all I'm saying.
Shit, that forehead. Yeah, goddamn forehead. Oh my god, that forehead could eat a Kamehameha wave and keep going.
We can totally get animals to do this. Yeah, but we can totally get animals to do all of this because you know why? We can't.
Yeah, it's a very weak criticism from Phil. Like, I expect CGI in this shit. Oh my god.
Assuming there'll be CGI in this because A, it's a Disney movie and they've been constantly doing that shit.
Animals apparently. Because you know, all of them could be trained to do that, so it's fine.
They auto-tuned the dwarves. Did you hear that? They auto-tuned the dwarves high ho.
Auto-tuning.
Auto-tune the dwarves.
Oh!
I mean, they look cartoony.
What is that?
That's kind of what I'm expecting.
What
Because
is
Peter
that?
Dinklage fucked it up for the real ones.
What the shit?
See, all right, they are doing the right thing. They're fucking run. There's some strange white woman in their house, in their bed, and they are white men. Get the fuck out of there, because all she gotta do is call the police. Get the hell out of there. They got the right fucking idea. I am with these dudes 110%.
The original movie, how different they all look, and this is really what they would have looked like transitioned to human.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, they're
No, that's the
sleepy. I'm
reaction
pretty
I'm
sure the
having
one
right
starting to run
now.
away is Doc.
Yeah, it's got to be Doc.
Dopey is the youngest
the-
one there next to him.
Mm,
I don't remember the rest of them.
I think
Grumpy.
I think Grumpy's the one with the white beard in the
Sneezy,
back.
Sleepy. Sneezy, Sleepy, Doc, Dopey.
Yeah, Dopey's the one next to Doc there with his hand pointing up, pointing. Sleepy's obviously the one that's asleep.
The
Grumpy, I think, is the one with the blue hat on.
that's the one I'm
With the
thinking.
great beard, yeah.
Yeah, that's
in
the one
back
I'm
there.
thinking.
Sneaky's probably the one that looks like he's going to sneeze next to Doc.
Yeah, with the red
right.
nose.
Yeah, with the big nose.
Like, all right, so personally, I see nothing wrong with them personally. Because, again, Peter Dinklage fucked it up because they did actually have dwarves, or little people, or whatever the fuck you want to call them, for this movie. They had them, they already casted them, they already had their scenes played out. Then Peter Dinklage got on his high horse, made a big stink that they got dwarves to play, I don't know, dwarves. So Disney was like, all right, fuck it, our bad. Kicked them all off the show, fired them all, cut everything out, and this is what you get in this place. And those dwarves were actually, I forget what the group is actually called, because they are an official group. And they were actually pissed with Peter Dinklage because of it, because he cost them their job.
Oh, hold on. How do you nudge? Oh, it's... Man, the quality is so bad that you can't even pause it and get a clear frame. It blurs the picture. Are you kidding me?
I mean, originally they were going to eat her. I think this is a better alternative.
Hey, now.
Not in that way. Unless they're into some weird vor, but I'm not touching that.
This is the best they could do for the 7 dwarves, which I wonder what they're going to call them, because again, they're going to say that dwarf is like an insulting term or something. But take a look at this. Are you shitting me? That's what they made up with dwarves? Like,
I mean, we've already seen the animals. Is this so far-fetched from just seeing the animals a few seconds ago?
first of all, it
Phil-
begs the
Phil
question.
wants live
okay?
action everything.
This is a live action movie, correct?
Yeah, well,
Why
okay,
are the dwarves...
Phil,
Roger
what about the
Rabbit was a
live
live
action-
action movie too.
But what about live action Lion King? Can you get lions to do that shit for me, Phil?
Yeah, good point. But still, Roger Rabbit was a live action.
CGI. It's live action. You're telling me there aren't 7 real people you could have casted in these roles?
And they, again,
And
they
Phil
fucking
learned-
did.
Phil did not read fuck about anything.
He really didn't.
Really? You don't think that there's actors out there of a smaller stature who would have loved to actually land the role of a lifetime?
Again, this shows you how he doesn't keep up with shit. This shit came out in 2020 about the dwarves, and how Peter Dinklage fucked it up. This was already a thing. It was that's why we got what we got, you fucking idiot.
And being the live action Snow White in the 7 Dwarfs movie, they would have been like, wow, this could be my big break. But they couldn't hire someone to do it. They had to use CGI.
Yeah, he doesn't know. That's obvious.
On
Yeah,
top
he
of that,
doesn't know.
even if you can order that, like someone said, Peter Dinklage could have been one of them, right? On top,
Peter Dinklage is the reason they got fired.
He's reading his chat. And Peter Dinklage is the one that fucked it up for them all.
Yeah, and Peter Dinklage apparently didn't know that much because he was quoted saying that they lived in the cave.
Yeah, and here they are in a house, or a tree house, or some type of
They
home.
worked in the caves mining because when you mine, you go into the cave to get the ore.
Yes, this movie has been in the making since 2020, 2019, somewhere around there. And this made news because of Peter Dinklage's big stink. In fact, it was on ABC or NSNBC, one of the fucking two, whichever one, I'm confusing them. But it was on that news program. That's how I saw it.
Peter Dinklage, an actor with dwarfism, criticized Disney for creating a retelling of a backward story of 7 dwarves living in a cave together in an article published by Forbes. This type of criticism was one of the many reasons why Disney decided to use CGI instead of real-life dwarf actors. And that is from an article written on September 17th, 2024.
Top of that, okay?
Come on, Phil, a simple
Even
Google
if you can
search
argue,
would
well,
answer
okay,
that
maybe
for
there's
you.
just not enough on it or something. Okay, fair enough. Maybe there's not 7 great actors like that. I don't know what their reasoning was, but did you not see the Lord of the Rings movies? Did you not see what they did with the Hobbits? Did you not see what they did with the dwarves?
Oh, that was before everybody had a problem being called something different, Phil. You know, midgets, dwarves, things like that. You know, before it became a problem, you could just sit there and, hey, you, Mr. Dwarf, would you like to play this role and be a gay dwarf named Sam following another gay dwarf named Frodo around the land so he gets his finger bit off? Would you like that role? You do? Awesome, great, come with me.
So now all 7 dwarves are being played by one actor.
In the prequel movies of The Hobbit, where those were actually full-size people, and then they used effects and CGI to have them look like smaller people.
Just say dwarves, Phil. Dwarfism is the technical term.
Why couldn't they do that? Imagine if they got 7 actual, like, big names to be the 7 dwarves. What an impact this movie. Imagine that. Like, fucking all
You would
different
probably
names in
have
Hollywood
an
could
issue
have played
with
the
it.
7
You'd be
dwarves.
like,
And then people would
I
have been
don't
talking about
see
this
how
movie probably
Peter
in a more positive
Dinklage
light.
is not
But
Doc
instead,
when he should
you
be
couldn't get real
sleepy.
actors. You couldn't get anyone of note.
Oh, they got
Instead,
Peter Dinklage
7
playing
CGI
Dopey when he should have been
abominations.
grumpy.
Look how awful they look.
I mean, on top of that, you know how much makeup you would have to do to get a actual person to look like the dwarves. I'm not saying that to be funny when they did have dwarves originally play the roles, but just CGI, you have a lot more room to play with.
Paul,
You can
it
exaggerate
depends.
and everything
It depends
else.
on the dwarf. They'd have to, like everybody else, we do not discriminate, but, you know, they do have to fill out an application.
I always look at it this way. When I think of dwarf, and this is just me, I think back to D&D, the awesome guys that made awesome weapons and armor that every adventurer wanted, and they're awesome and they can swing axes like no one's business.
Look. They're terrible looking. They're
Fun
actually,
story
I
about
would
that
say,
when my
they're
grandfather
more
used to watch
terrifying
the old
than
cowboy
anything in this
movies. He
movie.
said, and you see him fall off
This
the
is gonna
horse.
give kids
My
nightmares.
grandfather would say, "Wait, hold on, give him
Modern
5 minutes. He'll be back
CGI.
on another
Why
horse
was
and riding back around."
CGI 20 years ago better than what they're putting out in modern Hollywood now? Really? I feel like the movies in the 2000s were better than anything that we're seeing come out today. What happened? Technology advanced and then like regressed, or maybe people just got lazy and they just let computers do half the work now. I don't know what it
It depends on the studios,
but
but
this looks like fucking shit to me. Does
You
it
just
not?
reach for an argument.
Awful.
well, I understand
Let's
part of his
continue.
argument here. I kind of have to.
Yeah, run
you
for
know.
the fucking hills.
But
oh my god.
Look, what's wrong with that, Phil? They look like they're ready to go to war, son. We ready for battle. Ready for Mortal Kombat. And we got a problem with this. Why? Because they
that's clearly grumpy with the
Thank you, Paul.
blue hat.
because they look goofy. Because the CGI makes them look goofy. I'm okay with it. I'm actually okay with this
And
goofy
I
look.
just point out the original cover and the cartoon version of this movie where they actually did look dopey or
Goofy.
dopey as well. Like goofy, dopey, whatever you put. Like I like this isn't like Lord of the Rings was supposed to be serious and mean. This is a children's story made into an actual movie.
Yeah.
And then copied again. It's not supposed to be like Lord of the Rings where the dwarves are actually like from like Fire Mountain making chainmail armors and maces and shit like that.
This ain't Warhammer dwarves. Like it's that. It doesn't matter. It's a kids movie. It's a kids
Not only
movie.
that, if you remember Dopey specifically, every time you ever seen a picture of Dopey, what was one of his biggest features? His ears.
Yeah, his
Doc
ears.
was always his glasses. Sneezy is his fucking nose.
No, you know what the
Grumpy
biggest
is
problem
the
here is?
scowl on his face.
None of them has mustaches. It's all ruined.
Right.
Oh, you know, that's right. There's no mustaches. I mean, and if you wanted to fault them for that, because not all of them had facial hair. So if you wanted to
I
fault
never
them
had
for
facial hair in the movie either. I was just fucking around.
No, I know, but I'm saying if you really wanted to get at them, it's the facial hair. Why did you decide to add facial hair to all of them? And honestly, the answer is quite simple. you can use it as a quick identifier. Because look at their beards. All their beards are different. None of them are the same. Besides
the hats and the beards, it essentially tells you who they are.
Who they are, yeah. Hey, hum along, what your ass doing up?
And like I said, dwarves are known to have beards, so they kept their beards. I understand also why they took away the mustaches to help show their facial expressions more.
Happy. It's sneezy, bashful, sneezy, bashful, sleepy, happy, grumpy, Doc.
Well, Happy's definitely the one in the back there smiling.
Yeah.
I think Bashful is the one on the left trying to cover himself.
Yeah. Grumpy's obviously the one in the middle with the white beard.
And the blue hat, yeah. So what were the other two that we have to...
Doc is the one with the glass.
The glasses.
Yeah. So the
And
two on
then
the
you
right we have
have-
to identify.
Happy. Sneezy's the one with the big nose.
The big nose,
Right,
yeah.
that's without he has
That's
that
right.
one. I just
Well, that's because he's doing that coke.
That must be
Grumpy is definitely the one up front that's shorter.
Yeah, we just said that.
Second from the right. Bashful is second from the right. Happy is the big fat one to the left.
No. I think
Oh, you think that-
I think Happy is the one next to Grumpy, and Bashful is trying to cover himself up with his
Yeah,
pickaxe.
okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
no problem, Mr. Casanova.
Short brown beard is Happy. Then the one hiding behind the pickaxe, yes, that's Bashful. Then it's Grumpy, Doc. This must be Sleepy. The one with the long pointy beard and then Sneezy.
Yeah, that's actually no. We can find that out. Yep, that's Sleepy.
Yeah,
that one's Sleepy. Just went back a few frames.
Dopey is the one with the big
And if you
ears.
go back that other frame, Bashful was mostly behind Doc.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, but
Yep, and Sneezy's the
Bashful's
one with the big
actually missing in this frame.
No, Dopey's missing.
Dopey, I mean, yeah, Dopey's missing in
Yeah.
that frame.
The
So there you
California
go.
raisins in like the 80s and 90s. You ever see them? Like they were claymation.
I think that was the epitome of
and that was
CGI.
stop motion animation. All right, that.
But you know what these dwarves have over Snow White? They ain't got that big ass forehead.
They look like that.
Them pickaxes ain't going through that forehead, boys. Y'all gonna need
I know
something
I'm sound like
heavier.
I'm tooting my own horn, and I do apologize for this, but going back to my own React show, which is, well, not React show, but the review show,
Mhm.
Triggering Chaos, we make points like this, and the reason we go on so much about it is that me and Em are talking to each other, or talking if we have a person on the show, like Ice was for like Elden Ring. Like
Yeah.
the reason we talk on a subject is because there's multiple people bringing a point in, and we're trying to reach a consensus, or we already have a consensus, and bringing that point to light. Bill, when you make a point, fine, bring in the point, talk about it a little bit. Don't make it more than a few minutes long, otherwise you're just repeating yourself over and over. And I'm guilty of that on the show too. Don't get me wrong. I will go on a tangent, repeat myself, because unfortunately you probably noticed this, I'm not sure how to get a point to somebody else the way I wanted to.
Yeah.
And even when I'm doing the show, I have a problem with that. And I understand that, but you clearly are making your point and you're still repeating yourself. Like you're not trying to frame it a different way, you're just repeating the same thing over and over again. And it's just fascinating how he keeps doing it, but he's talking to no one. Like he's not clearly trying to talk to someone and alter that point so that it's understandable, or the two of you can reach a consensus about it. He's just going on rants and tyrants and boring the shit out of everyone.
Yeah. He made his point and he could have just continued on. But let's see what he has to say.
That's what they're reminding me of. Look up the California raisins, and you're gonna see it looks like that, the claymation. That doesn't even look like CGI. It looks like 40-year-old outdated tech. That's why it looks so bad.
Still, you don't
And
look
they
like a
actually ran all the
16-year-old
models and said, "This is the best."
16-year-long
This is what
streamer,
they
but here we are.
Good God.
Claymation would have done better for this, but
You know what? That might be the thing that gives it the charm, that they look like they've been made with outdated tech. But again, as Soul pointed out at the beginning of this, it's a trailer.
What did you think I was? Nothing. Ghost.
A ghost? Damn.
no, wait, stop a second. Now you heard what they said. Nothing.
Nothing. A ghost. Yeah.
You heard those two clearly.
Yeah.
Continue.
Well, let's do it again just in case.
And they actually ran all the models and said, this is the best we could come up with. This is what they put into the movie. Good God.
It's a human. What did you think I was? Nothing. Ghost.
Yeah, I heard that. Nothing ghost. So 2 words, 2 phrases.
What did you think I was? Lovely ghost? Is that what they said?
What? Lovely. Oh, what?
Yeah, they said nothing in Ghost.
Was nothing. Ghost.
Bad. And they actually ran all the
Hold on, let me pause Parasite Eve. Hold on. We gotta get to the bottom of this.
models and said, this is the best we could come up with. This is what they put into the movie. Good God.
It's a human. What did you
Okay, it's a human.
think I was? Nothing.
Yeah, nothing ghost.
What did you think I was? Lovely ghost? Is that what they said? Was that supposed to be funny?
Yes, Phil, a lovely ghost.
Lovely ghost?
Yes, Casper the friendly, lovely ghost. That's what they
With a
came
big
up
ass forehead.
with. Yeah, with a forehead.
Vision bad. His hearing is going out the wazoo.
Everything is gone
Because
with him.
that was clearly said. Nothing ghost.
Yeah,
It's
that
not
was
just
clear.
me, right? That was clear as day.
No, that was very clear.
And nothing Ghost.
I mean, I even heard
I
it said it's a
listened
human.
from Discord, from Ice's computer on Discord to my headset, which is wireless, and my computer is
I
not
don't know where
wired.
he gets
And
from.
I heard that clearly.
Yeah, lovely ghost. Okay, Phil, lovely ghost. She's a lovely ghost. Ooh, a
Maybe
lady
he
of the
does
night
think he's a
ghost.
lovely ghost.
No, a lady of the night
Wait,
ghost.
This is Phil picturing himself in that dress now. Look at that face.
Look at this. What is going on in this scene?
He's like,
That's the song and dance number scene, Phil. What else is this scene supposed to be?
In that dress and
This is with the dwarves and them having fun with it.
Oh my!
Like even if this wasn't probably one of the original scenes in the original movie, this is just them adding runtime and showing that they all get along and they're all happy together.
Yeah.
You'll be safe from the queen here. The queen stole everything from all of us. We're gonna need your help.
I mean, you got that forehead, bitch. That's a nuclear weapon right there. You just run up there, right on the queen's face, and she done. She ain't getting back up.
It's time to restore our kingdom.
See, that's the part of the movie I really don't think they should have added.
The original Snow.
Oh, the song number, or
her going back to the kingdom to try and take it back from the queen.
Oh, yeah.
What I can only see would be the
song,
added
she has a
DEI
couple
stuff.
songs, right? So it's a good, it's a good musical.
I wouldn't even say it's DIE stuff because
Well, I'm
it's,
just saying,
it's two
I'm
it's two
assuming.
women fighting each other.
I'm just saying that's what I'm assuming is her being in the right trying to take back the kingdom. That's what I'm assuming.
Yeah.
So
even though it's really not her
don't take
kingdom
that-
to begin with, considering the queen is the queen.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, you know, it's just a cat fight.
Now listen to the first song that they're playing here. It sounds exactly like every other song, does it not? It sounds exactly like every shitty pop song that you.
I only heard like a few seconds of it.
What is going on in
I
this?
only heard a
Totally
few
heard the
seconds of
song.
it though.
Totally heard the same song in The Lion King, word for word, Phil. Totally.
Everything from all of us.
Beyonce singing it all.
It's time to restore our kingdom.
What's funny is like the original Snow White had
Okay.
like good songs, like the dwarf song, and she has a couple songs, right? So it's a good musical. Now listen to the first song that they're playing here. It sounds exactly
I mean, all I heard was waiting for
like
a wish.
every other song.
I'm just gonna say this in my own opinion.
Every shitty pop song.
There's a female lead and there's a Disney song. Yeah, they do tend to blend together because it's
They
Oh,
do.
I
they have
get
a
what he's
dream,
saying.
They want independence.
I
blah,
get
blah.
what he's saying.
It is
Yeah.
it is a Disney thing. It's the way they are.
That's what I was saying. Like,
Disney.
it's a Disney writing with their main character leads. The trope sometimes it works for it. Sometimes it's just there. And
It
no one
is a
cares.
Disney.
It can be a good song. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
But-
but like you said, it's a Disney trope.
Yeah.
Period.
He's saying it's like a pop song. Okay, I get where he's getting at now.
So should Disney sing like R&B now?
No,
No, they
no,
should rap.
he actually I get what he's bringing up, that their songs are like all the songs are sounding too similar. That it's kind of like they found this one genre and that's what they're just running with instead of actually trying something else or going
that's
back
part
to
of the
what they
new
were.
Disney trope.
Yeah,
That's
and
the
that's
problem.
what he's getting at. He's wording it wrong, but that's the point he's trying to convey. I'll actually give him that one.
Well, it's the same thing. I agree with him about the Snow White not being white enough, but I understand why.
Yeah.
Like I could see the point, but I don't give a shit.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. It's like it's whatever.
5 to 10 years. That's
I'm only interested in is the movie going to be good. That's all I care about.
auto tune. That you don't
I
can't
wouldn't
even tell
say
the
it's going to
artists
be
apart from
mediocre.
each other anymore.
Probably.
Because they all sound like the same person singing. Because they've all homogenized the fucking music into so bad that it's all the same shit. So now
Disney
they'll have no
homogenizes
standout
everything.
music in this movie that anyone will remember because it's all going to sound exactly the same like all the other crap you've heard. Look, wait a minute. Did you say the classic story? We've watched almost the entire trailer. Is there anything they haven't changed about the story? Right? By the way, we have to talk about the story. ends soon,
She goes
too,
one way,
which
lives
I'm
with
very
the
interested to
dwarves.
see what they're gonna do.
She has an evil mother. So far they kept well tuned with it, Phil.
And she's friends with the dwarves. I mean, we're check.
Has an accent for no reason.
The mother is vain about her looks. Check.
Yeah, exactly. She wants to kill her daughter. Check.
There are 7 dwarves.
Check. I mean, I think we're still hitting it right here.
To meet the dwarves, and the dwarves are CGI abominations. The classic story. Oh yeah, I remember that story.
Find Snow White.
There's actual soldiers now. That forehead has not gotten any smaller. God
I think
damn
it got
that.
bigger.
Yeah, it got bigger. Oh my god. That is a fucking intercontinental ballistic missile coming at you right now. Holy shit.
Ice, it wants
So
to devour you whole.
Imagine if she had that forehead with a butt chin.
You know what?
Okay, question. Who are you presenting with the butt chin here?
That is
Like,
Star
that's
Wars
like a-
Outlaw.
Oh yeah, she did have a butt chin.
That bitch had a big ass butt chin. She had a Jay Leno butt chin.
Oh, because that was like the 5th time you brought that up. Clearly for a distinguishing reason. It was bothering me not knowing that.
I mean, this bitch got the ICBM forehead. You give her the butt chin. Oh my god, that's just
To be
world
fair,
ending.
the only thing about Star Wars that Star Wars movie was the monk and the robot.
See, even Mars Champ said it. I had my earbuds on low and even heard nothing. So
You cut out that last bit, Ice. What was that?
Oh, I said even Mars Champ said he got his earbuds on low and heard nothing. So even he heard nothing from the dwarf.
Like, I'm sitting here, I'm listening, like, the only way I can make this worse for me here is if I took my Rogue Ally outside, farther away from my router right now.
Wait, did she have neck vein? Was that a neck vein?
My God, Ice, leave the poor woman alone.
Oh, I gotta make sure. We gotta do. Hold on.
Oh, the dwarves are mining.
She got no tits. The ICBM forehead.
Leave that woman alone, yo.
Everybody, no,
God damn, yo, you can
CGI
see
movie,
her.
No woman can have curves whatsoever.
Dude, you can see the bones in her shoulders, like leading to her shoulder. Oh my god, you can like grab them things and just hurl her at you. Yo, that's how we launch her at people. We just grab the bones and just hurl this ICBM at you.
Oh my God, I thought you were dead just sitting here because you haven't said anything for like the last.
Oh my god, this woman scares me. This woman fucking terrifies me now.
All right, so you're afraid of skinny people? Is that what this is?
Yo.
All right, you heard it here. Ice is afraid of skinny people.
Oh my god, yo! You can grab the bones and just hurl their forehead at your enemies.
Ice is now delirious.
Yo, just get the dwarves to hurl her at the queen. It's done. Fucking done.
I think you might need to medically treat him for insanity now.
I do.
I'll send you the
Maybe I'll
baseball
get
bat.
I was gonna say maybe I'll get some money off. Ice broke. You broke Ice.
If you ever actually watch this movie, I think it would literally destroy every time. If there's an actual scene where they throw her, he will lose it and never recover. Oh, bitch.
Oh my god!
Oh my god, I just went back out.
I gotta stop! I gotta get through this! I gotta get through this! Oh my god, someone's gonna kill me! You don't know where that jaw move shit! Who's that bitch? Look at this old moves!
Yeah, she's right. She's got her arm. Just grab her and throw.
Yo!
Y'all, he's done. Ice is done. Ice is completely done now.
He ain't recovering from this.
There's no recovery from this.
I see. I think you're gonna have to go sedate him.
I think so. I might have to go.
Yo! Oh my god, look how mouthful wide her mouth opens! Oh my god, no!
Eat the queen with that mouth!
Oh,
this is Air Force One, right?
Oh god. This bitch can take out the queen all by herself. She doesn't need the dwarf. She don't need an army. The fucking forehead, the jaw unhinging and them teeth. Yo, she can take this bitch out on her own.
Well, she just blinded with the flash of her shiny forehead and then just eat her. There you go.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
Breathe, bro. Breathe.
PCs. Isaac can have everything else. I'll just take the PCs.
Yo, what's up, Bruce? Oh god. Oh man, she got that Kirby mouth, not that cat mouth. She got that Kirby mouth. Just consume everything. Everything is consumed. That mouth just.
Ice is trying to say she's Kirby now.
Oh, fuck. Yo.
You okay there, man?
Oh, God, I'm not okay. We are far from okay right now. Ice has left the fucking building.
Again, look. Phil is really jealous of that dress. Because the dress goes off the screen. He turns back.
Oh man, and she's probably a lovely woman. I am just ripping her apart for her appearance.
It's all the same.
Who gives a fuck if it's the same, Phil? This bitch is entertaining to me on
Phil
principle
is just
now.
wanting to be in that dress.
Oh, the world, that big ass forehead, but no ass, no tits.
Just think he's got better tits than she does, and he will look better to the dress.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he just wants that dress. Phil just wants that dress, yo.
That they just put out.
Every time she's on stage, he looks intently at her. The minute she's off screen, he looks back to the...
Imagine her mouth looks as wide as a Titan from Attack on Titan. Dude, they could have used her for Attack on Titan. Yo, she just grabbed the queen.
Like, if the Canadians from South Park were real people.
Right? They came up with for lyrics.
So now we're here to take it back.
Okay. Still, that forehead. Yo, y'all's haliberts aren't going to stop that forehead. They're just going to get bent on that forehead, guys. Put them away. Put them away. Oh my god. Dude, don't try to kiss her. That forehead's going to destroy you, bro. You do, and run the fuck away.
Yo, all that is too. Did you see that CGI? How do we go back? Oh, God.
Hey, Slash Gang, can't wait for your next stream.
I can't take it. No, I really
can't. This looks fine to me, Phil. What is your problem?
I mean, she looks like an old witch from the bog.
The trailer is also blurry, and this is their official YouTube channel, and the trailer is that blurry.
A fucking trailer.
It's a trailer, dude. I don't give a... It's gonna have some blurriness. It's going to have blurriness, Phil.
Where is she in the...
Yo, that apple, though. That apple look on point. I gotta give it to the skull apple. fucking gets Ice's seal of approval on that shit.
Second scene. I want to get her. I can't see.
Why you want to get that forehead again, Phil? Stop it, Phil.
I just want to nut. Oh, there we go. So what it is they wanted it to look like Gal Gadot, but then you get fooled into thinking that she's an old hag. But you can totally tell it's Gal Gadot in really crappy makeup. Or
here's why I might look at Gal
CGI
Gadot.
makeup.
It's fucking Gal Gadot.
The makeup's not
Exactly.
real. What do you,
The schnozberries taste like schnozberries.
They use makeup, Phil. That's actually a thing.
It looks like they tried to blend the original witch from the cartoon with Gal Gadot. You know, the fucking actor.
But they should. Yeah. But you see, the problem is they didn't give her that John Rambo schnoz.
Well, all the data for that went to Snow White's forehead.
That's true. That is true. Yeah, that poison apple looks on point. Like I like that.
Faces as point of reference, and they use CGI to superimpose fake makeup on them in post, so it looks.
Or they possibly, they can apply that actual makeup to her. You know they can do. You know that is a thing, right? They just told her to look like the Hunchback of Notre Dame. They put some makeup, just slather her face in makeup and whatnot. Put a robe on her. Put a wig on her. There you go, Granny.
Well, if
go
that's
on out
CGI,
there.
it's decent CGI to make her look older and like the witch. I will give them that. If it's makeup, more props to them because they actually did good work.
Nah, Vanguard, that you ain't giving no sloppy toppy with that mouth. You're gonna lose your dick and balls in that. Just gone. Just straight fucking gone.
Awful like that.
Along with his hips, waist, and ass.
Everything. That's that fucking weird vor shit right there.
Right?
Gone.
Comma and period moves at one frame. Yeah, thank you. Look at that. That is truly abysmal. Truly awful.
An old woman looks like an old woman?
She looks like an old lady. That was the point of the disguise.
And what's funny is that's where it ends.
Yeah, Phil, it's a fucking... Ugh.
Phil, this is basically like 2/3 of the original movie.
It's a trailer, Phil. What do you expect to see in the trailer? You expect to see the queen and her daughter fucking with some incestual shit. You expect them trying to behead her with that forehead and the halberds bumping off of that forehead?
I'm going to butt in. I'm just going to say for a 2-minute trailer, this pretty much went over like 2/3 of the movie, the important parts.
Yeah, you got a lot of best parts right there.
The jealous mother, Snow White running away, living with dwarves, old witch comes with an apple. Yeah, just covered like almost the entire movie.
Let's show you the parts of the movie you know, with a few splices of the stuff that's new. Let's give you a brand new song, and here's your trailer.
Yep, but I do have one problem in all this.
Besides,
I swear to God, if you bring it up again, Ice.
No, it has nothing to do with that monstrous forehead. It's where was the politics in this?
Did I not ask that before this started?
Yeah, but I wanted to ask. I wanted to let it play through. Where was the politics? What was the politic of this?
Inappropriate. That's where it ends. Because if you know the story,
I mean, right now, this whole DSP politics bullshit just really sounds like an old guy bitching about everything.
The story, she's
it almost like he's reacting to something.
Is she in a relationship
with
him?
Like
Has she gone
DSP
out with him? No.
react
just like all the princesses in all these Disney movies, love at first sight. Somehow she falls in love with this prince. Okay?
As most love stories with Disney does.
All right, and put into an eternal
No, wait, she doesn't fall in love with the prince. He wakes her up with a kiss. Hello.
Is that
I mean, unless she's supposed to fall in love with the 7 dwarves and all 7 marry her and they live happily ever after, and is that the story you want to go with, Phil?
I mean, then it should be called Snow White and the 7 Inches. But anyway.
And just bury her, and then she's gone forever. But the apple just puts her to sleep, and so what they end up doing is they put her in this glass casket, which is really bizarre, and they put her like in the woods in a glass casket. Well, the prince gets wind of it.
It's a fucking story.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Icy. I'm just gonna let it ride. Yep, yeah, exactly, Spurs.
Like,
and he goes.
Is he expecting that when he steps outside, he talks to the animals to help him do chores? Because his house is running apart if that's what happens.
Exactly.
What does he do? He kisses her. Okay, so it's supposed to be the kiss of true love breaks the curse and wakes her up, and then together, I guess the queen dies. I think she falls off a cliff or something.
Did you want to
Pause for a second.
Saw that in the fucking trailer?
So, love at first sight, he doesn't believe in, but love at first kiss is what he buys.
Yep, that's what he buys. Yep.
And
I'm just making sure I'm
he wants the
clarifying.
entire
That's
movie.
what.
Not only that,
that's
he wants the entire movie in a trailer.
like that's pretty much what he just pretty much confirmed.
He just put her in a condom
Like,
and
oh,
written.
love at first sight? No, that can't happen. Love at first kiss? Yeah, that's what'll happen.
I got two problems with the Snow White. Where did her ass and tits go? Straight to the damn forehead. Exactly.
And that's the end. So then basically Snow White and the prince become the new rulers of the kingdom happily ever after. But how are they going to put that into this?
If I remember correctly, it was Cinderella in the Grimm fairy tale. She actually divorced the king. I mean, yeah, the prince.
New version of the movie where basically if he
with a
kisses
kiss.
her,
Snow White was woken up with a kiss.
her there consenting,
Cinderella was.
it would be considered.
Hey, the shoe
slipper.
fits. Let's go.
Yep.
Oh, you did it without my permission, right?
Well, I mean,
Ectogamut, never without my permission.
well, look, I mean, the prince could have woke up Snow White by sticking his dick in her mouth. I mean, but I thought that'd be a little bit inappropriate for children watching.
I've read a story of Sleeping Beauty with the king.
Have you read the original versions of these fairy tales?
Oh, they were very dark.
Yeah, they're very, very dark.
Yeah, just for an example, I don't remember the Snow White one, but I believe that Ice is very close to what actually happened. And Cinderella, to get her feet to fit in the glass slippers, the stepsisters actually mutilated their feet.
Yeah, one of them cut their part of their foot off to try to fit in the slipper.
The other one cut their toes off.
Yeah, that's what it was. Their toes. They cut their toes off. One of them cut their toes off, and the other one just couldn't get their foot in there. Period. But like they disfigured their foot to try to do it.
I read a version of Sleeping Beauty where basically Sleeping Beauty is woken up not with a kiss but something else.
I believe the original version, if I remember right. Don't quote me on that one.
She was woken up with a little something else, and then she was taken as a slave to another kingdom, and she was walked from her kingdom to the new kingdom, butt naked with her hands above her head.
Let me check.
Thank you, Anne Rice.
Right? Watch them put in like a scene. How much they're gonna put in a scene earlier that's not in the base story, where it'll be like, oh, I agree that the next time that I see you, we will kiss. And she's like, oh, I agree, and I cannot wait for the kiss. The scene will.
And if it is, no one cares, Phil. No one cares because the only people that care about this are people that are trying to get some type of clout on the internets saying he did not consent or it was consensual, but it's another straight white man forcing his will on a defenseless woman. It's all it's gonna be, and nobody's gonna listen to him, Phil.
Belle or Cat? Which beast are we talking about?
What, the one with the chick name that gets fucked by the beast? Oh, that's on Beauty and the Beast.
Beauty and the Beast. Are you talking about Cat that has to fuck this asshole?
Oh wow, I was wrong, completely wrong. Apparently, what woke up Sleeping or Snow White in the original version. One of these carry the glass coffin for the prince. Lost and found strips and dislodges the apple from her foot.
Oh shit!
Will be put in there, so that way when they have the kiss, so he wakes her up, they've already consensually agreed. Maybe there'll be like a parchment. There'll be a big scroll.
All right, you've ran the joke out, Phil.
Where they sign permissions.
All right, whatever. Moving.
Dislikes this trailer must
once again, like if I would do something like that on my show, it'd be like 2 or 3 people talking. We'd be making jokes like that.
Yeah.
And of course,
one person should have to go on this long with it.
Magic mirror. Hey, this is an underrated comment. Disney, you're incredible. It took you 3 years, multiple rewrites, unnecessary CGI, $209 million for me to enjoy a comment section of a movie I will never watch. Bless you.
Okay, yeah. Phil, you're not.
And made this, like, cry.
All right, Phil, you're not the Umbrella guy. You're not Yellow Flash. You're none of these guys that do this for a living. Please stop. Stay in your fucking lane and play games poorly.
Eyed video, right? Like.
Phil, you just want the dress. Just admit it.
You were horribly miscast. Horribly. You shouldn't.
All this is all right. So Phil, all right, I get Phil's game here. Just after watching this, I get it. Phil's game is to be outraged by everything. He's trying to be a grifter, but doesn't know how to do the fucking grift. Watch professionals that do this as their job daily, Phil. Learn how they do their grift and try to mimic that grift. And maybe, just maybe, you might trick somebody into believing you.
Yeah, here's the thing. I don't mean to insult anybody, so take this with a grain of salt. But Snow White Sleeping Beauty, and so forth. The main audience watching these movies,
Right?
teenage girls.
Yeah. Let's see here.
And-
Two dark
Parents
facts.
are bringing their kids to there, and I mean, it's just
Do that real quick.
it's little kids.
I'm just saying, like
Kids
early
and
teenage
teenagers,
girls.
yeah.
Be upset
Yeah,
about it.
like-
I mean, you're not directing the picture,
Alright.
but I mean, you're horribly.
I don't care, Phil. All right, that's that. All right, let me find that thing I was talking about.
Please, I don't want to find that now.
Where is that thing I was talking about?
I don't want to know.
So exactly what
What
I
are
was
you
talking
typing?
about. Show you where's the scene? Is it this scene?
Oh, I know what you're talking about now.
Let me see if this is the scene. Let me find it first.
I love this anime.
Let me see if I can find it when he does it. Is this the scene?
She is the youngest.
Oh no, I went too far. I'm probably not
That's the
gonna. I'm
scary
too
part.
tired.
You're right. You're right, Paul.
Oh, I'm not gonna find it. Can you find the soul?
I'm looking where you're looking. I think I know what you're talking
Oh, there
about,
it
but I
is.
can't.
All right, guys. So what I was talking about. This is Snow White. There we go, right here. Look, that's the bitch's eyes right there. The eyes can go in different fucking directions. Like that right there. Just gonna be looking in different fucking directions. Like, who the fuck could have hit her? You can do that shit.
She's a martial arts master.
Exactly. Ain't nobody hitting that bitch with eyes like that. Ain't nobody hitting that bitch with them eyes. Ain't nobody hitting that bitch. Oh.
See, cross-eyed, lazy-eyed, and bum-eyed all at the same time.
All the same fucking the fucking chameleon eyes right there. Oh shit. But yeah, a lot of people don't know. That is very true. But I mean, that was the norm, sadly, in the time period that those were written in.
What was that?
How
None
young
of the
they
princesses
were.
Actually, none of the originals are.
Well, like I said, the original Disney movie was written for preteens and teenage girls for that fantasy that was there.
Yeah.
Exactly. They wanted every girl
lizard
to have
eyes.
Charming.
Yeah, and no one begrudged that. They were writing a story for a certain audience. If they did this day and age, people would be writing out that, oh, it's not doing this, it's not doing that. You're not being inclusive enough. It's a f***ing story.
Yeah, it's a story. Exactly. But that's going to be it for me because it's fucking 6 in the morning. God damn it.
Yeah, I'll talk to you later, man. If
I
you're
gotta
up
get
earlier
to sleep.
up early today, I might be doing some Space Marines too. If you want to join me,
All right. But thank you,
just
everybody.
send me a DM
Oh.
when you get on.
All right. Thank you, everybody. I greatly appreciate you all being here. Thank you, the panel being here. Icy, do you have any words for what you watched tonight?
All I know is I want the fucking men. I want the fucking perfect man groups now. You know, I'm just saying, and I want a diversified man group that I can order off of DoorDash. We'll be fine. I am glad that we were here, and I'm glad we were entertaining because Ice just went poof.
Yeah, that was not my most dignified hour, but it is what it is. The foreheads of fucking ICBM. But at the end of the day, he can't fucking do anything right. He rode the fence on everything that was actually political. He didn't give anything.
He didn't get into the meat and potatoes. He didn't give any actual opinions or anything. So
yeah, and that's what I was waiting for, was an opinion. Give me your opinion. Like if I'm gonna do something like that, I'm gonna give you my opinion. And that's what was missing. And I believe chat was telling me earlier that the next day, Friday, he's talking about doing away with DSP politics simply because he didn't make $150. You made $66. Be happy.
Which he should, because he's a shit. He gives shit takes on political shit.
Yeah. Forgot the forehead. She has no. Yeah, she flat as a board, man. It all went to the forehead. I mean, she is the deadly weapon. But, you know, if you're going to do politics, you have to at least be political. And yes, you can ride the fence somewhat. That is a thing you can try to do, and it can be done. But eventually you're going to have to pick a side. And he's just not, because it's like, oh, I don't want one side to be angry at me, and I don't want the other side to be angry at me. Fuck them. Let them be angry. You're doing this because you want notoriety. You're doing this because you want to get noticed. You want to be bigger than what you are. And even though I don't like Phil, I can't fault him for wanting to be bigger. He should be. But at the rate he's going, and has always gone, he's never going to be any bigger. He's not going to get more eyes on him except for negative, and people are going to be laughing at him. Because he will not do anything to change the game. He's not doing anything to change who he is. We got crazy DSPP. Yes, we did. Yeah, but thank you, everybody. I will see you next time. This is Aisha Moto of The Dark Descent with the panel signing off. Stay locked on, folks.